Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave, your go-to channel for captivating Chinese audiobooks. We bring you 2 daily uploads so you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. Chapter 1 Mythical Ice Elf. It's finally coming to me. Looking at the huge stone gate that exudes an ancient atmosphere not far away, Su Wu's heart began to be unable to contain himself. 3 years after another, he has been waiting for this day for 18 years. As a transmigrator, there is no need to say much about the past of the past life. After coming to this world and becoming a baby, Su Wu's mood can be described as a mixture of surprise and joy. Surprisingly, he was able to catch up with the trend of crossing the army. The joy is to regain a life, relying on the knowledge of the previous life and the thinking of adults. This life will definitely be able to live more wonderfully. However, this idea changed rapidly after Su Wu grew up a little and understood the background of the world. Although culturally, this world is identical to previous lives. But unlike the previous life, this world is in the era of the Lord of the whole people. Every member over the age of 18 can pass through the cross-border gate and descend into the unknown world in the void, where he becomes a new lord. Every lord has infinite possibilities. Powerful power and long lifespan, these are not extravagant expectations for the lord. Fly to the sky, move mountains, and fill the sea. Some powerful lords even swept all the competitors of the same class directly, occupying the world they came into as their own territory. In this context, it is naturally impossible for Su Wu to have the idea of making money as a copywriter. Becoming a powerful lord is more effective than anything. The team moved forward very fast. After the first few people passed through the cross-border gate one after another, Su Wu came to the stone gate. Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Wu stepped into the stone gate. There is no feeling of spinning, and there is no special effect of colorful light. The next second after crossing the boundary gate, Su Wu came to an open grass. Welcome to the dream world. Here, you will become a new lord and compete with beings from different worlds. Friendly reminder, after being defeated as a lord, you will be forcibly sent back to the original world and lose everything. Start to distribute the initial territory. Successful distribution. Start to randomly select troop buildings. Successful extraction, congratulations on getting the elemental army building, water elemental altar. Start the talent awakening, please wait. Successful awakening of talent, congratulations on obtaining the sss-level talent, divine choice. Hearing the voices that kept ringing in his ears, Su Wu, who was a little nervous in his heart, suddenly froze for a moment, and then his face showed joy. After being late for 18 years, his plug-in has finally arrived. From the F level to the SSS level, talents are divided into 9 levels in total. The stronger the talent level, the more terrifying the effect. Based on the experience of countless predecessors. As long as the Lord can obtain a C-rank talent, even if the early arms are not too strong, he can ensure that he can successfully pass the novice stage. As for SSS level talent, Su Wu can only be described with 2 words. Invincible. I recovered from my excitement. According to the knowledge learned in the textbook, Su Wu opened his talent panel and checked his attributes. Talent, Divine Choice. Level, SSS level. Effect, when faced with an important choice, the sacred choice will be automatically triggered, and all the advanced options of this choice will be filtered out. Is it an important choice? After seeing the effect of the divine choice, Su Wu turned around thoughtfully and looked at an altar not far away. This is the unit building given to him along with the distribution of the territory. Water Element Altar. Level 1. 10 water elements can be recruited every day, each water element consumes 20 energy points and the first time is free. Durability, 1500/1500. Remarks, there is a very low probability that higher level water element troops can be recruited, and higher level troops can be recruited with a higher probability of upgrading the building of the troops. Upgrade conditions, 3000 energy. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, after 11 seconds, consume all the quotas to summon water elements, and get 5 rare quality water elements. Option 2, after 17 seconds, consume all the quotas to summon water elements, and get 3 Lord quality water elements. Option 3, 29 seconds later, stand 3 meters in front of the altar, consume all the quotas to summon, you can obtain a mythical quality ice elf through the special recruitment channel. Option 4, 43 seconds later. According to the length of time, dense options kept appearing in Suwu's mind. After simply scanning all the options for 10 minutes, Suwu turned his attention to option 3, or now option 1. After the time has elapsed, the first 2 options have disappeared from his mind. Now at the top of the list of options, this is the option to summon mythical units. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Suwu came to the designated position in front of the altar. Time passed by second by second. The moment the number on option 1 jumped to 0, Suwu started to act. Consume all the places to recruit. Just the second after Suwu was recruiting, the dark blue brilliance suddenly bloomed on the water element altar, and it became more and more intense. The sky seemed to be affected by the blue glow, gradually becoming darker. From the depths of the deep blue brilliance, a small figure walked out. She was wearing a long white lace dress, and a pair of slender, jade-like legs stepped on crystal shoes. The facial features are exquisite, the skin is fair, and there is long aqua blue hair behind him, like a doll. Seeing each other, even Suwu, who has always been determined, couldn't help but shake his head. Although he learned from the textbook that the members of the element family are not low in appearance, it was beyond his expectation that they were so beautiful. The national color and Tianxiang are nothing but the same. The recruitment is over, congratulations on getting a mythical quality ice elemental spirit. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, complete the communication with the other party according to the how new lords get along with recruited objects learned in the textbook. Loyalty +3. Option 2, tell the other party the effect of the divine choice, and give the other party confidence. Loyalty +10. Option 3, speak first and give it a suitable name directly. Loyalty is full. Chapter 2 The Queen of Ice, 4 collection. 4 flowers. 4 evaluation tickets. 4 monthly tickets. Naming. Calmly glanced at the option of re-triggering the divine choice, Suwu didn't think too much about why choosing a name can increase so much loyalty. The effect of the divine choice has been fully confirmed, since it says to take a name, take a name. Walking to the altar, Suwu looked at the girl in front of him and went straight to the topic, you can be called Kang Yu. Kang Yu. The girl's icy blue eyes flashed a hint of happiness, then nodded and said, okay. The name is successful. Kang Yu's loyalty +40. Kang Yu's loyalty has reached its full value. Suwu. It really did. Although he believed in the effect of the divine choice, it was too simple. When I thought of the brick-thick book How to Have a Good Relationship with the Recruited Dependents that I had memorized before, I couldn't help but feel a sense of desolation in my heart. If he had known that there would be such a strong plug-in, he would not have worked so hard. Open the attribute panel, Suwu checks Kang Yu's attributes. Kang Yu. Grade, Myth. Level, Level 1. Occupation, Elemental Warrior. Physique, 800. Spirit, 1000. Talent, Queen of Ice, SSS. The effect of ice spells is increased by 100 times, the consumption is reduced by 90%, the prerequisites for casting spells are cancelled, and spells can be activated instantly. Loyalty, 100, Absolute Loyalty. Skill 1, Ice Princess Rose, generate transparent ice roses and throw them at the enemy, freezing the enemy in an instant, or growing ice vines to restrain the enemy. Skill 2, Extreme Ice Aura, releases a circle of ice aura, instantly severing surrounding enemies in two. Skill 3, Equipment Generation, make indestructible mysterious ice into equipment to enhance your own defense and attack power. Hiss. As expected of a mythical class, this panel is truly amazing. According to the knowledge learned from textbooks, there are a total of 9 grades of arms. The next 3 levels, Common Level, Elite Level, Rare Level. Arms of the next 3 levels can usually be raised up to level 40. The 3rd level, Lord Level, Overlord Level, King Level. For the middle level and 3rd level arms, the level cap has been raised to level 70. Upper 3 levels, Epic, Legendary, Mythical. The armies of the upper 3 levels can be upgraded to the full level of level 100. Generally speaking, the stronger the race of the troops, the higher the probability of recruiting high-quality existences. The existence of higher races such as dragons, angels, and titans. Even if the troop building is level 1, the quality of the recruited troop is at least the Lord level. As for the element family, it is a race with extremely high upper and lower limits. From ordinary level elemental elves to legendary level elemental kings, they can be described as diverse and varied. However, even the legendary king of elements is far from comparable to King Yu at the same level. 800 points of physique, 1000 points of spirit. Only at level 1, King Yu has 1800 attributes. This panel, I am afraid that the normal level arms cannot reach a fraction of its full level. Coupled with King Yu's unexpected SSS talent, Su Wu now has good reason to think so. I am afraid that even among the mythical existences, King Yu is still at the top of the group. It has been detected that all new lords in the Dawn Forest area have completed the recruitment, and the Lord assessment is about to begin. The Lord assessment will start in 3 minutes, please prepare for the new lords. Are you going to start? Hearing the notification sound in his ear, Su Wu raised his head, looked at King Yu who was standing silently in a daze, and said, "It's up to you next." Hearing Su Wu's words, King Yu tilted her head in confusion. The long aqua-blue hair slid down to her shoulders, matched with her fair and jade-like skin, which successfully made Su Wu stunned again. "Wait a while, there will be monsters coming to attack." Su Wu, who had a preliminary immunity to King Yu's appearance, quickly recovered and explained, "This is a step that every new lord has to go through, and it is also the first test of the void for us. As long as we persist in the more waves in the Lord assessment, the better the rewards we can get. This assessment can be regarded as a welfare link to help new lords familiarize themselves with the early battle environment and at the same time release rewards. In the Lord assessment, new lords can do their best to fight. After the Lord assessment is over, the void will automatically resurrect the lords who died in this battle. Of course, this does not mean that the assessment is completely safe. If someone can't even hold a wave, Void doesn't mind directly taking back the identity of the new lord of the other party. "Give it to me." After listening to Su Wu's explanation, King Yu nodded and said calmly, "Lord, don't worry, I will take care of all the offending enemies. Just call me Su Wu." "Okay, Su Wu." After correcting the title, Su Wu turned around and looked at the blue crystal floating in the air behind him. Each newcomer's territory generally consists of 3 items: troop buildings, wooden fences, and Lord's Heart. Worn wooden fence. Durability, 100/100. Upgrade conditions, 100 energy, 100 wood. Heart of the Lord. Durability, 3000/3000. Upgrade conditions, 3000 energy, 10 points to receive the location. The Lord's Heart is the most important part of a territory. Once the Lord's Heart is destroyed, the new Lord will lose his status as Lord and be sent back to Blue Star by the Void. Therefore, the protection of the Lord's Heart is what every Lord is most concerned about. This, even Su Wu is no exception. Of course, he wasn't worried that the monsters assessed by the Lord were too strong to break through King Yu's defenses. What he was afraid of was the backstab from King Yu. "King Yu, be careful not to affect the Lord's Heart when there is a fight. 100 times the increase in the effect of ice spells. It is not only the power that is strengthened. The range, and even the freezing effect are all within this 100-fold increase. If this is not a reminder, Su Wu can fully imagine the scene where the heart of his lord was smashed by Kang Yu with an AoE. Chapter 3: The hidden function of the Lord's assessment, seeking collection, flowers, evaluation tickets, praise. Time passed minute by minute. After briefly instructing Kang Yu about some things, Su Wu retreated to the back and stood beside the Lord's heart. The countdown is over, and the Lord assessment officially begins. OM. With the sound of the prompt, in the open space not far from the wooden fence, a gate that exudes a strange atmosphere quietly appeared in place. Da-da-da. With the sound of the solace of their feet rubbing against the grass, 10 goblins in ragged clothes and holding wooden weapons came out one after another. Skinny Goblin. Grade, Ordinary. Level, Level 1. Occupation, Warrior. Physique, 1-2. Spirit, 5. Skills, Heavy Hit, Sweep. Remarks: the weakest existence in the goblin group, the body exudes a peculiar smell all the year round, please hold your breath during the battle. Wow! 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 They looked around eagerly. After confirming that there were only 2 people in the area, Su Wu and Kang Yu, the goblin team raised their weapons and charged towards Kang Yu, who was standing outside the fence. In response to this, Kang Yu raised her right hand calmly and pointed her finger in midair. Swish! A dark blue crescent-shaped arc rushed out from in front of her. As you move, the size of the arc increases. Before and after the goblin squad, the 10 goblins just happened to be completely covered. Sigh! 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 Like chopping melons and vegetables, the goblin squad that was charging forward was directly cut into 2 pieces. In just an instant, the first level of the newcomer assessment was cleared by Kang Yu. The first level of the Lord's assessment is over, whether to proceed with the settlement. The rest time is 1 minute. If a decision is not made within 1 minute, the settlement will be performed automatically. Hint: after the Lord's heart is broken, the new Lord will lose his identity as a Lord and be sent back to the original world. Please measure your own strength carefully and make a judgment. No settlement, start the next wave. Su Wu made a decision without hesitation. The first wave of the Lord's assessment was prepared for the kind of people with average talent and general arms. If you want to develop better in the early stage, you must at least hold 2 waves. As for Su Wu, glancing at Kang Yu, who was not nervous at all, his face was also full of confidence. Myth-level arms plus sss-level talent, if it can't get through a Lord test, I'm afraid no one can get through. Wow! 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 Soon, a new batch of goblins emerged from the gate again. The number of goblins in the second wave doubled to 20. Not only that, compared to the first wave of goblins, their physique is stronger, and the weapons on their bodies are slightly stronger than the previous wave of goblins. If other lords have cleared the first level, the threat level of these goblins will undoubtedly increase a lot. However, for Kang Yu, the change in the enemy was just a change from an ant to a slightly stronger ant. Swish! The familiar crescent-shaped arc appeared again, covering all the goblins perfectly, without a trace of waste. The second stage of the Lord's assessment is over, whether to proceed with the settlement. The rest time is 1 minute. If a decision is not made within 1 minute, the settlement will be performed automatically. Familiar spikes, familiar prompts. While the other rookie lords were still fighting bloody battles with the monsters in the first level, Su Wu quickly came to the third level. Compared with the first 2 levels, the types of goblins in the third level became more complicated. Goblin shooters with bows and arrows, goblin warriors with shields, and even goblin wizards with staffs. Exquisitely equipped, tall goblins sprang from the portal one after another. Strong goblin warrior. Grade, Elite. Level, Level 1. Occupation, Warrior. Physique, 2-4. Spirit, 6. Skills, Bash, Sweep, Slash, Charge. Remarks: the elite warriors of the Goblin tribe are powerful, but the disadvantage is that they are too stupid to be an elite level existence. Agile Goblin Archer. Grade, Elite. Level, Level 1. Occupation, Archer. Physique, 2-2. Spirit, 7. Skills, 3 bursts, Scattering. Remarks: the elite archers of the Goblin tribe move quickly and shoot accurately. Smart Goblin Mage. Grade, Elite. Level, Level 1. Occupation, Mage. Physique, 8. Spirit, 2-0. Skills, Fireball, Tang Bound. Remarks: the elite mages of the Goblin tribe have an intelligence equivalent to an adult's level, are very cunning, and like to sneak attack on targets secretly. 20 elite level goblins. This is the third level of the Lord test. The third pass is also known as the Elite Pass. Once it is cleared, the rewards for the settlement of the Lord assessment will be greatly increased. However, after the monsters in the first 2 levels are consumed, 99% of the new Lords of Blue Star will choose to give up and settle before the start of the third level. Not everyone can start with a mythical class like Suwu. Most of the new Lords, the main force of the team, are basically ordinary soldiers. Even those who are lucky enough to draw high-level arms at the beginning can at most get some elite or rare arms through free recruitment opportunities. But in the case of level 1, even if you have a rare class of arms, it will be particularly difficult to fight against 20 teams with reasonable elite monsters. Swish! Just when Suwu's thoughts wandered, Kang Yu, who saw that the monster no longer appeared, attacked again. The third stage of the Lord's assessment is over, whether to settle it or not. The rest time is 1 minute. If a decision is not made within 1 minute, the settlement will be performed automatically. In the face of the unreasonable Kang Yu, even an elite-level monster can only get the result of being instantly killed. Just as Suwu was about to start the next wave, an unexpected prompt sounded in his ears. Detected that the first 3 levels of the new Lord Suwu took less than 60 seconds, meet the conditions, unlock the hidden function, skip level. Hint: after using the level jump function, the Lord assessment will automatically jump to the last level, please make your decision carefully. Chapter 4 Ice Princess Rose, please collect flowers, evaluation tickets, praise. Jump off? Facing the unexpected prompt sound, Suwu was a little surprised. It was the first time he had heard that the Lord assessment had such a function. But after looking at the trigger conditions, Suwu can understand why he hadn't heard of this feature. The total time of the first 3 levels is less than 60 seconds. This condition is too harsh. Even for those geniuses with good talent and powerful arms drawn, the strategies they choose when facing the Lord assessment are all steady and steady. After a wave, rest for a minute to adjust the state. Set up traps and aim at the monster's mouth in advance, and do your best to eliminate the monsters that emerge first before the next wave of monsters comes out. This is the correct posture for the Lord assessment. Like Kang Yu, who deliberately waits for all monsters to come out, and kills them with a single blow, is obviously an abnormal state. Use the switch function. After understanding the effect of the hidden function, Suwu skipped the level to the last level without hesitation. The time of the new Lord in the early stage is very precious. If he can skip the level, he will naturally choose the way to save time. Successful jumping, the current level is the 7th level. Roar! Just the second after Suwu made his decision, a breathtaking roar came from the portal not far away. Bang! With a loud noise, 2 goblins with exquisite armor appeared first. With weapons on their waists and a burden on their shoulders, they walked out of the portal. Behind them, goblins who were almost dressed up followed them one after another. But unsurprisingly, every goblin carries the same burden on its shoulders. Looking up, what came into Suwu's eyes was a huge sedan chair engraved with various goblin patterns. In the center of the sedan chair is a giant goblin with a body size of 4 meters and wearing heavy armor. Giant Goblin. Grade, Lord. Level, Level 1. Occupation, Heavy Warrior. Physique, 6-0. Spirit, 1-5. Skills, Bash, Sweep, Slash, Charge, Madness, Danger Perception. Remarks: the leader of the small goblin group has unparalleled strength and agility that is not commensurate with his size, and his strength is very powerful. Seemingly aware of Su Wu's gaze, he raised his head and swept his gaze over with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. It has not seen such a rookie lord who does not know how to live or die for a long time. Despite being restricted by the void, their power is suppressed at level 1. But in the face of 100 rare level big goblins, and his lord level giant goblins, no matter how strong the opponent is, it is just a mantis blocking the car, and he is looking for a dead end. However, this confidence only lasted for a moment. Because in the next second, it saw Kang Yu standing not far away. Roar! A roar filled with terror came out of the giant goblin's mouth. Unlike other goblins, it possesses the rare skill of danger perception, and can understand the danger level of Kang Yu better than anyone else. It was the first time in its life that it felt like being covered by thousands of spells. Impossible to win. The right judgment came out of the giant goblin's mind. And just the second after it made a judgment, a voice without emotional fluctuations came from the front. Ice Princess Rose. Xian Bing bloomed in Kang Yu's hands, forming a delicate ice rose. The jade-white right arm drew a perfect arc and threw the ice rose forward. Whoosh! As if it had penetrated space, the ice rose came to the giant goblin the second it was thrown. Staring at this inexplicably eye-catching ice rose, the giant goblin who was about to escape subconsciously stopped and froze on the sedan chair. And this is the last picture it sees. The sharp ice rose penetrated its body and fell to the ground. A huge ice rose rose out of thin air, completely freezing the surrounding goblin army of 100 people. The 7th level of the Lord assessment is over. Congratulations on successfully passing the Lord assessment. Su Wu. That's it. After Blue Star entered the era of National Lords, the highest and only the 5th level of the Lord assessment was passed, so is it over? He didn't even react. From his perspective, he could only see Kang Yu pinching a flower and throwing it forward, and then with a bang sound, the entire army on the opposite side was wiped out. Is this a myth? Even a Lord-level existence has no room for resistance. After refreshing his understanding of Kang Yu's strength again, a smile appeared on Su Wu's face. It's good to be strong. In the void, the strong are respected. The weak, no matter how unwilling they are, can only choose to submit to the strong in the end. Before today, Su Wu's original plan was to find a corner to develop, and finally find a reliable force to rely on and start a bad life. But it's different now. With sss-level talent, there is a mythical Kang Yu. He already has the qualifications to compete with those real powerhouses. If you don't choose to give it a shot, then it's such a good opportunity for nothing. The Lord assessment begins to settle. The settlement is successful. The overall score of this Lord assessment is SSS, and the rewards are started. Chapter 5 Generous Rewards, Seek Collections, Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Praise. The settlement is successful. The overall score of this Lord assessment is SSS, and the rewards are started. Congratulations on getting a Lord skill card, SSS level. Congratulations on getting a drawing for the construction of the Temple of Life. Congratulations on getting a source building package. Congratulations on getting a top storage ring. Congratulations for getting 10,000 energy points. Congratulations on getting 3,000 units of wood. Congratulations on getting 3,000 units of stone. The reward is so generous. Looking at the small pile of things that appeared in front of him, even Su Wu, who was looking forward to the SSS rating, was surprised. Building drawings of the Temple of Life, this is something that every new lord after entering the void, and even old lords are rushing. The value of $1,000 can't be used to describe it. Generally speaking, where this drawing appears, most of them will set off a bloody storm. The effect of the Temple of Life is very simple, that is, resurrection. Except for some special situations, as long as they are servants who died in battle, they can be resurrected through the Temple of Life. This is the foundation of a territory. Only the Lord of the Temple of Life dares to let go and start a war. And it is such a precious blueprint, so easy to start. Building drawings of the Temple of Life. Materials: life crystal, 10,000 units of wood, 30,000 units of stone, 100,000 energy. Construction time: 300 days. Note: this drawing is a one-time drawing and disappears after use. A crystal of life, it's a bit difficult to deal with. After checking the materials needed for the Temple of Life, Su Wu stuffed it into the storage ring he just got. This thing can't be fixed in a short time, so let's take good care of it first. After checking the drawing properties of the Temple of Life, Su Wu turned his attention to the remaining items. The rewards given by the SSS grades in the Lord's assessment can be said to be very generous. Except for the building drawings of the Temple of Life, the rest of the rewards are also top-notch. Lord Skill Card. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Its effect is to let the Lord draw a Lord skill. The Lord skill is the foundation of each territory. Its grading system is the same as that of talent. There are 9 levels in total, from F level to SSS level. The reason for this division is that the role of the Lord's skills is basically equivalent to the Lord's talent. However, the number of Lord skills is limited by the territory. Only when the territory is upgraded, the Lord will add a Lord skill slot. The higher the level of the Lord skill card, the higher the probability of drawing advanced skills. As for the SSS level Lord skill card, it is actually not inferior to the Temple of Life in terms of value. Especially in the eyes of Su Wu, its value is even slightly higher than the Temple of Life. The reason is simple. The moment he picked up this card, his SSS level talent was triggered. Sacred Choice triggered successfully. Option 1, use the Lord skill card after 3 seconds to get the S-level Lord skill, Berserk. Option 2, use the Lord skill card after 10 seconds, you can get the A-level Lord skill, lightly loaded into battle. Option 3, use the Lord skill card after 13 seconds, you can get the SSS level Lord skill, Space Control. Option 4. Cool. Although SSS level Lord skill cards basically won't draw low-level Lord skills. However, the A-level Lord skills and the SSS level Lord skills obviously do not belong to the same level. If it is said that an A-level Lord skill can accelerate the development of the territory, that SSS level Lord skill directly made the entire territory rise to the sky in one step. He stood there and waited silently for 13 seconds. The moment when the countdown reaches 0. Use the Lord skill card. Start to extract Lord skills. The extraction is successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS level Lord skill, Space Control. Space Control. Level, SSS level. Effect 1, Space Record, automatically record the coordinates of the space where the Lord and attendants have walked. Effect 2, Space Teleportation, under the condition of no interference, the Lord and attendant can teleport to the recorded space coordinates independently. The teleportation time increases by 1 second for every 1 w-meter distance. Effect 3, Space Control, in a spherical space with a radius of territory level x 1000 meters centered on the Lord himself, the space is completely controlled by the Lord, and the priority is the highest. So strong. It is worthy of being an SSS level Lord skill, and its strategic role is basically no lower than that of Divine Judgment. In the absence of spatial interference, it can be arbitrarily transferred to the recorded spatial coordinates. This function alone has allowed Su Wu to come up with countless uses. As for the spatial control of Effect 3, this one is even more magical. The surrounding space is completely under his control, and the developability is simply too great. Space compression, space confinement, space cracks, and various space types of attacks. After Su gradually mastered the ability of space control, all these can be done. It can be said that just by mastering the effect of space, Su has a series of space magic skills with the highest priority. After checking the extracted Lord skills, Su turned his attention to the final highlight. Original Building Package. Effect: after opening, you can get one original building extraction card and one original building fusion card. Every time I publish a new book, I feel as nervous as a college final exam. JPG. Chapter 6 Time House, 4 Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets, Praise. Use the Origin Building Pack. Congratulations on getting a drawing card of the original building. Congratulations on getting a Origin Building Fusion card. Original Building Extraction card. Effect: a source building is randomly selected. Original Building Fusion card. Effect: integrate the original building with the Lord's heart. Is it really this? Looking at the two cards in his hand, Suwu's eyes flashed with anticipation. The original building is a building that can only have one in each territory. Its function is generally to add various buffs to the territory, and it is often used for territory defense and territory development. In terms of function, it is slightly lower than the Lord talent and Lord skill. Even in terms of rarity, it belongs to the kind of universal building that can be owned by the Lord who initiates it. However, this does not mean that the original building drawing card is not precious. Because the source building draws cards. Only when the territory level is raised to level 4 can be obtained from the rewards of the territory upgrade. Apart from that, Suwu had never heard of the way to obtain the extraction card of the original building. Maybe, but definitely not much. As for the source building fusion card, the way to obtain it is similar to the source building extraction card. All are obtained from the territory upgrade rewards when the territory is upgraded. However, it requires that the territory level be raised to level 5. After the original building and the Lord's Heart are integrated into one, it can not only increase the durability of the Lord's Heart, but also increase the effect of the original building. Generally speaking, after the territory is raised to level 4 and level 5, no matter who the development speed is, it will start to slow down. At this time, extracting the original building and merging the original building with the heart of the Lord will at most have the effect of icing on the cake. But if the territory is still at the first level, extracting the original building and merging it with the Lord's heart will have a different meaning. Not to mention the effect, just its durability and defense might increase to the point where other rookie lords despair. Sacred Choice triggered successfully. Option 1. Use the Lord skill card after 3 seconds to obtain the sss-level Origin building, the Time House. Option 2. Use the Lord skill card after 11 seconds to get the A-level source building, the Temple of Fortune. Option 3. Use the Lord skill card after 19 seconds to get the S-level source building, the Training Square. Looking at the refreshed options, Suwu was surprised. The divine choice has been triggered so many times, and this is the first time he has encountered the situation where the optimal solution is in the first place. However, since the option of SSS-level Origin buildings is directly available, it also saves him the time to look back. Use the source building to extract the card. Successful use. Start to extract the original building. The extraction is over. Congratulations on getting the SSS-level original building, the Time House. With the end of the draw, a 3-story luxury villa appeared aside. Time House. Level, SSS level. Effect 1, Made in Paradise, speed up the process of building/upgrading/repairing all buildings, without consuming any time and completing it immediately. Effect 2, World, pause all enemies within the territory for 5 seconds. Cooling time, 24H. Durability, 10W/10W. So strong. Complete the construction of buildings in an instant, and pause all enemies within the territory for 5 seconds. Whether it is in the development of the territory or in the defense of the territory, this original building has achieved the ultimate. As expected of a SSS class building. Nodding with satisfaction, Su-Wu took out the Origin Building Fusion card. Successful use, the source building begins to fuse with the Lord's Heart, and the fusion time is 30 days. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing is activated, and the speed of building upgrades is accelerated. The fusion of the original building and the heart of the Lord is over. Under the acceleration of time made by heaven, the fusion that would have taken 30 days to complete ends directly in the next second. The Lord's heart disappeared in place. Instead, what appeared in place was the time house, which was more luxuriously decorated than before. Time house. Level, SSS level. Effect 1, Made in Paradise, speed up the process of building/upgrading/repairing all buildings, without consuming any time and completing it immediately. Effect 2, World, pause all enemies within the territory for 9 seconds. Cooling time, 24H. Effect 3, Lord's Heart, the function of this building is equivalent to the Lord's Heart. Once it is destroyed, it will be regarded as defeated and automatically returned to the original world. Durability, 20W/20W. Upgrade conditions, 5000 energy, 10 points to receive the location. Perhaps due to the fact that the Heart of the Lord is only level 1, there are not many changes in the time house after the fusion. Durability has been doubled, and the stop time has been extended to 9 seconds. In addition, the biggest change in time house is the addition of an upgrade condition. In fact, this is the most advantageous place for Su-Wu to obtain the Origin Building Fusion card when he is at the first level of the territory. If you wait for the territory level to rise to level 5, then use the original Building Fusion card to fuse with the Lord's Heart. Not to mention the difficulty of raising the territory level after the 5th level territory. Even if the territory level is raised to the highest level, the 9th level, the source building will be strengthened up to 4 times. But Su-Wu is different. When he was still at the first level of the territory, he had already merged the Heart of the Lord with the original building. When he raises the territory level to level 5, the source building can be strengthened 4 times. The benefits it brings can be understood by just thinking about it. From Su-Wu's point of view, this time the Lord's assessment was among the rewards. This source building package is actually the biggest reward. About 10 changes on the first day, trying to code words. Chapter 7 Territory Upgrade Tasks, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets, Praise. After checking the rewards of the Lord's assessment for a lap, Su-Wu put on a storage ring and put the power stone containing 1W energy on the ground into it. Compared with the tall things like the building drawings of the Temple of Life, the power stone looks much less conspicuous. But Su-Wu, who had gone through 9 years of compulsory education at Blue Star, understood that this was actually very important. In another world, power stones are basically equivalent to money. Whether it is the development of the territory or the transaction of goods with the natives, it basically requires energy stones to complete. Power stones may not be omnipotent, but no power stones are absolutely impossible. After sorting out the harvest, Su-Wu looked at Kang Yu not far away. After the battle was over, the other party had been standing there in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Aware of Su-Wu's gaze, she turned her head and asked, "How is the harvest?" "Great," Su-Wu said succinctly, "with this harvest, the territory should be able to be upgraded to level 3 in a short period of time." Kang Yu nodded and replied more simply, "Okay." She didn't understand what it meant when the territory was upgraded to level 3 in a short period of time. But since Su-Wu is so happy, it should be good. Su-Wu. This Kang Yu is good everywhere, but the mood swings are too bland. He can't even share his joy now. Sighing silently, Su-Wu raised his head and looked back at Kang Yu who was standing still. The Lord assessment has ended, now let's talk about your business. After recovering from the continuous surprises, Su Wu finally noticed some details that he had overlooked. For example, how did he summon Kang Yu? Attendants are not puppets, they are all individuals with independent consciousness. Therefore, the quality of the arms is not the stronger the better. The lower 3 units will respond to the call of the Lord, mostly to become stronger. The middle and 3rd level arms will respond to the call of the Lord, in order to follow the Lord to make a name and live a better life. Theoretically speaking, the upper 3rd level arms, even the weakest epic arms, if you want to summon them, you must at least satisfy the other party's wishes and sign a series of contracts. But Kang Yu, you are different. After I issued the invitation to recruit, you ran directly through the water element altar. Don't you have any wishes? Desire? Standing in the same place, Kang Yu silently recited it again, then shook her head and said, no. What about the desired artifact or something? No. Strong power. It's enough for now. Su Wu. This is really not for him. Could it be that sacred choice is really so awesome that it can find him a mythical class that has no desires and is willing to respond to recruitment invitations? Looking at the fairy-like Kang Yu in front of her, Su Wu decided to be more direct and went straight to the topic. Then why did you respond to my recruitment? Because, Su Wu is the same kind. Similar. Yet. Kang Yu nodded. It has the same breath as me. Does it smell the same? Touching his nose, Su Wu felt that Kang Yu was referring to his sss-level talent sacred choice. Apart from his talent, he didn't seem to have anything to say to Kang Yu at that time. After clarifying his thoughts, Su Wu stopped thinking about it. There is no need to think too much about this kind of thing. He also saw that Kang Yu's loyalty was 100, so he asked curiously. After satisfying his curiosity, Su Wu began to talk about business. Although I have gained a lot of good things through the Lord's assessment, there are still some conditions to upgrade the territory. With a finger in the air, Su Wu pulled out a list and placed it in front of Kang Yu. Territory Upgrade Task. Condition 1, Upgrade the Lord's Heart. Condition 2, Upgrade the wooden fence. Condition 3, Upgrade unit buildings. Condition 4, 10 Reputation points. Glancing at Kang Yu, who didn't speak on the list, Su Wu, who already knew her character, continued, Conditions 2 and 3 are the easiest, and can be completed with enough energy points. Condition 4 is normally the most difficult point. You need to destroy some monster nests to get them together, but for us, we just need to wait. It is detected that all new lords in the Dawn Forest area have completed the Lord assessment, and the ranking settlement is now started. The settlement is successful, and your ranking is the first. Start to distribute rewards. Congratulations for getting 3000 energy. Congratulations on getting 10 reputation points. Congratulations on getting the 3rd order equipment, Shadowless Sword. Looks like there's no need to wait. Su Wu explained, the rewards for the Lord assessment are divided into 2 parts, one is the rewards issued according to the normal scores. The other is to rank the achievements of all the new lords in our region, as it is now, and give out separate rewards to the top 100. With these 10 reputation points we are now going to upgrade the territory, and the only difference is that the Lord's heart is upgraded. What needs to be done? Kang Yu asked straight into the subject. It's simple. Su Wu raised his right hand and pointed to Zhou Dao, except for the area where the Lord's heart is located, every day you occupy a 1000x1000 area, you can get a point of leadership. Next, just clear all the monsters around here, and then I can build a building in the past to occupy it successfully. Chapter 8 Su Wu, Lost, but not completely lost, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Ticket, Monthly Ticket. East of Dawn Forest. Bang! I'm exhausted. A burly, muscular man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. These Lord assessments are really perverted. No wonder the top powerhouses of Blue Star only got S grades. However, this uncle is not bad. The Lord assessment begins to settle. The settlement is successful, the overall score of this Lord assessment is S level, and the rewards will be released. Congratulations on getting a Lord skill card, S level. Congratulations on getting an extra recruiting card for the troops. Congratulations on getting a primary storage ring. Congratulations for getting 1000 energy. Congratulations on getting 300 units of wood. Congratulations for getting 300 units of stone. Haha, I said as long as you want to do it, you can still do it. Wang Qiang, who felt like his lungs were about to explode, showed a rough smile when he heard the prompt sound in his ear. The S-level physical strengthening talent, plus the skills that have been practiced all the time in the past 18 years. He defended the fifth wave of the Lord's assessment. With all his fighting power completely wiped out, he killed the last dozen or so enemies by himself. S-level rating. Even in the history of Blue Star, only 9 people have obtained it. And now, this uncle will become the 10th person. It is detected that all new lords in the Dawn Forest area have completed the Lord assessment, and the ranking settlement is now started. The settlement is successful, and your ranking is the 2nd. Start to distribute rewards. Congratulations for getting 2000 energy. Congratulations on getting 5 reputation points. Congratulations on getting the 2nd tier equipment, Wind Wolf armor. Haha, regional ranking rewards are here too. Wind Wolf armor. I like this name. Wind Wolf armor. Grade, 2nd order. Attribute 1, defense plus 100. Attribute 2, wind attribute skill damage increases by 20%. Sit up in shock from dying. After checking the attributes of the Wind Wolf armor, Wang Qiang jumped up from the ground and said to himself in surprise, why is it a tier 2 equipment? Don't those old guys who like to play tricks say that the equipment given to the first place is tier 3? You can't lie to me, let's unite and lie. Quite a while. Wang Qiang, who had grabbed a handful of his hair, seemed to have thought of something. He tapped his finger a few times in the air and opened the ranking list for the Lord assessment. The next second, a roar consisting of 3 points of doubt, 3 points of surprise, 3 points of frustration, and 1 point of despair spread to all directions. Boiled. What the hell is this number 1? Why is it still rated as SSSS? The other side. After a short exchange, Su Wu succeeded in responding to Kang Yu's call and ran over without understanding why, and popularized some basic common sense. That's about it. Any more questions? Kang Yu, who was constantly playing with the shadowless sword that was going from Su Wu, seemed to have recovered after hearing Su Wu's question, shook her head and said, no. Then repeat what I just said. First, after killing monsters, you should recycle the power stones they dropped. Second, if you come across a treasure chest, don't open it without authorization, bring it back to Su Wu to open it. Very good. Seeing that Kang Yu had written down everything she said, Su Wu nodded with satisfaction, then pointed to the west of the territory and said, then you can start clearing monsters from there. First take the territory as the center, clear the monsters in the surrounding areas, and then come back to me. It is good. Reluctantly, she touched the shadowless sword. Kang Yu put it back into the scabbard, and handed it to Su Wu, give it back to you. Do you like shadowless sword so much? Su Wu looked at Kang Yu with some doubts. With your strength, even if it's only level 1, it shouldn't be difficult to get a level 3 piece of equipment. See you for the first time. After hesitating for a while, Kang Yu replied, the place where I used to live only had ice cubes and nothing else. Is that so? Su Wu, who had a general understanding of the cause and effect, nodded, and then turned his attention to Kang Yu's little white hand. No wonder the other party had been standing in a daze before, and now it seems that he should be looking at the surrounding scene. Withdrawing his right hand, Su sighed silently. Since you like it so much, then this shadowless sword will be given to you. Good. A reply sounded several pitches higher than before. Withdrawing the little hand that had always been holding the shadowless sword, Kang Yu pinned it to her waist. I'm off to clean up the monsters. After a pause, after a short time together, Kang Yu, who had realized that Su Wu's strength was 100 million weaker, added, I'll be back to protect you soon. Don't worry about me. Su Wu waved his hand. In the 7 days after the arrival of the new lord, there will be no monsters attacking this 1000x1000 area with the lord's heart as the center. What I need more than protecting me is that you can clean up the surrounding monsters in the shortest possible time. Yet. Kang Yu nodded, turned, and walked outside the territory. Looking at her back, Su Wu, who was very confident in Kang Yu's strength, rubbed her wrist. The opponent's 800 points of physique is really not virtual. He just started to pull hard, but Kang Yu didn't seem to notice anything. Pity. The first piece of equipment in his life was just taken away by Kang Yue Shun. Originally, he wanted to wait for him to grow up and learn from those seniors to drive up the price of this sword and sell it at a high price. Now it seems that I can only go back and find some third-order equipment to disguise it. Chapter 9 Level 2 Water Element Altar, 4 Flowers, Evaluation Ticket, Monthly Ticket. Upgrade all wooden fences. The command is accepted and the upgrade begins. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing is activated, and the speed of building upgrades is accelerated. The wooden fence has been successfully upgraded. Brand new wooden fence. Durability, 1000/1000. Upgrade conditions, 1000 energy, 10,000 stone, second level Lord Heart. After sending Kang Yu away, Su Wu also started to get down to business. After walking around the territory and upgrading all the wooden fences in all 4 directions, he came to the only troop building in his house. Upgrade the water element altar. The command is accepted and the upgrade begins. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing is activated, and the speed of building upgrades is accelerated. The water element altar has been successfully upgraded, and the daily recruitment opportunities are refreshed. Under the acceleration made in heaven, the water element altar was upgraded in the next second. Looking at the water element altar that triggered a new look, which was a little higher than before the upgrade. Su Wu stretched out his hand and opened the attribute page of the water elemental altar. Water element altar. Level 2. Option 1, 30 normal quality water elements can be recruited every day, and each water element consumes 20 energy points. Option 2, 10 elite quality water elements can be recruited every day, and each water element consumes 50 energy points. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Remarks: there is a very low probability that higher level water element troops can be recruited, and higher level troops can be recruited with a higher probability of upgrading the building of the troops. Upgrade conditions: 15,000 energy, second level Lord Heart. Compared with the level 1, the upgraded water element altar has an additional option to summon an elite quality water element. Generally speaking, at this time, new lords have to make different choices according to their own talents. The talent is to increase the state of the army in a wide range. It is more cost-effective to choose to summon 30 ordinary quality water elements in the early stage. However, if it is to enhance one's own combat power, or to bolster the team's combat power in a small area with oneself as the center, it would be more cost-effective to summon an elite quality water element at this time. As for Su Wu, he's a little simpler. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1. After 10 seconds, all normal quality recruitment quotas are consumed, and 30 elite quality water elements can be summoned. Option 2. After 19 seconds, all normal quality recruitment quotas are consumed, and 10 rare quality water elements can be summoned. Option 3. Consumes all elite quality recruitment quotas after 21 seconds, and can summon 10 Lord-quality high-level water elements. Sure enough, the divine choice was successfully triggered again. However, compared with the previous ones, the results this time are not particularly ideal in Suwu's view. The best result is to use 30 ordinary quality quotas or 10 elite quality quotas to summon 10 Lord quality high-level water elements. Sure enough, like those newborn water elements with superior qualifications, or adult water elements that have developed, they don't look down on a rookie lord like me at all. That's right, after being recruited by the lord, no matter how strong the previous strength is, the level will be suppressed to level 1 by the void. Except for those great lords who have already made a name for themselves, it is a fortunate thing that there are so many lord-level creatures willing to respond to the recruitment of a new lord who has just arrived. After spending 10 minutes looking at all the options in today, Suwu had to admit it. It was really a miracle that Kang Yu was recruited for the first summon. Without Kang Yu, even if he summoned 10 lord-level high-level water elements at that time, he would only choose to fight steadily. And once this decision is made, he will never turn on the jump-off function. If the level jump function is not turned on, even if there are 10 lord-level servants, Suwu may not be able to defend the last wave of attacks under the consumption of 6 consecutive waves of enemies. It's no wonder that the rewards for sss-level ratings are so generous. I thought it was too simple. After accepting the reality, Suwu no longer had the idea of summoning another mythical quality attendant, Gaga, to kill him. The time required for the optimal solution is still a few minutes away. Drag it off the list of options and put it where you can see it at all times. Suwu, who had nothing to do for the time being, stood there and clicked on the chat channel function. Please enter your name in the chat channel. Mensin. The input is successful. Welcome to the chat channel. Due to the mechanism of renaming, Suwu successfully entered the chat channel after picking a random name. Bai Yan, boss, is anyone preparing an alliance? My unit is Goblin, it can resist and fight. Lu Lang, goblins that can resist and fight in the early stage, you shouldn't have summoned the big goblins. Shufei, dig. I envy the big guy upstairs. I summoned a small skeleton of ordinary quality. I went out to explore and encountered an elite monster. I was half smashed, and I can't get along anymore. Bai Yan, don't, I just wanted to report a thigh and I was bragging. In fact, I was summoning ordinary quality goblins, and it was almost impossible to get along. Wang Jiang, then tell me a few words and go. Wang Jiang, the Brilliant Alliance is recruiting. Those with elite level and above can privately chat with me to sign up. It's really comfortable to be rotten, big brother, shouldn't you be the second one in the Lord's assessment? Wang Jiang, bullshit, who else can be there besides Grandpa? Wang Jiang, by the way, if any of you have the contact information of the first Suwu, send me a copy in private chat, and I will reward you. Bai Yan, the boss is domineering. As expected of the winner of the S rank. Wang Jiang, FKU. The yin and yang are weird, whoever brings this up again, I'll worry about him. Wang Jiang, everyone has SSS grades, my S grades are nothing. Suwu, who had just clicked into the chat channel, was stunned when he saw this long string of messages. What's the situation? Someone is preparing to do something while still in the novice protection period. Chapter 10. Close the door and let the moon go. Seeking flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets. The 7-day protection period is a benefit that Void provides for new lords. During these 7 days, new lords can ignore the worries of monsters stealing their homes, and focus all their attention on cleaning monsters, upgrading buildings, and developing their territories. However, this does not mean that the new lord is absolutely safe during these 7 days. The 7-day protection period will only stop the attack of monsters, but it will not stop the aggression of the new lord. However, very few people choose to do so. The heart of a first-level lord can get at most 2,000 or 3,000 energy points after being broken, a point of leadership, and various materials stored in the opponent's territory. In the early stage, with the exception of an outlier like Su Wu, how much material can other people store, no matter how efficient they are? It may be better to concentrate on developing and cleaning the surrounding monsters to get more materials after defeating the opponent. Totally a thankless thing. Therefore, except for some extremely special circumstances, most new lords will choose peaceful development in the early stage. Even if they meet, they usually choose to sign a contract and form an alliance to develop the surrounding areas together. People like Wang Qiang, who just arrived and recruited troops to build a large alliance, basically belonged to the ambitious category. After thinking about it, Su Wu clicked on Wang Qiang's profile and sent a friend request. Application passed. Wang Qiang, send the screenshots of the arms information, just take the quality, and you can hide the rest. Wang Qiang, rare grade.jpg, like this. I didn't come to join the league, I have Su Wu's contact information. Wang Qiang, hey. On the other side, Wang Qiang, who had just skillfully sent out the screenshot, was taken aback. He just asked casually in the chat channel before, and he really didn't expect someone to give an answer in a short period of time. However, before he could react, a contract appeared in front of him through the private chat channel. Transaction contract. Content of the contract: in the Dawn Forest area, the contact information of Su Wu, the first place in the new Lord assessment. Contract reward: 3,000 energy points. Wang Qiang. Mensin, don't worry, I have memorized the rewards for the Lord's S-level score and the rewards for ranking second. Mensin, the offer is definitely within your ability to pay. Wang Qiang. Nima, my lord has only 3,000 energy points in total, so what will he use to grow after all of it is gone? The other side. After losing a contract to Wang Qiang, Su Wu left the chat channel. Coming to the water elemental altar, Su Wu glanced at the countdown that just returned to 0, and Su Wu immediately consumed all the quotas and summoned his second wave of troops. The familiar aqua-blue glow bloomed on the altar. However, compared to the time when Kang Yu was summoned, this time the momentum was much calmer. The aqua-blue brilliance gathered in mid-air, condensing into huge clusters of light. The light group fell from mid-air and landed in front of Su Wu. The light gradually dissipated, revealing one after another graceful figure inside. They were slender, fair-skinned, and had a water drop mark on their foreheads. The recruitment is over, congratulations on getting 10 Lord quality high-level water elements. High-level water element. Grade, Lord. Level, Level 1. Occupation, Mage. Physique, 20. Spirit, 80. Talent, Body of Water Element. See the effect of water attribute skills is doubled, and the regular physical damage is reduced by 20%. Loyalty, 60 points. Skills, Water Shield, Water Ball, Water Binding, Water Healing. The total attribute is 100, the skills are variable from 3 to 4, and the talent level is C. Although it looks far from being comparable to Kang Yu. But Su Wu is very clear that this panel is already considered to be the top batch of Lord quality arms. If it weren't for the help of divine choice, even if he summoned it hundreds of times, he might not be able to summon a high-level water element with this panel. Meet the Lord. All the high-level water elements saluted at the same time. Get up. Su Wu nodded and was about to continue to say something when he suddenly noticed that the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. The next second, Kang Yu, who was emitting cold air all over her body, suddenly appeared beside him. Since Kang Yu was given permission to teleport through space, Su Wu was not surprised that the other party would suddenly appear. But, glancing suspiciously at the bespectacled rabbit under Kang Yu's feet, Su Wu asked, "Why are you back? I feel that there are several unknown auras suddenly appearing on this side." Kang Yu pointed to 10 high-level water elements not far away. "How wide is your perception range? If it is within 10,000 meters, there is not much pressure. All right. Su Wu, who had gradually adapted to Kang Yu's unreasonable strength, did not have much reaction. Turning his head again, Su Wu looked at a few high-level water elements that were shaking not far away, and said, "This is your senior Kang Yu. Usually if I'm not around, her orders are the highest, understand?" "Yes." X10. Due to the existence of Kang Yu, the high-level water element is full of confidence in your future. Loyalty of high-level water element plus 40. The loyalty of the high-level water element has reached the full value. Hearing the good news in his ears, Su Wu looked at Kang Yu thoughtfully. Maybe it would be a good idea to take Kang Yu out for a walk after new people come to the territory in the future. The 10th is over. Because the author is relatively handicapped, the subsequent updates are about 10,000 words a day, so there is no need to set any additional conditions. Chapter 11 Lucky Rabbit, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Ticket, Monthly Ticket. Unlike Kang Yu, these 10 responded to the high-level water elements recruited by Su Wu, and obviously knew something about the existence of the Lord. After simply instructing the mission, Su Wu asked them to act alone to clean up the nearby monsters. With the space control as a guarantee, Su Wu is not worried that these Lord-level servants will be in danger. After finishing the chores, Su Wu turned his head and looked at Kang Yu not far away. After discovering that it was her own people who appeared in the territory, she kept standing in the same place, constantly poking at the rabbits she didn't know where she caught. Seemingly noticing Su Wu's gaze, she grabbed the rabbit's ear with her right hand and handed it to Su Wu. "Su Wu, I brought you something delicious." "I said I'm not good." Before Su Wu could respond, an angry lowly voice suddenly appeared and retorted, "What's the matter with you guy? I'm a lucky rabbit. Do you know what a lucky rabbit is?" "I don't understand." Kang Yu shook her head. "Then why are you arresting me? You call yourself a rabbit?" "Bullshit." The rabbit in Kang Yu's hand dangled constantly, trying to break free. "I said I was a lucky rabbit. What else could it be if it wasn't a rabbit?" Su Wu said that if you see a rabbit, you can catch it and eat it as food. The struggling rabbit suddenly stopped and turned around stiffly to look at Su Wu next to him. "So you are the culprit?" "I didn't lie to Kang Yu." Taking 2 steps back calmly, Su Wu explained, "Based on my food experience over the years, food made with rabbits is not too bad, such as barbecued rabbit legs, spicy soy-flavored rabbit, and spicy sauce. Rabbit head, char siu mountain rabbit meat, dried rabbit silk, stewed rabbit. Stop for me." "Okay." Su Wu, who was almost playing, stopped reading the recipe, gave Kang Yu a look, and motioned her to let him go. Poof! Without the slightest preparation, the lucky rabbit fell directly to the ground in a 5-body posture. "What are you two demons trying to do?" Getting up from the ground, Lucky Rabbit, who had seen Kang Yu's power when he was caught, said angrily, "If you want to kill or slash with you, can you be happy?" Ignoring the other party's clamor, Su Wu asked Kang Yu beside her, "Where did you meet her?" "East of the territory." "East?" Su Wu thought for a while, then looked at the lucky rabbit who was frying under his feet. Lucky rabbits generally only appear where there are treasures. Is there anything good there? Do you think I'll tell you? Kang Yu, please eat rabbit meat tonight. Stop, stop. Can't you be a little patient? Lucky Rabbit jumped to Su Wu's waist, grabbed the hem of his clothes to stop him from speaking, and said, "You should know what the Lucky Rabbit represents, can't you show some respect to me?" "I'm sorry, I can't." Grabbing the neck of Lucky Rabbit, who was dangling constantly at the waist, Su Wu rubbed her ears twice and said, "You are not that important to me. Lucky Rabbit is a creature, it has been seen in the Encyclopedia of Monsters in another world. Unlike ordinary monsters, Lucky Rabbits are among the few gentle monsters that can communicate. Although there is no combat power. But when the lords see it, they usually find a way to recruit it into their territory to find more treasures for themselves. It's a pity that for Suwu, who has awakened the divine choice, the importance of the lucky rabbit is obviously not that great. It's just a treasure, and he can make up for it by recruiting a few more awesome servants the next day. You guy, you are really annoying. Finding that Suwu really didn't seem to care about her, the lucky rabbit gritted her teeth and decided to use her last trick. Even if it is the whereabouts of the upper third level creature, don't you want it? Suwu was rubbing the rabbit's hand and put it back on the ground. A creature of the upper third level, even if it is only its whereabouts, is considered to be the top level of information. What are your conditions? It's not too difficult for you. Looking at Suwu in front of him, Lucky Rabbit replied with a bit of annoyance, I didn't come out this time to hunt for treasure. The current situation of my tribe is not very good, and it may be exterminated at any time. Just when I heard that there would be a new lord coming, I slipped out alone to see if I could find a reliable new lord to help. Then you have found the right person. Suwu tidied up his clothes and introduced himself. The one standing in front of you is the first place in the new lord assessment in the Morning Forest area. Okay, you don't have to pretend there. After a short time together, she is now very impressed with Suwu. Whisper softly when it's good, and talk violently when it's not good. It's so realistic. But looking back at Kang Yu, who was standing behind her, after discovering that there was a trace of inexplicable longing in the other's eyes, she suddenly fell silent. This look was all too familiar to her. When she usually encounters some particularly rare carrots, her eyes are also like this. Anyway, you'd better let me join your territory first. Sacred choice triggered. Chapter 12 Strange Monsters, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. Sacred choice triggered. Option 1. Agree to the lucky rabbit to join the territory and get a lucky rabbit. Option 2. Ignore the lucky rabbit's words, ask Kang Yu's opinion, and get a lucky rabbit and its treasures. This option he will. Raising his head, Suwu looked away from Lucky Rabbit and looked at Kang Yu, who seemed to be in a daze. Kang Yu, what do you think? Standing in the same place, Kang Yu was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. Like she said before, where she was born, there was nothing but ice cubes. In the past time, her daily life can be described as 2 points and 1 line. Sitting on an iceberg in a daze, looking for an iceberg with a different shape, sitting on an iceberg in a daze, looking for an iceberg with a different shape. Like the concept of food. Before being summoned, Kang Yu, who had no need to eat at all, was ignorant. Therefore, after Suwu's previous introduction and the popular science of rabbit recipes, her current thinking is very simple. A little curious about the taste of rabbit meat. Lucky rabbit. She said it. The blue-haired female demon said it without hesitation. Staring at Kang Yu angrily, Lucky Rabbit shouted angrily, what do you mean by this guy? She tilted her head in confusion, and Kang Yu repeated, I'm curious about the taste of rabbit meat. Hey! This is your subordinate, don't you care? Lucky Rabbit, who was so angry that the whole rabbit was about to explode, turned around, grabbed Suwu's trouser legs and asked, I joined your territory, which means that the treasures I have collected and the treasures I will find in the future are all lost. It's yours. Don't you have any idea at all? Cough, don't mind. After smoothing the fur of the fried rabbit, Suwu explained, Kang Yu is just joking. The first principle of our territory is to prohibit killing each other. As long as you join our territory, of course Kang Yu will not do anything to you. In other words, if you don't join, is it really possible to do it? Lucky Rabbit, who had given up completely, sighed, slumped on the ground and said weakly, I've given you so many benefits, but you don't give me any face at all, so angry. Maybe this is the end of no strength. Patting Lucky Rabbit's head, Suwu comforted, I feel very comfortable after experiencing this kind of arbitrary happiness. Okay, Don't be mad at me. Using his claws to open Silwoo's sinful hand, Lucky Rabbit touched his belly, grabbed a ring out of nowhere and handed it to Silwoo. Take this as a protection fee, and quickly pull me into your territory. In fact, it agrees with Silwoo's words. Without strength, he will only be bullied at will. Therefore, this time, Lucky Rabbit is fully prepared. If you want to find it, you must find the most powerful Rookie Lord. Not only must we solve the hidden dangers that threaten our tribe, but we must also keep our tribe free from hidden dangers. So, it wasn't that Kang Yu caught her, but that she took the initiative to lean over after seeing Kang Yu's strength. Of course, before leaning over, she never thought that she, as a legendary Lucky Rabbit, would be so unpopular. Touching the investigative glasses he was wearing, Lucky Rabbit sighed silently. This is her last baby. It was with this thing that she noticed the tip of the iceberg of Kang Yu's terrifying strength and the fact that she was Silwoo's attendant. The other side. After taking Lucky Rabbit's storage ring, Silwoo calmly checked the materials inside. There are 10 high-level energy stones containing 10,000 points of energy, 3 random teleportation scrolls, more than 10 kinds of spirit grass seeds, and dozens of first to third order equipment. In addition to this, there is a map with various markings on it. Good guy, as expected of a Lucky Rabbit, this small vault is really rich. Satisfied with putting on the storage ring, Silwoo stopped tossing the rabbit that had been hollowed out by himself. With a few clicks of his finger in the air, Silwoo sent a recruitment application to the Lucky Rabbit beside him. Congratulations on your successful recruitment of a Lucky Rabbit. The notification sound of successful recruitment came in the next second. Looking at the sad and vicissitudes of the rabbit, Silwoo bent down and poked the other person's soft belly. Tell me about your situation. If you have something to say, just say it, don't do anything. Pushing off Silwoo's fingers with his hind legs, Lucky Rabbit jumped a few times to distance, and explained, a group of strange monsters have appeared in the Dawn Forest recently. Compared to ordinary monsters, their intelligence is even lower, and they basically have no ability to think. Those strange monsters are powerful and like to kill, and they destroyed a lot of small tribes after they came to the Dawn Forest. Although it's just intuition, I feel that if I don't do something, I'm afraid my tribe is not far from destruction. Related factors were detected, and the regional mission Strange Monster was successfully unlocked. Strange Monster. Task Level, Regional Task. Task Introduction, a group of strange monsters who like to kill appeared in the Dawn Forest. Please find out the reason for the appearance of the strange monsters. Task Reward, sent according to the contribution of task completion. Chapter 13 Ways to Improve the Level. Hearing the prompt sound coming from his ear, Silwoo's eyes flashed with surprise. It actually triggered the regional mission. It seems that Lucky Rabbit is still a little conservative. If the regional quest can be triggered, it means that there are at least overlord monsters among the enemies. This level of monsters, let alone destroying some small tribes, even large tribes may not be able to resist the opponent's attack. Hey, why did you suddenly stop talking? Lucky Rabbit, who jumped on Silwoo's shoulder at some point, waved his claws, trying to attract Silwoo's attention. You shouldn't regret it. I gave you all my collections. You think me too badly. Glancing at Lucky Rabbit, who seemed a little uneasy, Silwoo tried to soothe, if you really want to eat it, it will be dead after you take out the storage ring. Lucky Rabbit. I don't think I think too bad of you, I think too good of you. Kang Yu, take these first. Ignoring Lucky Rabbit, who seemed stunned, Silwoo took out the 10 high-level energy stones he had just started, and handed them to Kang Yu. You should improve your strength first. Don't you upgrade the territory first? Kang Yu asked in confusion. It's not a big problem. Anyway, this 10W energy point is considered unexpected income, and it does not affect the original plan. Wait. I seem to be taking advantage of it. I understand. Kang Yu nodded, took the energy stone and stood on the spot, and began to absorb the energy inside. Hey? Really want to absorb it now? Be quiet. Su Wu frowned and poked the rabbit on the shoulder. Don't make a big noise, it will affect my thinking. Lucky Rabbit was a little unhappy, but those are 10 high-level energy stones. Even if it is an epic-level existence, it will take more than an hour to completely absorb it. With that time, why don't we go to my tribe first? What if they are in danger just a short while later? You don't have to worry about that. Regarding this rabbit who sent treasures from thousands of miles, Su Wu explained patiently, you just joined the territory, and it is normal that you are not familiar with some things. I have given you the authority to control the space, you can just think about it for yourself later. Also, who told you that Kang Yu's rank is epic? Are those glasses on your head? Lucky Rabbit, Sigma. Real or fake? The upper limit of her glasses identification is a king-level creature. Even if the level of the identified king-level creature was higher, she could not identify the complete information. But it is also for this reason. When she discovered Kang Yu's information, except for the 4 characters of Lord and Servant written in the identity column, when the rest were all question marks, she subconsciously thought that Kang Yu was an epic creature. After all, it is a miracle that an epic creature responds to the call of a new lord. As for legendary or even mythical creatures, it's not that she looks down on Su Wu. The biological span of the upper 3 is really too large. Not to mention the rookie lord. Even veteran lords, those legendary creatures generally ignore each other's recruitment. Su Wu, it's absorbed. However, Kang Yu's voice pulled Lucky Rabbit back to reality from the shock. Looking at the pile of power stone powder under the other's feet, Lucky Rabbit had to admit it. She had been in contact with Kang Yu in an unfamiliar state before, and it might be a miracle that she survived. Your mythical attendant Kang Yu successfully absorbed 10W energy points and raised his level to level 6. Your myth level is to unlock new skills from Kang Yu, Ice Wings, Ice Mirror. Wings of Ice, wings formed from the ice on the back, speed up your movement speed, and can be used on nearby allies. Ice Reflector, condenses the cold air to make an ice mirror, which is used to reflect the enemy's long-range attacks. Due to the existence of Kang Yu, Lucky Rabbit's loyalty to you has been greatly increased. Lucky Rabbit's loyalty plus 50. Lucky Rabbit's loyalty has reached its full value. Only 5 levels up? After reading Kang Yu's reminder to upgrade to level 6 again, Su Wu felt that her head was a little big. In this void, there are generally 2 types of level-up methods. One is to gradually improve their own power upgrades through battles. The other is to improve their own strength by absorbing the energy in the energy stone. In addition to these 2 methods, each race also has some ways to improve its own strength. An element family like Kang Yu, if they can stay in a suitable environment to absorb the corresponding elemental power, can also slowly increase their own strength, but the speed is relatively slow. Of course, new lords like Su Wu who need rapid development in the early stage usually choose the method of rationally distributing power stones. While raising the level of the territory, the strength of the subordinates is rapidly increased. This is also the main reason why there are occasionally some new lord level and overlord level creatures who are willing to respond to the recruitment of new lords. After missing this opportunity, most of the new lords who have developed will choose to hoard energy stones. Wait until there is a chance to recruit Dao King level, or even epic level creatures in the future. However, these have little effect on Su Wu. With the plug-in of the Sacred Choice, he is basically destined to follow the line of the national elite. Such things as energy stones cannot survive at all. Only. Even Su Wu didn't expect that a power stone with 10W energy could only raise Kang Yu by 5 levels. If you change to a lord level creature, I am afraid that it can be improved by dozens of levels. Mythical creatures are simply a bottomless pit. He couldn't imagine how many energy stones would be needed to raise Kang Yu to the full level. Chapter 14 The Mutation of the Dawn Forest. Kang Yu. Grade, Myth. Level, Level 6. Occupation, Elemental Warrior. Physique, 1300. Spirit, 2000. Talent, Queen of Ice, SSS. The effect of ice spells is increased by 100 times, the consumption is reduced by 90%, the prerequisites for casting spells are cancelled, and spells can be activated instantly. Loyalty, 100, Absolute Loyalty. Skills, Ice Princess Rose, Ice Polar Aperture, Equipment Generation, Ice Wings, Ice Mirror. After checking Kang Yu's upgraded attributes, So Wu's mood instantly improved. Physique 1300, Spirit 2000. If you calculate it on average, it will increase the total attribute by about 300 points per level. This needs to be replaced by a Lord level creature. Even if it is increased by 30 levels, it will only increase the total attribute by 600 points. Although the consumption is a little higher, in general, blood is earned. Nodding his head in satisfaction, So Wu said happily, "Since we're ready, let's go." "Is So Wu going too?" Kang Yu asked in confusion. "Well, I'm going to investigate." So Wu nodded. With the strength of Kang Yu, it is really not difficult to solve those monsters that may appear. But judging from the current quest introduction, there should be a root behind those strange monsters, and only by solving that root cause can you be rewarded for completing the quest. If you only let Kang Yu go there alone. So Wu felt that if the murderer didn't show up, he basically eliminated the possibility of completing the mission. And if I go over, I can directly pull the Lucky Rabbit tribe into the territory and let them transfer to this side through space teleportation. Speaking of which, what skills do the rabbits in your tribe have? So Wu asked the Lucky Rabbit beside him. Although the Lucky Rabbit is rare, its fighting ability is average. The tribe it manages, if nothing else, should be a rabbit tribe with little fighting power, otherwise it won't be able to become the leader of the Lucky Rabbit. "Don't worry, I won't eat rice." Waving his little paw, Lucky Rabbit replied calmly, "All of them are small experts at planting vegetables, even if it is spirit grass, spirit fruit, etc., they can also help to plant them. Like the seeds I gave you just now, you can just wait for the harvest as long as you divide the land for them." "Sounds good." "Of course. Don't even look at whose rabbit. Don't be complacent, ready to go." Perceiving the coordinates of the east of the lower territory, So Wu activated the space teleportation skill. In the next second, the three people who were standing in the same place disappeared with a wave of space fluctuations. Just as So Wu rushed to the rabbit tribe. The new lords located in all corners of the Dawn Forest also noticed the changes in the forest. Regional Channel. Nian Zikiu, FK. My 10 wind wolves were smashed by a strange monster. If I hadn't run fast, I almost fell there. Xinyu, isn't that normal? There are cases of powerful monsters near the area where the new lord came. There are as many as you want. Nian Zikiu, if it's just like this, of course I won't take it out and complain to you. Nian Zikiu, I also found out after I ran back that there was an additional regional task in my task list, and the timing of its trigger was when I came into contact with that strange monster. It's a beautiful thing to chop down trees, the name of your regional mission, shouldn't it be called Strange Monster? Nian Zikiu, yeah, how did you know? Could it be that? It's a beautiful thing to chop down a tree, yes, it's that one. I'm also dried up. My face is not dark? It turns out that you also met, and I was the only one who touched it. You can also be the light, it's a coincidence, I met it too. Repeater, +1. Fat Pigeon, +2. Wang Jiang, hey? Can you guys do it? So many people can't even beat a monster. Nian Zikiu, but it's really powerful. It looks like a slime on the outside, but its combat power is much stronger than that of the big goblin. Fat Pigeon, slime? I remember that the monster seemed to be a small skeleton. My face is not dark, ah? Isn't it a spider? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. It's all a mess. Wang Jiang, who went out to hunt monsters, frowned when he saw the scene on the chat channel as if he was reporting the name of a dish. Slime? Skeleton? Spider? What's so powerful about this lowest level monster? I don't understand what's going on with these guys, but since the regional mission has been triggered, it's normal for the evil door. Forget it, the strange monster will come back and talk about it. The most urgent thing is to collect some energy stones first. Glancing at the contract in his private chat channel, Wang Jiang felt a headache. Nima, this kid really dares to ask for a price, he has to find a way to gather more energy. Lord! What's wrong? Wang Jiang turned around, looked at the centaur with wounds all over his body, and asked, have you encountered a rare monster? I don't know. The centaur, who was also a little confused, reported the truth. When we were exploring the surrounding terrain and cleaning up monsters, we encountered a strange goblin. That goblin was black and seemed to have no reason, but its strength was frightening. Captain and the others, when they found that their strength was not enough, they temporarily pulled the other party and sent me to report to the Lord. Black Goblin. Wang Jiang was stunned for a moment, and soon remembered the news he just saw in the chat channel. A strange monster. Leaping onto the centaur next to him, Wang Jiang gave an order, let's go, let me see how strong the monster that those guys have blown away is. It's numb, I don't think I wrote anything strange, why do I keep entering the small dark room? Chapter 15 Kangyu Radar, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. In a corner of the Dawn Forest. This is your tribe. Passing through the trail that covered the entrance with bushes, Su Wu came to a small village surrounded by tall trees. The village is surrounded by wooden fences, which are coiled with sharp thorns. Not far from the village is a piece of reclaimed land. At a glance, the land is divided into 4 areas, and 4 new types of radishes that Su Wu has not seen are planted. After carefully looking around, and after confirming that nothing was missed, Su Wu's eyes were fixed on the few rabbits in front of him. She has a uniform Lolita body shape, 2 big ears that look good in the hand, and a fluffy ball behind her. Although not yet an adult. However, Su Wu, who has recited the Encyclopedia of Monsters in Another World, can confirm that these 8 loli are all rabbits of the orc race. Although you keep saying that your tribe is a small tribe, the total number of people is less than 10, which really surprises me. Click. In the past, there were still quite a few rabbits. Besides Su Wu, a pink loli bit the radish in her hand and replied, but the harvest has not been very good in recent years. In pursuit of a better life, the adult members of the rabbit clan responded to the recruitment of the lords of the other world and left here. How about you? Su Wu asked curiously, did you ever think about leaving before the strange monster appeared? Wouldn't I be dead if I left these idiots? Helplessly rolled his eyes, the lucky rabbit in human form pointed at the timid loli in front of him and said, those irresponsible guys are actually abandoning their powerless kin and bringing all those with combat power with them. The rabbit has gone to defect to other people. When I found these idiots, they were so hungry that they didn't even have the strength to stand up. So you still belong to the latecomers. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Wu stretched out his hand and touched the other person's big furry ears twice. Although I have always heard that the lucky rabbit has a friendly personality, I never thought it would be so kind. I told you not to touch it all the time, it's very itchy. Along the way, Lucky Rabbit, whose ears had been scratched by Su Wu several times, sighed, opened his palm again and said, hurry up and take them as your subjects, and then you can move your position by packing up your items. Already? Okay, do as you say. One is born, the second is cooked. With the previous experience of recruiting lucky rabbits as subjects, Su Wu took only a few seconds this time to accept all the rabbits present as his subjects. After temporarily opening the space control authority to these few rabbits with no combat power, Su Wu handed over the remaining trivial matters to Lucky Rabbit. Compared to him, the airborne lord, these timid rabbits obviously listened to her words. Click click click. After dealing with the rabbit clan, Su Wu turned to look at Kang Yu behind him. Ever since Lucky Rabbit took out a radish out of nowhere and ate it, Kang Yu asked the other party for a small bag of radishes and ate it the whole way. Looking at the other party who didn't seem to stop to think, Su Wu asked curiously, "How does it taste?" "I don't know." Kang Yu shook her head. "First time eating and it didn't feel bad. You'll be able to tell the difference by eating more in the future." Su Wu, who was immune to Kang Yu's character, looked around and replied, "Compared to radishes, as a carnivore, I would like to recommend all kinds of meat dishes to you. It's a pity that the current conditions do not allow it. It is estimated that I can only invite you to eat barbecue at night." "Barbecue?" Kang Yu's eyes lit up, and her voice, which is usually not fluctuating at all, rose slightly and said, "I'm looking forward to it." "Then just wait." Before coming to another world, Su Wu had learned all kinds of survival skills at Blue Star. Although the lack of seasoning will affect the taste, it is enough to let Kang Yu taste the taste. "Su Wu, a special aura is approaching." Just as Su Wu was thinking about what kind of monster meat to use as food at night, Kang Yu's voice sounded aside. "Is it those strange monsters that Lucky Rabbit said?" "I don't know, but the aura on it is very complicated. 5 minutes ago, at a distance of 6,000 meters to the south of this village, it met with a small team of centaurs. After a brief confrontation, the battlefield began to shift to this side. 2 minutes ago, at 4,300 meters south of the village, it met a human on a centaur and had a head-on conflict. After spending 30 seconds, it defeated the human and his attendants head-on, and chased him all the way to this side." Kang Yu raised her hand and pointed to the only entrance to this village. "Judging from their speed and route, they are about 2 minutes away. Kang Yu, next time you perceive something similar, report it to me in advance." Glancing helplessly at Kang Yu who was still eating radishes, Su Wu continued, "Don't wait until you get close." "Goo." After swallowing the last piece of radish, Kang Yu explained blankly, "Su Wu told me before, not to report trivial matters. That's to keep you from reporting such a bizarre thing as eating a radish to him." Chapter 16 Listening to your words is like listening to your words, seeking flowers, evaluation tickets, monthly tickets, rewards. Bang! The fist carrying the power of 1,000 fists brushed past the body, smashing a huge pit on the ground. Feeling the fart the slower and slower centaur under his butt, covered in injuries, Wang Qiang wiped the blood that fell from his forehead, and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you can get rid of that guy?" "It's hard." The centaur attendant replied, "That guy's physical strength is too terrifying. I feel that even if he runs for another 10 minutes, his speed will not be attenuated in the slightest. However, after crossing this path, as long as we can seize the opportunity, it is not impossible to get rid of each other." "What? Are there any terrifying monsters ahead?" Wang Qiang asked curiously. Even in the face of a life-and-death crisis, he was not particularly nervous. According to his father's words, the more this time, the more calm it is. Therefore, after hearing the words of the centaur attendant, his first reaction was to devour the wolf. If the strength of the monster in front is enough, maybe we can choose to find a corner to watch, and then take all of them when they lose both. Yes, just do it. Master is indeed a genius. Centaur. The lord of his own is good, but his brain is not very smart. Feeling the attack from the rear, the centaur attendant gritted his teeth and accelerated again to avoid the opponent's attack. Bang! Hey! Are you okay? Wang Qiang's voice came from above. If you don't have enough physical strength, let me down. My running speed is no slower than yours. Lord, you are seriously injured, so stay with me. Facing the big-hearted Wang Qiang, the centaur attendant smiled bitterly and continued to explain, there are no terrifying monsters ahead, but through the previous investigation, we found that there is a small tribe of rabbits ahead. I was going to bring you back to recruit, but now it seems that I have to use it as bait to get rid of this guy. In his opinion, this is the only way to get rid of the alien behind him. However, what the centaur servants expected was unexpected. After listening to his opinion, Wang Qiang refuted it. A small tribe of the rabbit? Decoy. If you don't do it, if you do it, this uncle will be confused. Dad said that the most important thing to be a lord is to obey your heart, otherwise, no matter how good the conditions are, you are just a waste. Wang Qiang stretched out his hand and patted the centaur's back twice. Let's change our escape route. Lord, this is a one-way passage, we can't change the escape route. Then don't run. What are you going to do? Simple. Wang Qiang replied confidently, just kill this guy here. After listening to Wang Qiang's plan, the centaur attendants who perked up their ears to listen to him fell silent. Listen to what you have to say, just like to listen to what you have to say. If they were able to fight, they would still be running away in embarrassment. You guys, show me some respect. Feeling the eyes of several servants around him as if looking at an idiot, Wang Qiang felt that his dignity was being challenged. He touched the ring on his finger, took out a bottle of medicine, and said, "Of course this uncle is not going to die. Breakthrough props. Nonsense, except for this thing, not right." Wang Qiang, who responded subconsciously, snapped back to his senses and looked around in surprise. Who? Lord, above. Wang Qiang raised his head subconsciously after listening to the notification sound of the attendant in his ear. What entered his line of sight was a man and a woman floating in midair. The man's sword eyes and eyebrows are tall and straight, and his appearance is extremely handsome. Female. FK. The moment he moved his gaze to Kang Yu, Wang Qiang, who felt the chill from the depths of his soul, lowered his head subconsciously. Around him, the centaur attendants who also raised their heads and noticed Kang Yu also subconsciously stopped and stood there, shaking constantly. Roar! The moment they stopped, a creature that looked like a goblin rushed up. It was dark-skinned, and its eyes glowed a tyrannical red. After finding that the prey that was chasing all the way stopped, it had no ability to think and raised its right fist decisively and slammed it towards Wang Qiang fiercely. I'm so f-ed. How come this thing doesn't even feel scared? After he couldn't help but let out a foul language, Wang Qiang turned around and raised his fist to hit the black goblin. Looking at the scene below, Su Wu, who was floating in mid-air, also looked at the black goblin in confusion, then raised his left hand and aimed it down. A strong space force enveloped this area. Whether it was the black goblin in a sprinting state, or Wang Qiang with blood dripping from his body, the centaur that was constantly trembling stopped in place at this moment as if the pause button had been pressed. Not just them. Weeds, trees, and even the breeze passing across his face were completely frozen at this moment. More than 10,000 words, today's update is over. Chapter 17 The Big Goblin with Complicated Components, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. In mid-air, through the effect of space control, Su Wu, who froze all the space below, shook his head in dissatisfaction. In his expectation, only the black goblin should be immobilized. It seems that I can't be idle anymore, the accuracy is too bad. Come on! Kang Yu cheered from the side. If your voice can carry a little emotion, I feel like I can really be more motivated. Controlling the surrounding space again, Su Wu and Kang Yu moved to the bottom together. After carefully observing the black goblin, Su Wu made a judgment, except for the skin turning black, this thing has no difference in appearance from the ordinary big goblin. It seems that he has fallen into a state similar to madness, which has led to the loss of sanity, and the strength has also been greatly improved. It's really troublesome to not have an appraisal technique. Now I kind of miss the benefits of being able to check the enemy's attributes at will during the Lord's assessment. So you called me over. The crisp lowly sound suddenly appeared in the open space next to it. Lucky Rabbit, who was forcibly pulled over by Su Wu, put on his reconnaissance glasses and looked around, and finally set his eyes on the black goblin. What is this? If nothing else, it should be the strange monster you mentioned earlier. How about it, can you see what's wrong with this guy? I can, but... Lucky Rabbit took off his glasses and handed them to Su Wu. You better see for yourself, the ingredients are too complicated. Su Wu. Big Goblin. Grade, Elite. Level, Level 5. Occupation, None. Physique, 130. Spirit, 0. Skills, None. Current status, Demonic Corrosion, Abyssal Pollution, Madness. Magic Erosion, the body is eroded by demonic energy and becomes more tenacious and powerful. Side effects, the character will gradually become tyrannical and become like killing. Abyss Pollution, spiritually polluted by the abyss, the body will gradually undergo strange changes. Side effects, as the pollution intensifies, the faction will gradually change to the abyss side. Frenzy, affected by the madness, he loses his senses, and his strength increases greatly. Side effects, ignore alignment, attack all creatures within range. Hiss. Sure enough, the ingredients are complex. With so many strange debuffs coming together, it's no wonder that this big goblin is so powerful. This physique, I am afraid that the Lord creature of the same level is coming, and it can only be slightly better. Relevant factors were detected, and the progress of the regional mission Strange Monster was advanced. Strange Monster. Task Level, Regional Task. Task Introduction, it is confirmed through the data obtained by the appraisal that the monsters in the Dawn Forest are in 3 states of demonic erosion, abyss pollution, and madness at the same time. Please find the root cause of this phenomenon and solve it. Task Reward, sent according to the contribution of task completion. The progress of the mission has been advanced again. After checking Yangzhen's request, Su Wu raised his sword finger with his right hand, aiming it at the worthless black goblin. Sigh. The power of space formed a sharp blade, which precisely cut through the vital point of the black goblins. Chi chi chi. After cutting the black goblin in half, the space blade rushed to the distance without any hesitation. After cutting off a row of trees, it finally slowly dissipated. Looking at this picture, Su Wu nodded in satisfaction. It has to be said that nothing is simple when it comes to sss-level quality. Before today, he was at best an ordinary person who was a little more serious about his studies than others. But after getting space control, even if his physique and spirit have not increased, he can still use the effect of mastering space to complete the crushing of high-level creatures. Turning his gaze to Wang Qiang, who was still frozen not far away, Su Wu's thoughts moved, releasing the confinement of this space. FK. After regaining control of his body, Wang Qiang, who was riding on a centaur, fell forward in the next second. Facing the attack of the black goblins just now, turning around in an instant and throwing his fists with all his strength was already his limit. If not for this wave of spatial confinement by Su Wu, he might be able to seize the last chance to recover the strength of the attack. It's a pity that the blockade of Su Wu's imprisonment space was too sudden. When he realized it, he had lost his choice. Looking at Wang Qiang, who had carved out a ravine on the ground with his face, Su Wu, who wanted to ask something, fell silent. To hold back, not to laugh. He is professional. Haha. This guy is so interesting. Unlike Su Wu, who tried to keep his cold character, the lucky rabbit next to him laughed without any scruples after seeing this scene. Su Wu, what is he doing? Is he giving you a big gift? Wang Qiang. Those who achieve great things are not careful about the little things. Dad once said that the premise of mastery of ideas is to have enough strength. Hold back, Wang Qiang. You can. Chapter 18 Breaking the World Props, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, monthly tickets, rewards. After a brief stalemate. In the end, the loyal centaur attendant overcame his inner fear and came to Wang Qiang to help him up. Lord, are you all right? It's okay, just a little hurt. Wang Qiang's face was a little ugly after wiping the blood flowing from the wound. Compared with the physical wound, he felt that the 2 mental attacks from Lucky Rabbit just now caused him more damage. But silently glanced at Kang Yu behind Su Wu, Wang Qiang finally let go of the idea of death and forced a smile on his face. Thank you for your help, I just helped a lot. This is life. There will always be some strange monsters. Before today, Wang Qiang, who can be said to be the proud son of heaven, never thought that on the first day he came to another world, he would meet a creature of the 3rd level. What's even more outrageous is that this 3rd level creature is not wild. You can have such a powerful attendant on the first day of your arrival. Brother, you should be the Su Wu who got the SSS rating, right? It's me. Su Wu nodded. He didn't care much about his identity being discovered. After all, from the beginning, he was not prepared to hide his identity. Compared to this, he cares more about the identity of the guy next to him. At this point in time, being able to be chased by a monster with a physique of 130 and still not die for so long is not simple. Aren't you Wang Qiang? It's me. It's your words. Su Wu, who was about to be hollowed out by Kang Yu, stretched out his right hand, rubbed his index finger and thumb and said, I heard that you are looking for me, and now that I am here, should I also consider the 3000 energy points? 3000 energy points? Yeah. Su Wu nodded, pulled out the private chat dialog box and placed it in front of Wang Qiang. Isn't this the price we negotiated before? Could it be that you want to go back on it? Wang Qiang. It turns out that the guy named Mensin is you. Also, he felt that this was not a matter of repentance. He didn't seem to have said that he agreed to the transaction at all. Glancing at Wang Qiang, who seemed a little hesitant, Su Wu turned to look at the blue-haired girl who was in a daze again, Kang Yu. Is there any such special monster nearby? There is a black slime, 9,700 meters north. Then trouble you to solve it. If you encounter similar monsters on the road, remember to solve them easily. The reward after the task is completed is determined according to the contribution. Obviously, the number of strange monsters swept away is also included in this score. After sending Kang Yu to clean up the monsters, Su Wu looked back at Wang Qiang. The contract is established. Congratulations for getting 3000 energy points. Cough. Brother Su Wu, this is the energy point promised in the contract, and it has been sent to you through the contract. Can. Putting the 3 middle-level energy stones in his hand, Su Wu smiled and said, you have to spend 3000 energy points to see me. It seems that you have something important. It just so happened that the two of us met, and you can talk about your affairs too. Since you have said so, Brother Su Wu, then I won't go around the corner. All the energy points are spent. If you don't seize the opportunity, it will be a loss. I wonder if you have heard of Wang Peng. Of course I know. Su Wu raised his eyebrows when he heard Wang Qiang's words. The 5th man in Blue Star's history to receive an S-rank rating, and he is also one of the few experts in Blue Star who has become a realm master. His reputation can be described as thunderous. I don't think it's hard to know. Brother, if you are so clear, some things will be easier to talk about. After hesitating for a while, Wang Qiang decided to reveal his identity first. Actually, that's my dad. Oh. Su Wu thought about it for a while, and then moved his eyes to the potion that Wang Qiang had been holding. So that bottle of world-breaking props was prepared for you by your father? Yes. Wang Qiang scratched his head awkwardly and handed it to Su Wu. If Brother Su Wu is interested in you, I will give it to you. Get the world-breaking prop Nirvana Rebirth. Nirvana Rebirth, breaking world items. Effect, after taking it, all wounds on the body will be recovered in a short time, and the strength will be greatly improved. There is a very low probability of gaining some special skills after taking it. Remarks: this item is a world-breaking item, and the Rookie Lord will carry it to another world, but it cannot be used in the Rookie Lord assessment. If you violate the rules, the assessment result will be automatically settled. Sacred Choice Trigger. Option 1, take this potion after 10 seconds, and the special skill Super Speed Regeneration can be obtained after the duration expires. Option 2, take this potion after 67 seconds, and you can get the special skill Nirvana Rebirth after the duration expires. Option 3, take this potion after 196 seconds, and after the duration expires, you can get the special skill Fire Elemental Body. After carefully looking at the various options in the sacred choice, Suwu, who had wanted to shove off the body, took it down. Brother Wangqiang is so cool. The world-breaking props will be given away as soon as they say they are given. Su Mao admires this kind of mind very much. Wangqiang. He wanted to be rude, but he was even more afraid of being murdered. Chapter 19 Sealed Space for Mythical Creatures, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. After seizing the opportunity to give Suwu the world-breaking props, Wangqiang's confidence was obviously much stronger. Looking at Suwu, who was also in a happy mood, he coughed and said, "Cough. Since Brother Suwu knows my father, it will be much easier to explain the next thing. You must have seen it, that potion is considered top-notch even among the world-breaking props." Indeed. Suwu nodded in agreement. Boundary-breaking props are a special kind of props in the void. Its characteristic is very simple, that is, when the new lord comes, he can have more props than others. The real win is at the starting line. However, due to its special strategic value, the effect of breaking the world props is generally not too strong. Like Nirvana Rebirth, a potion that can not only save lives, but also temporarily increase combat power, and has a chance to obtain special skills after the duration. Even among the world-breaking props, it is considered to be an extremely rare category. Actually, my father would give me this thing, in addition to allowing me to not die in the event of an accident. The main reason is to let me help with things. What's up? Go to a special space in this world and go there to help an unknown being break the seal. Interesting. An interested expression appeared on Suwu's face. Your father, a world lord, would put so much effort into breaking a seal. The ones who won't be sealed are the upper-level creatures. I don't know. Wangqiang shook his head. It may be epic, it may be legendary, mythical, or even some more special creatures. But it doesn't matter what the other party is. My father told me that the main reason why he can become the world master is because of the help of the other party. Are you sure? Suwu asked suspiciously. The world lord is different from the rookie lord. That is the title that can only be obtained by defeating all the competitors in the world that he descended into in the true sense. Even the weakest world lord will have a place in the void. If Wangqiang hadn't lied, the guy who was in a sealed state would be a little scary. I actually didn't believe it at first. Facing Suwu's skeptical gaze, Wangqiang smiled bitterly, but I want to tell you that the reason why that unknown existence will help my father is because I will come to this world. Don't you feel more terrified? Fate-type ability. Probably so. Anyway, my father is so suspicious, so I don't know what it is. Wangqiang was not quite sure. But my dad told me that after I came to this world, it doesn't matter if I succeed or not. But you must do your best and use all the methods you can think of before you can give up. That's why you want to contact me. Yes. Wangqiang nodded. After all, you got an unprecedented SSS rating. Although I felt a little embarrassed to be robbed at the first place when I saw it, but I quickly reacted. Since you can get the SSSS grade, it means that the strength should be very difficult. In fact, it's more than simple. Thinking of the blue-haired woman who was standing next to Suwu before, Wang Qiang shuddered subconsciously. It's hard to say anything else, but he can confirm one thing. That thing is definitely not an epic existence. If the epic creature was so scary just standing there, he would have been frightened to death by his father's precious epic servants. How about it? After saying everything he knew, Wang Qiang asked with a sigh of relief, "Are you willing to help? We can sign a contract. If it is successful, I can pay a lot of compensation and assistance on my side. Even if it fails, I can give you some energy stones as compensation." Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, agree to Wang Qiang's request, you will get Wang Qiang's full help, a luxury gift package from Wang Peng, and a sealed coordinate of the mythical creature. Option 2, reject Wang Qiang's request. After becoming a world master, actively contact the God of Light and cooperate with him, and you can get a lot of resources and troops from the God of Light as a reward. Option 3, Voldemort, wait for the world master to choose and leave this world, find a corner to grow at ease. Note, after choosing option 1, you will be in a hostile position with the God of Light in the future. Note 2, after choosing option 2, you will be in an allied position with the God of Light in the future, but will be restricted by it and lose the qualification to become a main God level powerhouse. Note 3, after choosing option 3, there is a certain probability that the God of Light will send someone to kill him. The God of Light? Su Wu really didn't expect that this matter would be related to one of the most powerful people in the void. When it comes to the existence of this level, it is no wonder that divine choice will reveal a note that was not there before. If someone else came, maybe he would really hesitate. But for Su Wu, this option is not too simple. Sign the contract. Su Wu, who made a decision in an instant, said, "Give me the coordinates of that special space, and I will help you break the seal." The mythical level attendant who has not even killed the God of Light is quite looking forward to thinking about it. Chapter 20, Kang Yu of the Massacre, Seeking Flowers Evaluation Ticket Monthly Ticket. North of the Rabbit Tribe. After being separated from Su Wu, Kang Yu quickly arrived at her destination. Looking at the black slime coming towards her, Kang Yu continued to walk forward unhurriedly. Click! The black slime that passed by within a millimeter was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Under the action of the inertial force that maintained the forward rush, the frozen black slime hit the ground and turned into ice cubes of different sizes. The ice cube slowly floated up and transformed into a crystal-clear ice butterfly. It picked up the power stone dropped by the black slime and flew back to Kang Yu's side. The black monsters have been removed, and the energy stone has been recovered. Silently repeating what Su Wu had entrusted before, Kang Yu came to an open space full of blood. The unknown new lord and his attendants were wiped out. It is speculated that the coordinates of the Lord's heart are 1832 meters north. According to Su Wu's instructions, at this time, she should go and shatter the unowned Lord's heart, and return to Su Wu with the materials obtained after breaking the Lord's heart. But Kang Yu turned her head and looked northwest. Within the range of her perception, a large group of monsters gathered there. Slimes, goblins, spiders, skeletons. Although there are different types, these monsters are all black monsters without exception. If you encounter similar monsters on the road, you need to solve them easily. Equipment is generated. The faint blue energy emerged in Kang Yu's hands, and then gradually became larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, a huge longbow exuding cold air appeared beside Kang Yu. Aiming in the direction of the monster group, slender fingers slowly pulled the bowstring. Whoosh! The faint blue light rose, rushing towards the distance like a shooting star. Looking at the huge ice lotus slowly blooming 10,000 meters away, Kang Yu blinked her emotionless eyes before dissipating the longbow in her hand. Clean up! Next, just wait for Bingdi to return to her with the energy stone. Before that, she can go to the detected Lord's heart, smash it and convert it into extra energy stones to take away. This should be the high-efficiency action, Su Wu said. With a question she didn't want to understand, Kang Yu stepped forward again and walked towards the north. The other side. Su Wu, who had just signed the contract, also saw Kang Yu's generous ICBM attack. Staring at the blooming ice lotus in the distance, Su Wu, who was used to it, calmly explained to Wang Qiang next to him, "Don't panic, it's your own." Cough. I understand. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, Wang Qiang, who finally had a clear position on his previous situation, showed a reluctant smile. As expected of the attendant of Brother Su Wu, this strength is indeed powerful. After seeing this scene, I have full confidence in the success of the plan. Su Wu nodded and said, "It's fine if you are confident. The early development time is precious. Since the contract has been signed, I won't bother." In order to prevent Kang Yu from returning before he left, Wang Qiang, who had been seriously frightened, decided to leave in advance. "I will finish what you asked for as soon as possible. If there is anything else before then, just call me through private chat. Let's go." Su Wu, who was not interested in staying with a big muscle bee, waved his hand. "Remember that the faster the speed, the better. Those who are not firm and swaying will be dealt with directly as non-cooperative." "Okay." Wang Qiang nodded heavily, and then said nothing more. Jumping to the side of the centaur attendant next to him, he gave the order, "Go back to the station first." "Yes. Do you really want to do this?" Lucky Rabbit, who was watching all the way, handed over a radish and asked curiously, "If you don't want to obey the order to become a new lord of your subordinates, kill them all or break the heart of the lord and expel them. This approach will make the public angry. What if it's a crime?" Su Wu glanced at Lucky Rabbit suspiciously. "Fame, as long as you have enough strength, even black people will be blown into white. If they can't bring me benefits, I might as well just smash their lord's heart and convert it into resources for development. You really are a devil. Don't worry, purebred humans, the kind that don't eat lucky rabbits. Your attendant Kang Yu killed a lord, and the coordinates of his territory are XXX, XXX, XXX. Your attendant Kang Yu successfully smashed the lord's heart, level 1, and obtained 1 point of the territory, 3000 points of energy, and 1 resource compression package." Hearing the voice coming from his ear, Su Wu, who had an expression under my control, was taken aback for a moment, and then a puzzled expression appeared on his face. "Strange, how come there are people who are not afraid of death and dare to take the initiative to provoke Kang Yu?" Chapter 21 Rusty Iron Sword, 4 Flowers Evaluation Ticket Monthly Ticket. Regional Channel. Amoy flowers in the waves, it's so difficult, I feel like I can't get along anymore. Nian Zikiu, what's the matter, you also encountered that special monster group and died. Fat Pigeon, welcome to join the team to destroy the army, let's hang out with us and wait for the recruitment quota to be refreshed tomorrow. Looking for flowers in the waves, oh, I haven't encountered the black monster you mentioned, but the attendants I recruited just went out and didn't go far before they were all killed. Looking for flowers in the waves, I don't even know how they died. In 1 second, the death reminders of the 10 servants all rang. Looking for flowers in the waves, you guys have gone out to collect food. I don't even have food, and I don't dare to go out of the territory alone. It's terrible. My face is not dark, you are really scary, and I wouldn't dare to go out for me. You can also become light. Skip your supernatural event for a moment. I want to ask if anyone has seen that scary ice lotus. Dive party, I see. Repeater, it's a coincidence, I saw it too. You can also become light, do you know what's going on? Wang Qiang, that was done by the leader of our brilliant alliance. You can also become light. Diving party, real or fake? Wang Qiang, don't lie. It's a beautiful thing to cut down a tree, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Wang Qiang, it doesn't matter if you understand or not, but now there is a more important thing to announce. Wang Qiang, the leader of our brilliant alliance, Brother Su Wu, who was the first in the rookie assessment, has just issued a new order. Nian Ziqiu, isn't the leader of the Niobe alliance not Wang Qiang? Why did he change someone? Wang Qiang, I said yes. Why do you care so much, do you deserve a beating? Ah! Wang Qiang, anyway, listen carefully. Brother Su Wu's latest order is to unify the Dawn Forest within 7 days, and then launch an attack on the surrounding area. Wang Qiang, the alliance has not yet been formally established, so you still have some time to think about it. Wang Qiang, I hope you don't make wrong decisions. Within the territory. This is your future residence. After spending some energy and wood to automatically build a few small houses, Su Wu said to the lucky rabbit on the side, this is where your rabbit family will live in the future. Look back and find a nearby land suitable for planting spirit grass, and you can bring those rabbits to start work. Understood. Lucky Rabbit nodded, then stretched out his hand and handed the iron sword beside him to Su Wu. This is the promised reward, take it. Before Su Wu decided to help her, the main reason was the news of the whereabouts of the upper-level creatures. Now that she has seen Kang Yu's strength one after another, and Su Wu's simple and rude way of doing things, she naturally does not dare to neglect this aspect. Looking at Su Wu, who seemed a little confused, Lucky Rabbit explained, I didn't find this thing from a treasure hunt, but got it from a very scary guy. To be honest, before today, I always thought that guy was an epic existence. However, now I'm not too sure about this judgment. Because of Kang Yu? Su Wu asked. Class repression among the arms is very serious. Whether it was the high-level water element he summoned before, or the members of the Rabbit clan and the Centaur attendants that he encountered later, when he saw Kang Yu, he would be subconsciously panicked. But this Lucky Rabbit is different. When we first met, apart from being a little afraid of being directly killed, she basically didn't have any emotional fluctuations when she was hanging around next to Kang Yu. Now it seems that it can only be that she has been exposed to similar breaths before, so she is somewhat used to it. It's really because of Kang Yu. Lucky Rabbit missed the rusted iron sword and explained to Su Wu, it was about 3 years ago, when I was still wandering around in other areas. When I went out for treasure hunting as usual that night, I ran into a seriously injured man, who was the owner of this iron sword. The breath on her body was very weak, but it was also very scary. At the time, I thought I was dead. But... Lucky Rabbit paused for a while and continued to narrate, although the breath is a little scary, the guy's personality is unexpectedly friendly. After recognizing me as Lucky Rabbit, she took a lot of recovery props from me, and then gave me this iron sword. Then you are not at a loss. After taking 2 glances at the iron sword that was close to being scrapped, Su Wu said with some doubts, this thing is a very ordinary iron sword, and there is nothing special about it. You don't feel anything at all. Lucky Rabbit, who maintained her lowly form, sighed, with a helpless expression on her baby-fat face. Theoretically, anyone who sees this iron sword will have the feeling that they will be cut open at any time. If it weren't for the frightening aura, this iron sword had no other function, and I would have hung it at the gate of the village as a door god. The aura is scary? Su Wu, who only felt that the sword was a bit dazzling, took the iron sword and checked its attributes. Chapter 22, Cut Whose End, Seeking Flowers Evaluation Ticket Monthly Ticket. White Jade, Origin Damaged. Quality Level, First Order. Attribute, Attack plus 10. Remarks, after crossing countless battlefields, the original artifact was severely traumatized and lost its former edge. It turned out to be an artifact that damaged the source. Looking at the remarks on the iron sword, Su Wu's eyes flashed with surprise. Artifact, that is an item above the 9th order equipment. Even in the entire void, it belongs to the top equipment. It seems that my previous judgment was a bit hasty. After checking the attributes, Su Wu made a new judgment and said, in exchange for a little recovery item to exchange the damaged artifact, you are earning a lot of money. Don't be too happy too soon. Lucky Rabbit, who knew what Suwu meant, replied, it is very difficult to repair an artifact, let alone this artifact is close to being scrapped. But if it's you, maybe it's really possible. You overestimate me. Putting the white jade down, Suwu complained, even if it's me, I don't have the absolute certainty to fix this thing. To restore Bai Yu, all he could rely on was a divine choice. If the option to repair the white jade doesn't trigger, then even Suwu is useless with this weapon. Can only be hung on the wall as a collection to watch. There is no absolute certainty, that is to say, there is still certainty, then you have to work hard. Lucky Rabbit patted Suwu's lower back and encouraged, this is the key to whether you can recruit the second general. Suwu wondered, what do you mean? Lucky Rabbit explained, the person who holds the artifact is naturally not a fool. She gave me the white jade, and the main reason is to hope that I can replace her and find someone who can repair the white jade. Although I didn't say it explicitly, I can see that this sword is very important to her. Suwu nodded knowingly, then the other party has said, where to find Bai Yu after repairing Bai Yu? No. But she did say that after Bai Yujian reappears, she will appear together. Is that so? Looking at the white jade in his hand, Suwu sighed regretfully. The recruitment conditions for upper-level creatures are really troublesome. Repairing an artifact with a damaged source may be more difficult than building an artifact directly. Your attendant Kang Yu killed a lord, and the coordinates of his territory are XXX, XXX, XXX. Your attendant Kang Yu successfully smashed the lord's heart, level 1, and obtained 1 point of the territory, 3000 points of energy, and 1 resource compression package. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Suwu reassured, it's still Kang Yu. Don't want anything, and always bring him extra income. Only. What was the experience that changed Kang Yu's course of action from sweeping away a monster to killing someone? Who are you? Looking at the blue-haired girl who appeared not far away, Zhao Yu, who was shocked by her appearance and breath at the same time, took 2 steps back subconsciously. In the 7-day protector, only new lords and their attendants can enter other people's territories. It's only the first day, anyone can't help but want to do it. Ignoring the other party's inquiry, Kang Yu glanced left and right, and finally stopped on the ground on the right. There were more than 20 low-level energy stones emitting cold air. That's what she had been cut off from. That's right, she was cut off. Thinking of the situation in which her ice butterflies, who had no fighting ability except for transporting items, were eliminated, the coercion emanating from Kang Yu increased a bit. For the first time since she was born in the eternal frozen world, she felt unpleasant emotions. Ice polar aperture. Along with Kang Yu's indifferent voice, a blue ice circle appeared in the blink of an eye and rushed in all directions. Boom! In just an instant, the battle that could not be called a battle came to an end. Whether it was the rookie Lord Zhao Yu who was standing not far away, or the attendants who were rushing towards this side from 100 meters away, they all lost their vitality at this moment. Looking from above, everything within a kilometer radius was cut into 2 pieces. Congratulations on successfully killing Lord Zhao Yu, the coordinates of his territory will be automatically sent to Lord Suwu. Congratulations on successfully breaking the Lord's heart, level 1, you will receive 1 reward point 3000 energy points and 1 resource compression package. Recycling the power stone that had been cut off, Kang Yu walked forward. I saw that in the heart of the Lord that was shattered and fell to the ground, a white light group was emitting light. This is exactly the reward mentioned in the prompt sound just now. Whether it is the leading location, or the energy point or resource compression package, they are all sealed in this light group. As long as she gives this to Suwu, it is convenient to get these rewards. But after placing the light ball in the storage ring, Kang Yu did not return to Suwu through space teleportation. In that attack not long ago, she annihilated at least hundreds of black monsters. The reason why there are only more than 20 power stones here is very simple. The other party is a gang committing the crime. The seventh rule of going out is to retreat if the strength is insufficient, and kill the enemy in the shortest time when the strength allows. Feeling the breath of the last two people who were marked, Kang Yu made a judgment: the strength is comparable to the previous two people, and it can be killed. I lay down and played with my phone for a while and suddenly fell asleep. Just got up and finished coding. This is the last chapter of today. Chapter 23: The Doubtful Lich, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Ticket, Monthly Ticket. Inside the Time House. After going to the territory of the unfortunate person killed by the black slime, after smashing the Lord's heart, I found that I was cut off, and then I chased the other side's breath and wandered 4 territories in a row. Su Wu, who was sitting in the chair, fiddled with the 5 light balls in his hand, not knowing what to say for a while. It is rare for all monsters to drop power stones. However, the energy contained in low-level energy stones generally fluctuates between 20 and 120 points. If calculated on average, more than 100 power stones have about 7,000 energy points. According to Kang Yu, the other party was a team of 4 who had been together in the early stages. If it is evenly distributed, about one person can harvest 1700 to 1800 energy. For a new lord, this value cannot be considered too small, but it cannot be considered too much. If you work hard, you will be able to get it together in about 2 days. However, just for this little energy, they dared to take the initiative to break the ice butterfly that Kang Yu used to transport the energy stone. All I can say is courage. Resource Compression Pack, all the resources of the new Lord Zhao Yu, you can get 523 energy points after opening. Resource Compression Package, all the resources of the new Lord Zhou Shuang can get 613 energy points after opening. Resource Compression Pack, all the resources of the new Lord Lu Peng can get 444 energy points after opening. Sure enough, they are all poor. Su Wu, who took out the items in the light group one by one and checked the resource compression package, regretted: unfortunately, if you let them grow for a few days before harvesting, they should be able to get more things. Did I do something wrong? Of course not. Su Wu praised: everyone who dares to attack us is cleaned up. You have done a good job. Kang Yu's voice rose slightly and said, "Yet. By the way, let me show you something." Taking out the white jade sword that he had just started, Su Wu said, "After you left, I also got some unexpected information on my side." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. In this world, besides you, there are at least 2 mythical creatures. Although the situation is a little weird, I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you can have 3 mythical servants at the same time. So even if it is connected with the void in the future, Su Wu can also occupy a place in the void. It's just that Su Wu is a little embarrassed. These 2 mythical creatures, he couldn't come into contact with them for a short time. There is no way to repair the white jade sword. The main problem is that the coordinates of the sealed space are not within the Dawn Forest. However, that's not a bad thing. Strength is the premise to ensure everything. Today, Kang Yu's level is still too low, and if she comes into contact with other mythical creatures rashly, various problems will inevitably arise. So, in order to be able to go to the sealed space as soon as possible and ensure that you have enough strength, I decided to unify the Dawn Forest in a short time. Enough strength. That's right. Su Wu nodded. After raising the level of the territory to level 3, I will provide you with all the energy stones in the account. What you have to do is simple: build up your strength, and then defeat anyone who gets in your way. I understand. Let's go then. Su Wu stood up and walked towards the door. Before unifying the Dawn Forest, we need to clean up all the surrounding monsters. A high-level water element reported to me just now that there is a medium-sized monster lair in the west of the territory. Since you're back, let's solve it together. Monster lair. Even the smallest ones will gather dozens of monsters of the same type. For new lords, this is the last enemy to encounter in the early stage of land reclamation. But for Su Wu, this is what is most needed right now. Except for the power stones dropped by monsters. Where a lair can be formed, there must be a troop building that can recruit attendants, and a treasure chest with treasures. Just when Su Wu led Kang Yu to the found monster's lair. Deep in the dawn forest. A skeleton wearing a black cloak with blue flames in his eyes was standing on the pile of corpses, depicting a huge magic circle. As if he had noticed something, he stopped drawing the magic circle and made a puzzled voice, "It's all gone." As if he couldn't believe this fact, he came to the ground on the side and painted a simple magic circle. With the injection of magic power, the blood-red magic circle began to glow slowly. After a while, the Lich, who confirmed that there was no mistake in his judgment, simply froze in place. How can a tyrant-level Gale Wolf King, 3 Lord-level Wind Wolves, and a monster army consisting of hundreds of rare monsters evaporate out of thin air? That old guy from the Foxio Empire shouldn't dare to go out at will. No. Even if it's him, he shouldn't be able to annihilate all the transformed monsters in an instant. In order to prevent accidents, he also deliberately sent many failed products to wander around a month in advance to let the other party relax their vigilance. The result is good now. The failed product was still alive and kicking outside, but a small group of the regular army disappeared inexplicably. What a ghost! Chapter 24 Level 2 Altar of the Undead, Seeking Flowers Evaluation Ticket Monthly Ticket. Lord, that's it. Standing on the hillside, the slender high-level water element pointed to the gloomy altar in the distance and said, "Although it looks defenseless on the surface, the enemy is actually hidden in the ground. When we tried to test it before, hundreds of elite-level skeleton warriors immediately emerged from the ground. In addition, there should be skeleton shooters hidden in the dark, but the exact number is unclear." Su Wu nodded and said, "I see. Hundreds of elite skeleton warriors, plus an unknown number of skeleton shooters. It is indeed a bit tricky for high-level water elements that are still at level 1. After all, the servants of the Lord level have not changed qualitatively to the extent that they can ignore the quantitative changes. Kang Yu, remember to avoid military buildings." "Yeah." Kang Yu nodded, standing on the spot and raising her right hand. For her, at this distance, all the enemies are already within the range that can be solved at any time. Boom boom boom. The ground began to vibrate continuously, and cracks appeared on the ground. Click click click. In the cracks, skeletons flew out from the ground from time to time and fell to the ground. As if the preparations were completed, Kang Yu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Feeling this terrifying breath, the high-level water element, who is also an element family, lowered his head subconsciously and looked at the ground not far away. "I saw that a huge pothole appeared under the hillside where Su Wu and others were. In the pothole, a huge ice tengman was coiled inside, and there were skeletons that had lost their ability to move. Manipulating Ice Butterfly to recover the dropped energy stone, Kang Yu reported to Su Wu, "All solved. Good job." After giving a compliment to Kang Yu's high efficiency as always, Su Wu recovered all the power stones, and then led the crowd to the altar that exuded a sinister aura. Altar of the Undead. Level 2. Option 1, 30 normal quality undead members can be recruited every day, and each undead member needs to consume 15 points of energy. Option 2, 10 elite quality undead members can be recruited every day, and each undead member needs to consume 40 energy points. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Note, you can take the initiative to place a corpse on the altar to convert the target into a member of the undead tribe. The undead tribe converted through the corpse occupies the recruitment quota, but the energy consumed by the conversion is 50% of the recruitment. Upgrade conditions, 15,000 energy, 2nd level Lord Heart. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, after 18 seconds, consume all the recruitment quotas of ordinary quality to recruit, and get 15 rare high-level skeleton warriors. Option 2, after 29 seconds, consume all the recruitment quotas of ordinary quality to recruit, and get 18 rare skeleton mages. Option 3, 42 seconds later, consume all elite quality recruitment quotas to recruit, and get 10 Lord-level skeleton knights. After a brief glance at all the options, the result was not what Suwu expected. The best result is also just 10 Lord-level undead units. After hesitating between reloading the skeleton warrior and the skeleton knight, Suwu finally chose the skeleton knight. Compared to the reloaded skeleton warrior, the skeleton knight's mobility is much higher. This is undoubtedly the best choice for Suwu, who is currently in a hurry. After a good time, Suwu skillfully completed the recruitment. A faint blue vortex appeared on the altar of the dead. With the sound of neat footsteps, the undead knights riding the skeleton horses walked out of the whirlpool one by one. The recruitment is over. Congratulations on getting 10 Lord quality skeleton knights. Skull Knight. Grade, Lord. Level, Level 1. Occupation, Knight. Physique, 70. Spirit, 20. Talent, Transformation. See, it can repair its own damaged parts through suitable bones, or enhance its own bone strength. Loyalty, 60 points. Skills, Charge, same life, bone growth. Contrary to the high-level water elemental for ranged spells, the Skeleton Knight is a melee physical class. High physique and movement speed, self-healing ability, plus sharing part of the damage to the skeleton horse when it is attacked. Can fight and run. It can be said to be an ideal melee weapon. It is different from the high-level water element that sweeps away monsters. The task that Suwu arranged for the 10 skeleton knights was to broaden their horizons and record the various resource points in the Dawn Forest and the lords and territories they encountered. Seeing that Suwu sent all the skeleton knights out, he brought the high-level water element from the treasure chest in this lair. Lord, this is the treasure chest that was found. Put it on the ground. Tier 3 treasure chest, the reward obtained after successfully clearing the nest. After opening it, you can obtain certain territory development resources and 10 reputation points. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Chapter 25 Building Watchtowers. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1. Open the Tier 3 treasure chest after 10 seconds to get 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, and a blueprint for a senior housing. Option 2. Open the Tier 3 treasure chest after 14 seconds to get 5,000 energy points, 3,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of stone, and a watchtower blueprint. Option 3. Open the Tier 3 treasure chest after 19 seconds, you can get 10,000 energy points, 5,000 units of wood, and 5,000 units of stone. The new lord who has just arrived has very limited things that he can build. Like the little house that Suwu used to consume energy points and built for the rabbit clan, it was the only thing he could build. As for the other thing, it is a wooden fence for protection. In addition to these two items, new lords who want to unlock more buildings can only unlock them by obtaining architectural blueprints. After briefly scanning the options in the front row, Suwu set his sights on the watchtower blueprint. Compared to pure resources, this thing is what he needs most at the moment. Open the third order treasure chest. Congratulations on getting a blueprint of the watchtower. Congratulations for getting 5,000 energy. Congratulations on getting 3,000 units of wood. Congratulations on getting 3,000 units of stone. Congratulations on getting 10 reputation points. Congratulations on unlocking the watchtower. Watchtower. Effect: after the construction is successful, you can get all the sites within 1,000 meters in diameter with the watchtower as the center. Construction requirements: 1,000 points of energy, 500 units of wood. Building time: 60 minutes. Good. After matching the attributes in his memory, Suwu nodded in satisfaction. With the watchtower, the biggest significance for him is the acceleration of the speed of land reclamation. Not everyone has the exaggerated perception range of Kang Yu. For the high-level water elements, their time was mainly wasted on searching in the process of cleaning up the monsters. But with watchtowers it's different. As long as one is built in a planned location, 80% of the specific situation in that area can fall under Siwu's control. At this time, send high-level water elements to strike accurately, and the speed of clearing monsters will be greatly accelerated. And after the monsters are cleaned up, due to the existence of the pre-built watchtower in that area, it will be automatically determined to be the territory controlled by Siwu, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Build watchtowers. The order is accepted and construction begins. The construction of the building is detected, and the manufacture of heaven starts to speed up the construction of the building. The watchtower is successfully built, 1000 energy points and 500 units of wood will be automatically deducted. Retreat from the cleaned lair, Siwu teleported through space and walked around the territory. After a few minutes of effort, he built 8 watchtowers around the territory. The specific arrangement is as follows. With the watchtower, Siwu quickly grasped the general situation around the territory. Except for the medium monster lair he had already cleared. The rest of the territory is basically ordinary or elite monsters. The strength is normal, and there is no abnormal situation like strange monsters. After sending high-level water elements to clean up the monsters, Siwu returned to the station with Kang Yu. After he had the rest of the manpower available, he was not going to let Kang Yu join in the work of cleaning up the monsters. Perhaps with the help of Kang Yu, Siwu could clear the monsters around the territory and even further away in the shortest possible time. But compared to cleaning up the monsters, Siwu thinks that sending Kang Yu to do other things can bring him more benefits. Chat Channel. Wang Jiang, the Brilliant Alliance is recruiting. There are no strength requirements to enter the alliance, but after joining, you need to sign a contract and completely obey the orders of the leader. Wang Jiang, for those who are interested, add Wang Jun, number 1 window of Niobe Alliance, Lei Yanjiun, number 2 window of Niobe Alliance, Wu Yu, number 30 window of Niui Alliance, to chat privately. I will record the list here. The sooner you enter the alliance, the better the future treatment. Fishing party, Boss Wang Jiang, you might as well add a threshold of strength. Civilized man, agree with the one upstairs. I don't think that even if the Niobe Alliance has the first and second 2 bosses in the Rookie Lord assessment at the same time, it can't be so self-willed. Civilized man, the assessment of new lords can only represent a person's current strength and future potential. Civilized person, in the past history, there have also been some rookie lords who scored low in the assessment, but came to the top after passing some adventures. Civilized man, but Wang Jiang, your request is too overbearing. If you really sign a contract, even if you have a terrifying harvest in the future, you have to obey the order and turn it in. There is absolutely no possibility of turning over. Les Iron, smile to death, there are no fools who will join your arrogant alliance, and the Dawn Forest will be unified within a week. Why don't you go to heaven? Lao Su, the conditions are too harsh, I can't accept it. Oh, there's a lot of shit. In the station, Wang Jiang, who had just dealt with his wounds briefly, soon noticed everyone's verbal criticism in the chat channel. However, Wang Jiang didn't care about it. There are people who can't accept the conditions, think that after joining, they will lose the opportunity to turn over and do not want to join. Naturally, there are also people who are afraid of death or lose their status as lords, and hope to find a thigh to hug to ensure that they will not be eliminated. After sending the recruitment request again in the chat channel, Wang Jiang opened his private chat channel and started giving orders to his subordinates to make them active in the chat channel. Early development? No need at all. After 7 days, Siwu unites the Dawn Forest, and they will be able to harvest more resources while lying down. I was numb, and chapter 25 suddenly disappeared without knowing it. I saw the prompt in the comment area and found out that this comment was reviewed for a long time before it came out. Chapter 26 Unexpected Joy, 4 Flowers Evaluation Ticket Monthly Ticket. Wang Jiang, Brother Su Wu, the first list is out. In the territory, Su Wu, who was exercising the precision of space control in the open space, finally received a letter from Wang Jiang. Mensin, how is the situation? Wang Jiang, except my subordinates, there are about 1,000 people who are interested in joining the alliance. Wang Jiang, perhaps it was the attack of your attendant, Brother Su Wu, that frightened the people nearby. Among the thousands of people, there are more than 100 people who are lords nearby. It is a pleasant surprise. Wang Jiang, I will send you the specific information on these people now, you can watch it first. Wang Jiang, Number 1, Chat Channel ID, you can also become a light, the real name is Yan Guang, the territory is marked 100 or so. Seeing the message from Wang Jiang, Su Wu's eyes flashed with surprise. He never thought there would be so many people. According to statistics, there are as many as tens of millions of Blue Stars lords who passed through the gate of crossing this year. After these tens of millions of people crossed the gate of crossing, the place where they descended was the Morning Forest area where they were located. It was just an amazing coincidence that he and Wang Jiang were so close. In this vast sea of people, it is actually very difficult to find people who are near them and who are willing to obey orders completely. Even if there are 2 gold signs for the first and second place in the Rookie Lord assessment, the requirement of completely obeying the order still puts 99% of the people back. But, surprises always come so suddenly. The long-range bombing by Kang Yu not long ago caused all the lords in this area near Su Wu to be greatly frightened. And among these frightened lords, some of them happened to see Wang Jiang's previous speech and understood where the terrifying attack came from. With this premise as a guarantee, these people are actually the people who have the most confidence in Su Wu except Wang Jiang. Therefore, after Wang Jiang replaced Su Wu and issued a declaration to conquer the Dawn Forest within a week, and began to recruit people on a large scale. These people are also the main force who have the most confidence in Su Wu and are willing to fully obey the orders to join the Niobe alliance. Glancing at Wang Jiang, who was still sending information to himself on the private chat channel, Su Wu temporarily closed the chat interface and walked out of the village. After a few minutes, he came to an open field. Here, the members of the rabbit tribe, who have just joined the tribe, are working hard to reclaim the land, preparing to plant spiritual grass and practical food seeds. Glancing around, Su Wu quickly found Kang Yu, who was mixed in with the rabbit clan lowly. The other party was holding a small bag of edible fruit, standing in the corner tasting it ka. After seeing Su Wu appear, Kang Yu with a bulging mouth like a hamster put away the small bag and walked over. South. You swallow before you speak. Good dong. Su Wu, what's the matter? Your mission is here. Facing Kang Yu, who was developing in the direction of foodies, Su Wu glanced around the other's flat stomach and said, I will give you some coordinates next, and the locations of these coordinates are monster nests. Exist. I need you to rush over in the shortest possible time, clean up these nests, and then teleport back to me through space to report to me. I will recruit new troops at that time. It is good. By the way, if we have enough manpower, I can give you some servants to help collect food. It is good. Whoosh. Why do you have the illusion of being crooked? Looking at Kang Yu, who disappeared in place in an instant, Su Wu said with some regrets. Since you think it's crooked, then correct it. Lucky Rabbit, who came a few steps slower, complained, that guy's mouth hasn't stopped for an hour just now. According to her way of eating, within a day our territory will be short of food. Su Wu shook his head helplessly, if you can't correct it, just give up. After getting along for a long time, he already had some preliminary understanding of Kang Yu. Although the other party seems to have no big needs on the surface. But in fact, Kang Yu, who looks like a girl with no three, is observing things around her all the time to satisfy her curiosity. And once it attracts her attention, Kang Yu, who usually has no desires, will continue to increase her attention in this area. This point, Su Wu has verified twice. The curiosity about gear was once, and the curiosity about food is now again. But can't you support it for a day? Su Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully. If he remembered correctly, the food brought by the rabbit clan was enough to feed 10 people for a week. According to Kang Yu's eating method, I am afraid that in the future, he will spend a lot of money just on food. Seems like it's time to make money faster. Returning to the time house through space teleportation, Su Wu carefully checked the information sent by Wang Qiang. In order to prevent accidents, it is impossible for him to go out alone without Kang Yu without sufficient security. However, he can remotely control the skeleton knight in the distance and let the other party do some chores. For example, while Kang Yu was heading to the first monster lair, let these skeleton knights approach the remaining monster lair and record the spatial coordinates in advance. Chapter 27 This is not a magic trick, this is a plug-in. Ask for flowers, evaluation ticket, monthly ticket. Tens of thousands of meters northwest of Su Wu's territory. A scarlet magic circle suddenly appeared in the air. After a while, an eyeball the size of a palm drilled out of the magic circle, looking at the surrounding scene. Snow-white frost covered the ground, exuding a penetrating chill. On the ground, a large number of dead monster corpses were scattered in the east and the west, reminding the comers what a tragic battle had taken place here. Looking at this scene that can be called a drawing of hell, the huge eyeballs flew back and forth in the air a few times. After confirming that there was nothing missing, he drilled back into the scarlet magic circle. The magic circle fluctuated again, and this time, the one who came out of it was a lich in a black cloak. Hi! Just as he got out of the magic circle, the lich couldn't help taking a breath of cold air. Cold! It's so cold! This long-lasting cold air that seems to freeze a person from the inside to the outside is really terrifying. Sure enough, that old guy didn't do it. The lich, who had adapted to the cold air, said to himself, that old guy's ability is from the holy light, so he can't create this kind of cold air at all. But, this matter may not have nothing to do with him. Long before his betrayal, there had always been rumors that behind the Foxio Empire, there were top-secret cards that only the royal family could use. If this is true, then the picture in front of him is likely to be caused by that top-secret hole card. Looks like I'm a little underprepared. After roughly simulating the opponent's strength in his mind, the lich made a decision and said, it is still necessary to complete the transformation of that stupid dragon before launching an attack. Just do it. After having an idea, the lich went straight through the scarlet circle and returned to his home. In his anticipation, as long as the king-level dragon can be successfully transformed, even if the Foxio Empire moves out of the hole, it is not his opponent. The other side. Su Wu, who still didn't know how much pressure a small skill of his servants brought to the boss behind the scenes in the Dawn Forest, has also checked the information sent by Wang Qiang at this moment. Leaning on the chair, Su Wu, who had nothing else to do for the time being, took out a bottle of potion. This is the world-breaking prop he brought from Wang Qiang. The reason why he hasn't used it is because when he was looking at the options, he found an incredible option. Option 1, take this potion after 14 seconds, and after the duration ends, you can get special skills Nirvana Rebirth, Super Speed Regeneration, Fire Elemental Body, Phoenix Yan. Get 4 special skills in one go. After seeing this option, Su Wu was stunned for several seconds. After all, in his perspective, in the dense arrangement from top to bottom, suddenly one option was twice as long as the other options. This special situation was the first time Su Wu encountered after obtaining the Divine Judgment. Using the world-breaking prop Nirvana Rebirth, within 60 seconds the physique and spirit will increase by 200 points, and the temporary skill Super Speed Regeneration will be obtained at the same time. Super Speed Regeneration, consume a certain amount of physical strength to quickly recover from physical injuries. After taking the time to drink the medicine, a powerful force rose from the body. At the same time as this powerful force continuously rises from the body, So Wu could feel a mass of unknown energy run off blood, which began to burst into the limbs and bones. This energy is like a flame, exuding vitality, full of vitality, burning in So Wu's body. Clap clap clap. Sounds like firecrackers exploded continuously from So Wu's body. Faced with this situation, So Wu not only did not feel any pain, but closed his eyes comfortably. After a short thought, he had already figured out the source of this mutation. Overdrive Regeneration. This skill will not only repair wounds on the surface of the body, but also repair all potential hidden dangers in the body. When the time expires, the effect of the world-breaking prop Nirvana Rebirth disappears, and the temporary skill Super Speed Regeneration is removed. Congratulations on obtaining the permanent skills Nirvana Rebirth, Super Speed Regeneration, Fire Elemental Body, and Phoenix Yan. 60 seconds passed in a flash. After the effect of the potion wears off and the temporary skill Super Speed Regeneration is removed, So Wu ushered in the permanent skill Super Speed Regeneration and 3 other special skills of the same level. Body of Fire Elemental, the effect of fire attribute skills is increased tenfold, the casting speed is increased by 100%, and the regular physical damage is reduced by 50%. Phoenix Yan, summons the Phoenix Yan, causing double damage to the enemy both mentally and physically. Nirvana Rebirth, after death, cancel all negative states on the body, immediately revive in full state, store a resurrection chance every 30 days, the current number of resurrections stored, 1. FK. After checking the 3 skills, even So Wu, who has always been calm, couldn't help but swear. This skill is outrageous. Not to mention the effects of Fire Elemental Body and Feng Yan. The former's effect is comparable to the S-rank Fire Attribute Fighting Talent, while the latter is a magical skill that can attack both the body and the mind at the same time. But even if these 2 skills and Super Speed Regeneration add up, their value is far less than Nirvana Regeneration in So Wu's eyes. 1 resurrection coin for 30 days, which can still be stored. This is not a magic trick, this is a plug-in. Chapter 28, Yan Guang's Information, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. After a brief ecstasy, So Wu calmed down from the sudden surprise. Resurrection is just a trump card. This kind of thing can bring the greatest benefit only when it is shown to the enemy for the first time. The void is huge. Since there is such an unreasonable resurrection ability, there must also be the ability to ignore this resurrection ability and fundamentally obliterate a person. If it is too rough, it will only be yourself who will suffer in the end. Touching his stomach, So Wu felt a hint of hunger. The repair of Super Speed Regeneration requires physical strength as fuel. Under the blessing of the potion before, his physique increased by 200 points, but he didn't feel much. Now that the power brought by the potion has receded, and So Wu, whose physique is a little stronger than ordinary people, will soon become insufficient. So Wu, I'm back. Just as So Wu was going to get some food from Lucky Rabbit, Kang Yu's voice sounded from behind. It's good to be back. A smile appeared on So Wu's face. Kang Yu, give me something to eat. Okay. Kang Yu hesitated, and reluctantly took out her own small bag and handed it over. Very helpful. So Wu, who was increasingly hungry, took the bag unceremoniously and ate it up. Quite a while. Under Kang Yu's resentful gaze, So Wu comfortably touched her stomach and made a scornful voice, it's cool. Stare. Cough, it's just a little food, don't worry about it. Stare. I have given orders to others, they will bring back the edible monsters after they have hunted them down. Please eat my favorite barbecue dishes at night. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Stare. Facing Kang Yu, who was stubborn about strange things, Su Wu thought for a while and calmly gave a solution. If you like those foods so much, you can go to Lucky Rabbit later to take the rest of the supplies. Is it okay? Kang Yu asked in confusion. Although she has no need for food, she understands that Su Wu and others still need to eat. This is also the main reason why she didn't empty the warehouse before. Just take it. Su Wu waved his hand. Anyway, he is not very interested in those strange fruits and vegetables. As for Lucky Rabbit's dissatisfaction, just go back and give her something good. After selling the other party casually, Su Wu got up from the chair. Let's go to the lair to recruit servants. After confirming the spatial coordinates, Su Wu quickly teleported Kang Yu to the slain monster's lair. Taking a look at the cold battlefield as always, Su Wu turned his gaze to a short distance away. There, a chubby little fat man was standing there, leading 10 Tiger Clan orcs exuding fierce aura to guard the treasure chest. After noticing Su Wu's appearance, he picked up the treasure chest on the ground, and the fat in his belly rushed over. Lord, you are finally here. Who are you? I'm Yan Guang, the lord nearby. Fatty Yan Guang scratched his head embarrassedly and explained to Su Wu, the coordinates of this monster's lair are what I provided to brother Wang Jiang. Good job. Su Wu nodded, took out a middle-level energy stone and handed it over. This is your reward for providing information, and you will make persistent efforts in the future. Hey, thank you for the reward of the leader. He happily accepted the power stone rewarded by Su Wu, feeling that his future brightened instantly. Yan Guang calmed down and said, actually, I ran out of the territory this time because I have something serious to report to the Su Wu leader. Let's talk. Su Wu said with interest. From being able to guess that his target is the monster's lair, and to wait in advance, it can be seen that the other party is not as harmless as it seems on the surface. In addition, he deliberately bypassed Wang Jiang to report to him. It seems that this little fat man should have some interesting news in his hands. About the regional mission of that strange monster, I learned some information about the murderer behind the scenes. Sure enough, Yan Guang's reply did not disappoint Su Wu. But how did you know? From a dead friend of mine. Yan Guang replied with some sadness, her luck is very bad, the location of the territory is not far from the murderer behind the scenes. Because the other party is seeing the new lord for the first time, he didn't do it the first time and gave her time to send me information. Actually, the main reason I came here to tell you, Su Wu, is to find someone to avenge me. Your girlfriend? Su Wu asked. No. As if being asked by Su Wu's question, the little fat man hesitated for a while, and finally explained, that was a maid who came with me. Oh. Su Wu glanced at Yan Guang thoughtfully. He said, how can normal people choose to send information to others before they die? It turned out to be a dead servant raised in a big family. Since Yan Guang wanted Su Wu to help him get revenge, he obviously didn't see him as Deadpool completely. But it doesn't have much to do with him either. After all, he didn't know the dead person either. Tell me what you know. Su Wu took out an intermediate power stone again and threw it. If the information is correct, your treatment in the alliance will be improved by 1 level in the future. Chapter 29, The Growth of Lich, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Ticket, Monthly Ticket. Yan Guang's information is not much. In addition to the coordinates of his mate's death, for Su Wu, the most important piece of information is probably figuring out who the murderer is. It turned out to be a lich. After Yan Guang had finished reporting, Su Wu recalled the information about the lich that he had read. Liches are a very special race. It is not innate. Including the original lich, all the lich are the existence of various races, the day after tomorrow converted out. Therefore, the level of the lich does not have a definite characterization. From the middle level to the upper level. Except for the mythical lich who never appeared, all the other liches appeared. But since it's a lich, it can be explained by being able to create such strange things. Is the lich strong? Kang Yu, who knew nothing about the lich, asked curiously. Not particularly strong in general. Su Wu explained, but the beings who are transformed into lich basically have one characteristic in common, that is, research madness. There are very few ways to improve one's own rank in the void. Basically, most existences will be limited by their own aptitude. However, the lich is indeed one of the few beings that are not restricted. No matter how weak an existence is, at the moment of converting into a lich, one's aptitude will be raised to the Lord level. After that, as long as you research a suitable method and find all the materials to transform your soul box, the lich's aptitude can be further improved. Certainly. That doesn't mean reincarnating as a lich is a good thing. Improving one's own aptitude is basically not much different from changing one's life against the sky. If you want to succeed, you will naturally have to pay a huge price. Except for some extremely special lich, basically all the places where the lich appears, will set off a bloody storm. They will do everything in their power to collect souls and turn them into building blocks for themselves to the next stage. Therefore, the lich in the void is actually a position that people hate and abandon. Once discovered, capable people will choose to eliminate them, so as not to cause trouble in their own territory. However, the quality of that guy is the king's level. After telling Kang Yu what he knew about the lich, Su Wu continued, if it is really a third-level lich, the quest that will be triggered will not be a regional quest, but a world quest. This is also the main reason why Su Wu has never been under too much pressure for this regional task. Don't look at Kang Yu's low level. But as long as it is not the existence of the upper three, even a king-level creature with a full level of 70 would have at most half-baked with her. This is the current Kang Yu. When Su Wu's power stones are abundant and the level is further improved, Kang Yu's strength will be even more terrifying. So, the longer the lich dragged on, the more it would suffer. Su Wu, who temporarily suppressed the matter under the seat mark provided by Yan Guang, walked to the altar not far away. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the troop building in this monster's lair was also an altar of the dead. It's just that because this monster's lair is a small lair, the level of the undead altar is first level. Good luck! Su Wu said happily. Level 1 altar of the dead. This means that after he is recruited, he can upgrade through energy points. For Su Wu, who owns Made in Heaven, it doesn't take any time to upgrade the altar of the undead. After raising the level of the altar of the dead, Su Wu was able to reset the recruitment opportunity of the altar of the dead, and immediately recruited the second batch of subordinates. Blood earned. Following the hints made in heaven, Su Wu quickly completed the recruitment. The soldier he chose this time was still the undead knight. 15 skeleton knights riding on skeleton horses with basically the same attributes walked down the altar of the dead one after another and stood in front of Su Wu. Due to the existence of Kang Yu, the skeleton knight is full of confidence in your future. The loyalty of the skeleton knight is plus 40. The loyalty of the skeleton knight has reached its full value. Glancing at the instantly full loyalty, Su Wu began to give orders. Like the skeleton knights before, the task Su Wu gave them was still to move at full speed and record the coordinates of all parts of the Dawn Forest. This is the highest priority right now. Only by spreading the records of the spatial coordinates to the far side of the Dawn Forest, can he make the most of the information collected by Wang Qiang and find more monster nests. And the more monster nests, the more supplies and troops he can get. As long as the snowball keeps rolling, it won't take long for Su Wu to complete the initial accumulation of resources. At that time, his plan can move to the next stage. Temporarily put away the treasure chest. After handing over the coordinates of the remaining monster's lair to Kang Yu, Su Wu activated space teleportation again. However, this time he did not teleport back to the territory. Space control, super speed regeneration, Nirvana Regeneration. With so many trump cards, Su Wu felt that he could speed up his plan a little bit. Even if he doesn't participate in the battle, he can record some special space coordinates first. For example, the capital of the Foxio Empire. Today's update is over. .jpg, the old problem is committed again, go to lie down and meet QVQ. Chapter 30, Foxio Empire. The center of the Dawn Forest. About 1,000,000 meters away from Silwu's territory, a huge and prosperous city sits here. This is the capital of the Foxio Empire. As one of the only two major forces in the Dawn Forest, the Foxio Empire's national strength is very strong. A tall stone wall surrounds the surroundings, and soldiers in exquisite armor are armed with weapons and stand on the high wall to alert the distance. It is about a kilometer away from the north gate. The ripples in the space flashed by, and Silwu's figure suddenly appeared in place. Looking at the huge city in the distance, he finally breathed a sigh of relief after it took more than an hour to finally arrive. That is to say, he has space control, and after compressing the space, he can move 1 kilometer in one step. Otherwise, at this distance, even with the coordinates provided by Lucky Rabbit, he would not be able to make it in a short time. When I came to the gate of the city, I was stopped by the guards here. Lord. After swiping around Silwu with a magic tool for identification, the soldier guarding the gate successfully fell into doubt. If I remember correctly, didn't you just come today? It's today. Gatekeeper. So how did you get here? As the capital of the Foxio Empire, the nearby territory tens of thousands of miles or even farther away has been divided into the territory of the Foxio Empire. For new lords like Silwu who just arrived, the location of the territory is basically far from the territory of the empire. It can't be that the boss drank too much when he made an announcement, and wrote the wrong content, right? Can't the lord go in? Silwu wondered. Local forces like the Foxio Empire generally have mixed attitudes towards their lords. But in general, before the lord appears in the 4th level territory, the empire level forces basically don't care too much. This is also the main reason why Silwu dared to come. After all, if you want to attract the attention of a lion, you must at least have the size of a dog. If you can't even plug your teeth, there's really no need to care. The new lord can go in. After a short period of surprise, the city gate soldiers quickly recovered. Just as Silwu thought, the current attitude of the Foxio Empire towards its lords is towards the friendly side. However, the benefits that should be collected are still to be collected. The lord's entry fee is a low-level power stone. Give. No problem. After checking the composition of the power stone and confirming that it is not the kind of junk that is about to be sucked dry, the gatekeeper nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, he let go and reminded him, "Welcome to the capital of the Foxio Empire. Due to many vicious attacks recently, the patrols in the city are relatively strict. If you accidentally quarrel with local personnel, you'd better choose to back down, otherwise you may suffer a loss." Vicious attack. Silwu once again took out a low-level energy stone and stuffed it in the past, Xiaolong. Actually, there's nothing to say. The smile on the guard's face grew brighter. It's just that some civilians disappeared inexplicably. The captain and the others went to the scene to investigate many times and couldn't find any useful evidence. If you want me to say, it's just that some guys started making trouble. As if thinking of something, the gatekeeper leaned over and whispered, "Some nobles rely on their relationship with the king, and they like to do some bullying things on weekdays." Well, that's probably the case. Anyway, you just need to be careful. If you act normally, it shouldn't be a big problem. Okay. Silwu nodded and stuffed another low-level energy stone. Can you give me some more information? The lucky rabbit is just a monster after all, and it usually wanders around in the wild forests. For the Foxio Empire, she can only give Silwu a general orientation and some basic introductions. If you really want to know more, you have to ask the locals. Ask it. Accepting Silwu's power stone again, the soldiers guarding the city looked at Silwu as if they were looking at the god of wealth. I want to know who are the great blacksmiths in the capital. Also, please tell me some basic information about big figures in the capital. 10 minutes later. As the gatekeepers looked at their ancestors, Su Wu thoughtfully walked into the capital. However, compared to the blandness at the beginning, his mood is much higher now. Because, at the same time that the guard soldier just introduced him to some familiar names of the empire, his divine choice was triggered. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, go to the mysterious blacksmith Alicia to get the method of repairing the white jade sword. Option 2, go to the jar merchant Barnard to get a lot of high-quality treasures. Option 3, lead Kang Yu to the strange old man Walter to obtain the only skill Eye of Truth. 3 options, each of which looks pretty good. Therefore, after hesitating for a second, Su Wu made a decision. He wants it all. Brothers, if you have flowers and evaluation votes in your hands, take a few seconds to vote after reading it. The collection has been rising and the data has not changed much, and I am in a panic. Chapter 31 Barnard, the Jar Merchant, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. Divine choices triggering options this time around are special. When Su Wu was thinking about where to go, it pointed out the 3 most favorable options for Su Wu in Wangdu. And it's not the same as the previous options where you can only choose one. These 3 options, as long as there is enough time, Su Wu can completely follow the instructions. Su Wu temporarily postponed option 3 because Kang Yu is still cleaning up the monster lair. After thinking about the other 2 options, he decided to go for a walk around Barnard, the jar merchant. The reason is simple. Even if the divine choice does not trigger, Su Wu will definitely choose it after knowing that there is a pot merchant on this side. The jar trader is a very special profession, often in several worlds, it is not always possible to see a jar trader. Unlike ordinary merchants, the jar merchant's purchase object is the void. As long as they have certain qualifications, the jar merchant can sign a contract with the void and change his own camp to an absolutely neutral camp. After that, he can purchase a batch of porcelain jars from the void every once in a while through the unique summoning circle. These jars cannot be opened by jar merchants themselves, and can only be sold to customers who come to buy jars according to the contract. As for what can be opened, it depends entirely on the luck of the customer. According to the information provided by the guards, Su Wu soon came to a luxuriously decorated store. Welcome! Pushing the door and walking in, you can see a dumb-looking penguin leaning on a chair, fiddling with a pair of coins in his hand. After seeing Su Wu, he put down the coin in his hand, pointed to the rows of shelves, and introduced, "I'm Barnard, the jar merchant, and I'm in charge of selling these little things. You can buy it from me if you're interested." Low-level porcelain jars have 100 energy points, intermediate-level porcelain jars have 1000 energy points and high-level porcelain jars have 10,000 energy points. The higher the quality of the jar, the better the opening. Of course, the probabilities are relative, even low-level porcelain jars have a certain probability of opening the legendary secret treasure. Similarly, high-end porcelain jars may not be able to open anything. Su Wu added. "That's right, it's good that you can understand the guest." Penguin waved his right arm and sighed, "There are very few rational guests like you. On weekdays, there are always some guys who think they are the sons of destiny, and they make trouble with me after they drive nothing out. It's very troublesome. Are you sure it's not because the probability is really too low? Opening a porcelain jar sounds like a good thing. But in reality, it is true that tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of energy points are spent on investment, but the return may not even be a fraction. It is for this reason. There are basically only 2 types of people who can come to the jar merchant to buy porcelain jars like this. One is a rich man who has a lot of energy points on his body and buys a few low-end porcelain jars to satisfy his curiosity. The other is a loser who was defeated in battle and was forced into a corner, but was not reconciled to such an exit. As for Su Wu, he is the third kind of person. The kind that hangs. Sacred choice triggered. Option 1, buy the 4th low-level porcelain jar in the first row of the first shelf, you can get a second level equipment. Option 2, buy the 5th low-level porcelain jar in the third row of the first shelf, and you can get a low-level resource pack. Option 3, buy the 7th low-level porcelain jar in the 4th row of the second shelf, and you can get 10 points to receive it. Option 50, buy the 7th high-end porcelain jar in the 7th row on the 10th shelf, and you can get a Lord skill card, sss-level. Note, the jars that do not appear in the options list are all empty jars. After carefully looking at the remarks behind the list of options, Su-Wu raised his head to look at Barnard, who was smiling, and asked, "How many jars do you have here in total?" "A total of 1,000. Seemingly finding Su-Wu's desire to buy, Penguin Barnard ran down from the chair enthusiastically, put his arms around Su-Wu's shoulders and said, "For the sake of your reasonableness, I'll secretly tell you a secret. These 1,000 porcelain jars are all I just bought today. If you buy now, your odds of getting a prize are much higher than usual. Only 50 out of 1,000 porcelain jars have something in them. It's really high." Su-Wu nodded in agreement. 5% probability. Compared to the Fgo who had made several orders in his previous life, but did not get a 5-star, this probability should not be too conscientious. But, touching his storage ring, Su-Wu fell into deep thought. At present, the energy points in his hand are only in the early 30,000s. It seems that it is not enough to buy all the jars with things. "Can you give me a discount if I buy in bulk?" "I'm sorry, I can't." Barnard shrugged. "If you really know the jar dealer, you'll understand that I'm really just an intermediary. After these jars are sold, I can only get a small percentage of them." "But..." As if thinking of something, Barnard paused and said, "Guest, you're lucky. I've had a bit of trouble recently. If you're willing to help, I can pay for it and let you take the jar with a total value of 20,000 energy points for free." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 32 The Closed Blacksmith Shop, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Ticket, Monthly Ticket. What I want you to do is not difficult. After getting back to the counter and flipping through it for a while, Barnard, who ran over with an empty bottle, explained, "Because the Sunset Empire has been at war with the Foxio Empire in recent years, the monkeys that have been selling to this side have been selling to this side. I can't buy wine. If you can, I hope you can go to the Sunset Empire and bring me a bottle of sunset wine." Relevant factors detected. Unlock the mission The Wine of the Sunset Empire. The Wine of the Sunset Empire. Task Level, Personal Task Regional Task. Task Introduction. Due to the fact that the Sunset Empire has been at war with the Foxio Empire in recent years, the material trade between the two sides has become difficult. In order to drink the sunset wine that I have been thinking about again, Barnard entrusts you to the Sunset Empire to bring a bottle back. Quest Reward. Take the jar with a total value of 20,000 energy points from the merchant Barnard for free. Is the Sunset Empire? Glancing at the mission, Su-Wu nodded and said, "Okay, just as I'm going to go there for a walk, I'll bring it back for you." Regarding Sunset Empire, he also got some useful information from Lucky Rabbit. It was a large-scale force at the same level as the Foxio Empire on the other side of the Dawn Forest. However, it is different from the Foxio Empire, which exists in all races. The Sunset Empire is entirely made up of humans. And among these human beings, more than 50% exist and are extreme humanists. They reject all races except humans, and do not recognize any creatures other than humans. Even the existence of an absolutely neutral camp like Barnard. As long as the race is not human, it will be forcibly expelled by the other party. This is also the reason why the other party will take the initiative to entrust Su-Wu to help. However, it will take a while to complete the task. Before that, Su-Wu decided to buy the jars with higher priority first, so as not to be taken away by others. The 5th low-grade porcelain jar in the third row on the first shelf, the 7th low-grade porcelain jar in the 4th row on the 2nd shelf. The 7th high-grade porcelain jar in the 7th row on the 10th shelf. Putting a small pile of energy stones on the table, Su Wu said, "I want all of these, help me get them." "Hey, please wait a moment, my guest." Facing the biggest order this month, Barnard moved all the jars purchased by Su Wu excitedly after collecting the power stones. 1 high-grade porcelain jar, 4 middle-grade porcelain jars, and 10 low-grade porcelain jars. Do you see anything wrong? No problem. Putting all the jars into the storage ring, Su Wu, who was not about to open the jars in front of Barnard, waved his hand and said, "I don't have enough funds, so let's buy these first today. Welcome to come again." After leaving the jar store, Su Wu did not rush to open the jar. Recalling the location he had written down before, he walked along the street to the west of the city. After walking for about 20 minutes, he walked through various alleys and successfully came to a blacksmith shop. This is where the mysterious blacksmith Alicia is located in the previously triggered options. According to the guard soldiers, Alicia may not be the most powerful blacksmith in the Foxio Empire, but she must be the most special blacksmith. How about a special law? The opponent has successfully created Tier 5 equipment, and has also successfully created Tier 1 equipment that has failed. More importantly, the two events happened on the same day. Because of this, her prestige was even higher than that of the Empire's strongest Tier 6 blacksmith, and her deeds were even spread to areas outside the Dawn Forest. In fact, had it not been for a hint of divine choice, Su Wu would never have imagined that even such a strange blacksmith could have the method of repairing the white jade sword. Only, he seemed to be a little late. Looking at the closed shop, Su Wu turned and left. Only come again tomorrow. Exit from the west gate of the city. After getting away from the device that interfered with space teleportation in the Foxio Empire, Su Wu activated space teleportation and returned to his own territory. Just after landing, Su Wu noticed Kang Yu, who was standing not far away. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, she had successfully completed the task that Su Wu had given her and returned to the station. It seems that she noticed that Su Wu was back, and she turned around while eating a colorful mushroom. Su Wu want to try it. Handing over another mushroom that she hadn't eaten yet, Kang Yu introduced, "I found this next to a spider's nest, and it tastes better than the radish before. Multicolored mushrooms, delicious, but have a strong hallucinogenic effect, please eat with caution." Looking at the properties of the mushroom in his hand, Su Wu calmly pushed it back. "No, it's up to you to eat. Without the resistance of mythical creatures, he cannot enjoy this kind of food." Chapter 33 Territory Upgrade, 4 Flowers, Evaluation Ticket, Monthly Ticket. Congratulations on getting a low-level resource pack. Congratulations for getting 10 points to get the location. Congratulations on getting 5,000 units of wood. Congratulations on getting 5,000 units of stone. Congratulations for getting a life crystal. Congratulations on getting a Lord skill card, SSS level. After returning to the territory, Su Wu, who had no worries, quickly opened all the porcelain jars. As a result, as the previously triggered option said, a lot of treasures were obtained. 10 points to get the location, 20,000 units of wood, 30,000 units of stone. Apart from these resource gains, what excites Su Wu the most is, through opening the porcelain jar this time, he also obtained a copy of the architectural drawings of the high-level stone wall, a life crystal, the core material for building the Temple of Life, and the most important SSS level Lord skill card. Just this wave of jars opened more than half of the items he needed the most. Unfortunately, there is not even a single power stone reward in those jars. Su Wu said greedily. Otherwise, he didn't even need help with the task, so he just bought it all with money. After putting away all the things that were driven out, Su Wu stood up and came to the time house. With the 10 o'clock pickup location from opening the jar, he no longer needs to wait for tomorrow's pickup location to settle. Upgrade your territory now. Upgrade the time house. The command is accepted and the upgrade begins. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing is activated, and the speed of building upgrades is accelerated. The time house is successfully upgraded, 5,000 energy points will be automatically deducted, and 10 points will be received. Conditions are met, and the territory begins to upgrade. The upgrade is successful, and the level 2 territory rewards will be distributed. Congratulations on getting 5 reputation points. Congratulations for getting 2,000 energy. Congratulations on getting 1,000 units of wood. Congratulations on getting 1,000 units of stone. Congratulations on obtaining the permission to transfer the troop buildings. Army Building Transfer Authority, you can transfer the occupied field unit buildings to the territory. Because you are the first lord to upgrade the second level territory in the Dawn Forest area, you will receive 30 additional reputation points, 5,000 energy points, 3,000 units of wood, and 3,000 units of stone. Talking is better than nothing. For Su Wu, who is used to spending a lot of money, the rewards for territorial upgrades are not many. However, for Su Wu, the biggest significance of territorial upgrades lies in the opening of the transfer authority of the arms buildings. For example, the 2 altars of the dead that he recruited in the wild before, as well as those troop buildings that he has not had time to recruit, are currently under temporary occupation. It belongs to Su Wu only within 24 hours of attacking the monster's lair. After waiting for 24 hours, as long as the recruitment CD is completed, even if the lords other than Su Wu pass by, they can still recruit. But with transfer rights, the situation is different. Open the transfer permission operation page. Su Wu has put a check mark on all the arms buildings currently belonging to him temporarily. The moment Su Wu confirmed the transfer, 12 buildings of various kinds appeared out of nowhere in the open space outside the village. These are all Kang Yu's trophies. Click on the properties and turn to view them. Except for the 2 undead altars that Su Wu has already recruited. Among the remaining 10 units, there are 2 night elves recruiting buildings Moonwell, 1 crypt spider recruiting building Spider Nest, and 7 undead recruiting building Undead Altars. Among them, except for a second level undead altar, the remaining 9 arms buildings are all first level. So many undead altars. Looking suspiciously at the long line of 9 altars of the dead, Su Wu made a simple plan to separate the altar of the dead from the other units. Kang Yu, where are the treasure chests that fell after cleaning the nest? Su Wu asked. I put it in the time house. Kang Yu pointed to the time house, which was 2 circles bigger. Help me get it. After buying a wave of porcelain jars and upgrading a time house, Su Wu's already poor economic situation has become even worse. At present, the energy left in his pocket is only 12,000 points. Recruiting troops is enough. But to upgrade all the arms buildings to level 2 or even 3, and then carry out the second and third wave of arms recruitment, the energy point gap is a bit big. However, Su Wu had already anticipated this situation. As long as the treasure chest reward dropped after the nest is destroyed is controlled on the power stone, it is not impossible to fill this huge gap. Bang bang bang! Kang Yu's actions are very fast. After Su Wu gave the order, she only took a few seconds to walk back with 10 treasure chests. Since small monster nests can only drop tier 1 or tier 2 treasure chests, there is only 1 tier 3 treasure chest out of 10 treasure chests. As for the remaining 9 treasure chests, there are 6 first-order treasure chests and 3 second-order treasure chests. Rubbing his hands together, Su Wu set his sights on the first-order treasure chest closest to him. Sacred Choice triggered. Chapter 34 The Knights of Skeletons, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. Regional Channel. Les Iron, it's so difficult. When I was cleaning up the monsters, another attendant was killed by a sneak attack by a monster hiding in the grass. Les Iron, it took a day of hard work to clear out the monsters in an area. The power stones that fell are also low-level goods, and the total is only about 1000 points. I want the beast ear girl, it's good that you can clean it up, at least the harvest is positive. I want the beast-eared girl, I only have 10 small skeletons of ordinary quality on my side. I was beaten by an elite monster not long after I went out, and I finally ran away and ran into a monster's lair. I want beast-ear mother, after going around for a day, I didn't clean up an area, and I only gained more than 400 points of energy. Nianzaikiu, envy. Fishing monster, isn't this the old brother who was killed by the group when he went out? How is the situation now? Nianzaikiu, what else can I do? After sneaking out to find some fruit to satisfy my hunger, I stayed in the territory for a day. Repeater, sounds miserable. Nianzaikiu. Nianzaikiu, upstairs, why are you so calm? Didn't you say that you were also destroyed? Repeater, it's true that the group is destroyed, but I joined the awesome alliance of Wangqiang. Les Iron, that cheating alliance that has to obey orders completely. Repeater, I don't know if it's a scam or not. Anyway, after knowing that my group was destroyed, Wangqiang sent me 3 days worth of food. I feel pretty good, and I don't have to risk going out. Civilized man, it's really good to get a fool's trust for a little benefit. It's worthy of being a fool's alliance. You can also become a light, upstairs, let's chat privately. Civilized man, why, you are also Wangqiang's dog. You can also become a light, that's not it, I just have the same views as you and want to form an alliance with you. Civilized man, well, add me as a friend. The other side. Su Wu, who was opening the treasure chest, also received a message from Wangqiang at this time. Xenophobic. After reading it again in confusion, Su Wu replied hesitantly, you mean that the alliance has not been formally established yet, and those who have joined the alliance have begun to resist the others from entering. It's not as serious as you said. Their situation is more like fishing now, Wangqiang explained. According to your request, one of the contracts I signed with them is that every time I report the coordinates of a lord who resists the alliance, I will get a reward of 1000 energy points after 7 days. You also know that after seeing the strength of your attendant, Brother Su Wu, some people in our alliance are as confident in you as a fanatical believer. Now, these people are actively fanning the flames in the regional channel, and stirring up the rest of the people to boycott the Niobe League. Then they teamed up in 2 groups. One showed up and said that he was a person from the Awesome Alliance, and the other found the target, and privately added those who resisted the alliance, and made up the coordinates of the other party's territory. Success? Su Wu asked curiously. As things stand, these guys' plans have been successful. Wangqiang reported, in just 1 day today, I have collected the coordinates of thousands of hostile lords. He wasn't worried that Su Wu couldn't deal with these guys. But what Wangqiang was most afraid of was that before Su Wu started to act, the hearts of the lords at these coordinates were destroyed due to various accidents, making the collected coordinates invalid. That would be a loss. You do not need to worry. Su Wu, who opened the last treasure chest in his hand, replied, I understand what you mean. Don't be afraid of not being able to pay, my side is going more smoothly than I thought. Let those people continue to dance for a while tonight, and the plan will officially enter the 2nd stage from tomorrow. After simply instructing some details, Su Wu closed the chat interface. Looking at the energy point that has risen to 90,000 points, a smile appeared on his face. As he said, those who are unwilling to obey orders will at most have to jump around for another night. Before coming to the undead altar outside the village, Su Wu opened the recruitment interface of the 6 level 1 undead altars. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, after 4 seconds, consume all the recruiting places to recruit, and get 60 elite level skeleton shooters. Option 2, after 11 seconds, consume. Perhaps it is because after opening many treasure chests, the reputation value has reached 90 points. Even if it is a level 1 unit building, Suwu's option interval for recruiting high-level units is much shorter than before. The troops selected this time are still the Skeleton Knight. The number of places that can be recruited for Tier 1 unit buildings is limited. After consuming all the 6 level 1 altars of the dead, Suwu successfully recruited 30 Skeleton Knights. Upgrade the altar of the dead. The command is accepted and the upgrade begins. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing is activated, and the speed of building upgrades is accelerated. The altar of the dead is successfully upgraded, and 3000 energy points are automatically deducted. After spending 18,000 energy points, Suwu upgraded all 6 level 1 altars of the dead. After reaching level 2, an altar of the dead can recruit 10 Lord level Skeleton Knights at a time. There are a total of 7 level 2 undead altars. After recruiting at the card point, a total of 70 Lord level Skeleton Knights began to drill out continuously. Rising from the spot, looking at the number of Skeleton Knights on the ground breaking through to 3 digits, a satisfied smile appeared on Suwu's face. His knights are finally taking shape. There are friends who are looking for the author for dinner. I only update 5 chapters today. See you tomorrow, brothers. Chapter 35 Night Elf, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Ticket, Monthly Ticket. After giving a simple order, Suwu threw all the Skeleton Knights out as usual. Looking at the Skeleton Knights who disappeared in place and traveled to various places in the Dawn Forest through space teleportation, Suwu nodded in satisfaction. After a brief familiarity, he had discovered the greatest advantage of the undead race. Food? Unnecessary. Sleep? Unnecessary. As long as Suwu doesn't let the other party stop. These Skeleton Knights, who made the Ziben family cry when they saw it, would move like a perpetual motion machine without sleep, and would not stop until their body reached the limit. So good. Suwu smiled and said, the energy points for building the house are all saved. Except that the combat power is a little lower in the same class, the creatures of the undead race are simply the ideal troops. After feeling the spatial coordinate record of the Dawn Forest, Suwu set his sights on the remaining units. The Moonwell of the Night Elves, the Spider Nest of the Crypt Spiders. Like the Water Elemental Altar, these 3 troop buildings belong to the type that recruits specific races. Although the scope of recruitment is not as wide as the Altar of the Dead, as long as you are lucky, you can recruit strong people from the same race with a higher probability. Moonwell. Level 1. 10 elite quality Night Elves can be recruited every day, and each Night Elves need to consume 75 energy points. Durability, 1500/1500. Remarks: the Moonwell is an army building with special functions. It will absorb the moonlight in the night sky at night, condense it into spring water and accumulate it in the Moonwell. Drinking the spring water can quickly restore physical strength and magic power. Drinking it for a long time will increase its own health. Constitution. Upgrade conditions, 3000 energy. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, consume all the quotas for recruitment after 3 seconds, and get 15 rare quality Night Elf shooters. Option 2, consume all the quotas for recruitment after 10 seconds, and get 5 Overlord quality Night Elf shooters. Option 3, consume all the quotas for recruitment after 19 seconds, and get 10 Lord quality Night Elf shooters. Perhaps the main occupation of the Night Elves is the shooter. 90% of the options given by divine choice are the recruitment of Night Elf shooters of all qualities. After a brief look around, Suwu finally decided to recruit a Lord quality Night Elf shooter. In terms of pure strength, the Overlord level Night Elves are indeed more in line with Suwu's requirements. However, compared to King Yu, whose high-end strength has already been capped, what Suwu lacks more is the number of bottom-level personnel. At this point, the existence of the Lord level just meets the requirements. After the recruitment was confirmed, the sky above Moonwell suddenly brightened. After a short pause, the slender night elves walked out of the moon well. The milky white moonlight fell from the sky and turned into clothes attached to the night elf. The moonlight dissipated, and 20 night elves with red lips and pink faces, holding long bows, knelt down on one knee and appeared in front of Suwu. Lord! Get up! Rubbing his eyes, Suwu, who was a little dizzy, showed a charitable smile. Lord is really a good profession, no wonder some people would rather choose to die than lose everything and be sent back to Blue Star. After upgrading the 2 moon wells, Suwu, whose recruitment quota was greatly increased, soon recruited 40 Lord-level night elves again. Looking at the 60 night elves standing neatly aside, Suwu looked at the moon well thoughtfully. Come to think of it, the skeleton knight is all melee, and he also needs to add a little more ranged units. Upgrade 2 moon stages. The command is accepted and the upgrade begins. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing is activated, and the speed of building upgrades is accelerated. Moonwell is successfully upgraded, and 30,000 energy points will be automatically deducted. The recruitment quota of Moonwell is refreshed. Moonwell Level 3. Option 1, 40 elite quality night elves can be recruited every day, and each night elves need to consume 75 energy points. Option 2, 20 rare quality night elves can be recruited every day, and each night elves need to consume 200 energy points. Option 3, 10 lord quality night elves can be recruited every day, and each night elves need to consume 500 energy points. Durability, 50,000/50,000. Remarks: the Moonwell is an army building with special functions. It will absorb the moonlight in the night sky at night, condense it into spring water and accumulate it in the Moonwell. Drinking the spring water can quickly restore physical strength and magic power. Drinking it for a long time will increase its own health. Constitution. Upgrade conditions: 60,000 energy, the heart of a 3rd level lord. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1, consume all elite quality recruits to recruit after 5 seconds, and get 15 overlord quality night elf shooters. Option 2, consume all elite quality quotas for recruitment after 13 seconds, and obtain 40 lord quality night elf shooters. Option 3, 19 seconds later. Special option, lead Kangyu to stand in front of the Moonwell, consume all the lord quality recruitment quotas of the 2 Moonwells, and get the opportunity to talk to the God Moon Elf Elena, mythical quality. Chapter 36 God Moon Elf Elena. Special option, lead Kangyu to stand in front of the Moonwell, consume all the lord quality recruitment quotas of the 2 Moonwells, and get the opportunity to talk to the God Moon Elf Elena, mythical quality. Divine Moon Elf? Look at the special options that appear at the bottom of the options list. Suwu, who had already planned to recruit 80 lord quality lords, the night elves, was suddenly stunned. He was really impressed by the words of the God Moon Elf. If I remember correctly, the Moon Elf seems to be the royal family of the night elves. Do you know the God Moon Elf Elena? Suwu asked the night elf beside him. Lord Elena. The night elf who was asked was stunned for a moment, and then said, no matter which world you are in, as long as there is a night elf family, you must have heard this name. She is the most talented existence in the history of the Moon Elf and even the entire elves. According to rumors, Lord Elena even got the inheritance of the Moon God and is expected to become the next generation of Moon God. But the night elf paused for a moment, and said the news that surprised Suwu. It was news from a long time ago. Lord Elena died before she grew up. Died? Yes. An angry look appeared on the face of the night elf. When Elena was just showing her head, the Lord of the Abyss, who was once injured by the Moon God, noticed her. In order to prevent the appearance of the second half-step main god level Moon God, it broke the pact of the gods and took the initiative to launch a cross-border attack on Lord Elena. The attack of the main god level is absolute. Under that blow, the world where Elena-sama lived disappeared directly into the void. The Lord of the Abyss. Looking at the special options in his eyes, Su Wu fell into contemplation. Divine choice options cannot go wrong. Since it gave this option, it means that the other party used unknown means and survived the attack of the Lord of the Abyss. But since the content of the options is an opportunity for dialogue, not recruitment success, it is obvious that the other party has requirements. As for what the requirements are, Su Wu stopped to think and waved to Kang Yu, who was building a fire in the distance. Let's talk first and then decide. Kang Yu, who was trying to suppress the cold air on her body, tilted her head, disappeared, and appeared next to Su Wu. Is there any mission? No, just stand here. Pulling Kang Yu to the moon well, Su Wu smiled and said, then it depends on the other party's conditions. If you are lucky, Kang Yu may have an extra partner. Partner? Kang Yu's eyes lit up, and her expression became richer to the naked eye. For her unconditional answer to Su Wu's call, who came here just to find a companion of her own kind, the appeal of this word is higher than that of food. Su Wu, come on. I try my best. Su Wu nodded. Click on the operation page of Moonwell, and Su Wu presses option 3. Just like summoning the night elves before, a milky white moonlight suddenly appeared above the Moonwell. However, this time, no night elves came out of the Moonwell. After a brief pause, the sky above Su Wu's territory suddenly dimmed. It was as if time had jumped and space had been distorted. It was originally only the sky at 5 or 6 o'clock at night, but now it is like the middle of the night. A bright full moon hangs overhead, illuminating the surrounding scenery. It seemed that the arrangement of the coming ceremony was over, and a calm voice fell from the full moon and entered Su Wu's mind. Are you the one who woke me up from my long slumber? It's me. Su Wu introduced himself. You can call me Su Wu, a new lord who just arrived. Lord? The voice sounded with a hint of doubt. Do you mean the kind of existence that has its own territory and title? It seems a little different from your tone. Su Wu. In memory, the profession of lord seems to have appeared in the void a long time ago. Small worlds like Blue Star that only met the requirements 100 years ago and were placed in the cross-boundary gate by the void already belong to the very late group. It stands to reason that apart from some extremely special existences, the creatures in the void should all know what the Lord is referring to. How did he get here? He met 2 guys who didn't know anything in one day. Glancing at Kang Yu, who was standing aside with a look of anticipation on her face, Su Wu sighed silently and explained it skillfully. Quite a while. After digesting Su Wu's information, Elena's voice came again. That is, if I respond to your recruitment, will my power be limited by the void and return to its original state? Yes, but things like inheritance will not disappear. Su Wu explained, as long as there are enough power stones, after raising the level again, you can not only regain the previous power, but also get the power beyond the previous speed at a faster speed. If you are my subordinate, I can guarantee that you will be able to obtain enough power stones in the shortest time to raise your level to 100. Chapter 37 The Second Mythical Attendant, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. Very attractive conditions. After understanding what Su Wu meant, Elena's voice came again. But, that's not what I want most. Listening to your tone, it should be to understand my past experience. I only know about the initiative of the Abyss. Su Wu replied. That's enough. The moonlight gathered in mid-air, turning into a piece of paper and floating into Su Wu's hand. You are the benefactor who woke me up from that long slumber, and I won't embarrass you too much in terms of conditions. If you are willing to sign a contract, then I will swear allegiance to you, and I will not betray you until death. Taking the contract, Su Wu asked curiously, what if I refuse? Although I have nothing left, I will pay you a satisfactory reward. The specific reward will be discussed later. It seemed that she was worried about something, Elena added. I'm more curious if you say that. Su Wu, who was successfully invigorated, lowered his head and checked the contract in his hand. Luna contract. Contract level, highest. Condition 1 of the contract, in the case of abundant energy stones, provide enough energy stones for the god moon elf Elena to use. Condition 2 of the contract, after having enough power in the future, you must fight against the abyss. Remarks: if this contract is signed, the contractor Suwu will receive the eternal allegiance of Elena, the god moon elf. Your conditions are looser than I thought. Loose? Elena's voice was full of doubts. Could it be that the Lord of the Abyss is dead? Of course not dead. Then you still think this condition is very loose? Is it because she slept for too long, which makes any difference between the loose definition and the current people? Or, while she was sleeping, something happened on the other side of the abyss? Being hostile to the abyss has not been an ordinary thing since ancient times. Most people don't even have time to escape, so how could it seem easy to get to Suwu? The signing of the contract is successful, and the Luna contract takes effect. It's just hostile to the abyss. Signing the contract without caring, Suwu replied, it's not directly confronting the Lord of the Abyss, what am I afraid of? After knowing Elena's experience, his bottom line of expectations is much higher than this. The world in which he lived was destroyed for no reason, and he fell into a long slumber because of this. Under the buff of this enemies of killing, hatred of genocide. Even if Suwu couldn't understand Elena's emotions, he could understand the hatred in the other's heart. It was definitely not as simple as it was. However, since the other party didn't lose his mind and made a troublesome treaty such as must be hostile to the Lord of the Abyss or must kill the Lord of the Abyss, he naturally would not hesitate any longer. Is it scary to be hostile to the Abyss? Really scary? At least in the deeds Suwu saw, except for the main god-level forces, those who were hostile to the Abyss did not have a good end. But so what? Looking at the graceful figure slowly appearing under the moonlight, a smile appeared on Suwu's face. As early as the moment he decided to be hostile to the Lord of Light, it was doomed that he must build the territory into a god-level power. In this case, one more abyss is not bad. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Elena, who responded to Suwu from the unknown space, slowly appeared. She was wearing a white and green ranger outfit, with black boots on her feet, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Under the silver moon, Elena opened her long, round legs and walked towards Suwu. Elena. Grade, mythical grade. Level, level 1. Occupation, Apostle of the Moon. Physique, 1200. Spirit, 500. Talent, Shinayu, SSS. When bathed in moonlight, all attributes increase tenfold, reduce all attribute damage received by 80%, and greatly increase the speed of physical and mana recovery. Loyalty, 100, absolute loyalty. Skill 1, Luna comes, summons a full moon to hang in the sky, reducing the attack speed and movement speed of enemies within the range by 80%. Skill 2, Mark of the Moon, after a direct attack, the enemy will be automatically marked, and the marked enemy will continue to lose physical strength and spirit. Skill 3, Arrow of the Moon, condensing the moonlight to form an arrow, after hitting the enemy, it will cause damage to all existences in the nearby area. Special skill, Blessing of the Moon God, bless a target and greatly enhance the opponent's strength. Note, Luna Blessing can only be used once in a lifetime, and once the target is confirmed, the object cannot be changed. It is worthy of being the most qualified existence in the entire elves in history. This is not inferior to Kang Yu's panel, which makes Suwu understand that the other party's name is not blown out. Elena, you should temporarily follow Kang Yu to familiarize yourself with the lower territory. After reading Elena's panel, Suwu handed the opponent over to Kang Yu, who had been fiery since the beginning. I still have some things to do on my side. I'll come to you later when I have time. Okay. Elena nodded. She was still very curious about this girl who was awakened by the cold air. Just take this opportunity to get to know each other well. Chapter 38 Unexpected Options. The visions in the sky had dissipated at some point. Looking at the low night sky, Su Wu looked at the night elves who seemed to be dumbfounded. Compared to the aura that Kang Yu brought, the appearance of the legendary god moon elf Elena will shock them to a higher level. However, Su Wu did not give them time to be stunned. Divide 60 Lord level night elf shooters into 12 teams in groups of 5. Open the hostile Lord coordinate file sent by Wang Jiang. Su Wu randomly selects the coordinates of 12 lucky players and hand them over to the night elves team. Time to cut some leaks. After a series of upgrades to the troop building, the power stone in Su Wu's hand has dropped back to the early 2W. It seems a lot, but it is only the amount of upgrading a 3rd level arm building. If you really use it, you will see the bottom in minutes. After sending all the night elves out, Su Wu's eyes fell on the last unit building. Crypt Spider's Nest. Spider Nest. Level 1. 10 small crypt spiders of normal quality can be recruited every day, and each small crypt spider consumes 30 energy points. Durability, 1500/1500. Note, when recruiting, there is a certain probability to recruit a higher level crypt spider. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1. After 6 seconds, all quotas are consumed to recruit, and 10 rare large-scale crypt spiders can be recruited. Option 2. After 13 seconds, all the quotas are consumed to recruit, and 1 overlord level reaper scythe can be recruited. Option 3. After 15 seconds, all quotas are consumed to recruit, and 5 lord level giant crypt spiders can be recruited. It's really good when the reputation is high. Looking through the options that appeared in front of him, Su Wu found that as of the end of today, the option to summon the overlord level death scythe had appeared repeatedly 4 or 5 times. When this is replaced by the previous 10 reputation points, I am afraid that one may not be refreshed every day. However, for the current Su Wu, after signing a contract with Elena, his demand for overlord level arms has dropped further. High-end combat power is enough for now. What he needs more is a laborer who can help run errands and harvest leeks. The recruitment is successful. Congratulations on getting 5 lord level giant crypt spiders. Click click click. The soil rolled, and a spider with a height of more than 3 meters emerged from the ground. 8 spider legs with black hair, and 3 pairs of eyes with bloodthirsty red light. Just standing there, these giant crypt spiders can be visually striking and oppressive. Letting these giant crypt spiders stand aside temporarily, Su Wu raised the level of the spider nest and quickly completed the second wave of recruitment. Click click click. Soon, 10 more terrifying giant spiders emerged from the ground. Looking at the ability to think that has dropped to 1W7, Su Wu hesitated for a while and decided to continue to upgrade. With Elena's precedent, he has now realized the benefits of recruiting specific units. In case the spider nest is upgraded to level 3, there will also be a special option. His requirements are not high, as long as it is a servant of the 3rd level, even an epic level can be accepted. Upgrade the spider nest. The command is accepted and the upgrade begins. Building upgrades are detected, heaven manufacturing is activated, and the speed of building upgrades is accelerated. The spider nest is successfully upgraded, and 15,000 energy points will be automatically deducted. Spider Nest. Level 3. Option 1, 40 small crypt spiders of normal quality can be recruited every day, and each small crypt spider consumes 30 energy points. Option 2, 20 elite quality medium-sized crypt spiders can be recruited every day, and each medium-sized crypt spider needs to consume 80 energy points. Option 3, 10 large crypt spiders of rare quality can be recruited every day, and each large crypt spider consumes 200 energy points. Durability, 50,000/50,000. Note, when recruiting, there is a certain probability to recruit a higher level crypt spider. Upgrade conditions, 60,000 energy, the heart of a 3rd level lord. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1. After 7 seconds, all rare quality quotas are consumed to recruit, and 20 Lord quality giant crypt spiders can be recruited. Special option, lead Kangyu or Elena to stand in front of the spider nest, and at the same time place a huge amount of food as a sacrifice. There is a certain probability to recruit the mythical servant Baiji. Note 1, the higher the level of the spider nest, the higher the probability of successful recruitment. After level 7, the recruitment can be successful if the food conditions are met. Remark 2, huge amount of food equals at least 10,000 monster corpses. The more food, the higher the probability of successful recruitment. Note 3, the better the taste of the food submitted, the higher the probability of successful recruitment. Suwu. He just thought about it casually before, how could there really be a special option? Or a special option for directly recruiting mythical servants? But looking at the last 3 remarks, Suwu fell silent. For the first time, he hesitated whether to try to recruit mythical servants. With such a large appetite, can he really afford it? Someone has been interfering with my code words. Today's update may be slower QVQ. Chapter 39 Properties of the Upgraded Time House. After a brief silence, Suwu quickly gave up thinking about whether he could afford such a strange question. Mythical servants still have to be recruited. Just 1,000,000 points of food. If it can be stably exchanged for the allegiance of a mythical servant, then this price is not huge. However, with his current conditions, it is not realistic to gather 10,000 monster corpses in a short period of time. In addition, before the level 7 spider nest, even if the food conditions are met, it is not because of the absolute success of recruitment. Suwu decided to temporarily suppress the recruitment of the opponent. The recruitment is successful. Congratulations on getting 20 Lord quality giant crypt spiders. It was time to complete the last wave of recruitment, and Suwu finally ended this twists and turns recruitment journey. Looking at the open space next to it, there are 35 giant crypt spider teams standing densely. Suwu thought for a while, but did not let them go on the task of harvesting leeks like the night elves. Compared to night elves, giant crypt spiders move much slower. Instead of letting these giant crypt spiders attack, let them clean up the monsters around the territory. As long as a large number of cobwebs are created, those monsters that are scurrying around can easily be wiped out. Not only that, these cobwebs can also prevent the entry of foreign monsters when Suwu's city walls have not yet enclosed the cleared space. In his opinion, as long as they are handled properly, these giant crypt spiders can be regarded as monster killers. Quite a while after sending giant crypt spiders in all directions of the territory, Suwu divided the replaced high-level water elements into 2 teams, and let them join the army of harvesting leeks. Looking at the 2 teams of high-level water elements disappearing in place one after another, Suwu, whose energy points had returned to 3 digits, turned around and walked towards the time house. After an upgrade, the appearance of the time house has become more imposing. Click on the Territorial Building Operation interface. Suwu checks the properties of the upgraded time house. Time house. Level, sss-level. Effect 1, Made in Paradise, speed up the process of building/upgrading/repairing all buildings, without consuming any time and completing it immediately. Effect 2, World, pause all enemies within the territory for 9 seconds. Cooling time, 1-2H. Effect 3, Lord's Heart. The function of this building is equivalent to the Lord's Heart. Once it is destroyed, it will be regarded as defeated and automatically returned to the original world. Effect 4, Time Regulation. You can choose 21000x1000 areas for time acceleration or time deceleration. The current adjustable upper limit is 2 times. Durability, 50W/50W. Upgrade conditions, 50,000 energy, 300 points to receive the location. After the upgrade, the durability of the time house has been increased to 50W, and the cooldown time of the world with effect 2 has also been reduced from 24H to 12H. In addition, the biggest change in time house is the addition of a new effect. Time control. Does time speed up or time slow down? This skill is a very useful skill both in defense and support. After thinking for a while, Su Wu set the first area to the area where he descended, and accelerated the time. In this way, 1 second has passed outside, and 2 seconds will pass on the territory side. Equivalent to double the free time. After the time control was set, Su Wu walked into the time house. After a brief walk around the territory, Elena and Kang Yu were sitting in the house at the moment, narrating their past experiences. Of course, since Kang Yu's past experience was basically the same as her day's experience, the conversation between the two was actually Elena talking and Kang Yu eating. Seeing Su Wu walk in, Elena and Kang Yu interrupted their movements and looked at him. Su Wu. Kang Yu waved her hand. Elena just told me a lot of interesting things. It can be seen. Su Wu, who saw Kang Yu's obvious expression for the first time, smiled and went straight to the topic, but the communication between the two of you is going to be delayed. I need your help on something on my side. 2 mythical attendants, he naturally wouldn't put them here to chat with him. Powerful physical fitness, exaggerated perception range, and amazing attack distance. Taking turns to harvest leeks, even if the rest of the attendants add up, they are far less efficient than Elena and Kang Yu. Give it to me. After listening to Su Wu's words, Elena's eyes were full of confidence. In the case of night, she doesn't even need to use the moon god to enter the state of the moon. All attributes have been increased tenfold, and at level 1, her physique can reach tens of thousands. In the face of this exaggerated physical fitness, even if the coordinates given by Su Wu are scattered, she can walk all around in a short time. If it's just this amount of work, I can get it done in half an hour. Then give you more coordinates. Su Wu increased the number of tasks from 5 to 10. Remember to bring back the core that fell after the Lord's heart was broken. Su Wu. Kang Yu, who was listening to the conversation between the two, suddenly interjected and said, I also want 10 territorial coordinates. Are you sure? Su Wu asked. Elena's Divine Moon has an attribute boosting effect, but Kang Yu Ice Queen does not. In terms of pure movement speed, even Kang Yu couldn't catch up with Elena, who was in the state of Shinayu. If you come back late, you'll miss your meal. No problem. Kang Yu, who entered the state of inexplicable competition, replied, I have a trick. Chapter 40 The Second Lord Skill. Regional Channel. Reckless Man, attention everyone in the Anti-Niobe Alliance, I found that some people in the chat channel are friendly troops on the surface, but they may actually be members of the Niobe Alliance. Marshmallow, how do you say? Reckless Man, after someone added me as a friend just now, on the surface, he has been expressing his attitude to be in the same camp as me, but in fact he has been trying to figure out the coordinates of my territory. Reckless Husband, I was worried about cheating, so I asked him to sign a contract with me to prove that he was not a member of the Brilliant Alliance. Goblin is awesome, he didn't sign. Reckless Husband, nonsense, if I sign it, I will report to you. Civilized Man, FK. You say that, I seem to have had the same experience as you. Voldemort, it's too late. I've encountered this kind of thing too. I thought it was because Su Wu and Wang Jiang were not pleasing to the eye, so I chose to form an alliance with him and tell him the coordinates of the territory. You can also become a light. I'm dying of laughter, did you idiots react? You can also become a light, it's too late. The boss Su Wu has already spoken, you can only dance for one more night. Reckless Husband, don't make me laugh, how many people do you think Dawn Forest does not like you? Reckless Husband, in the past history, it is not that people who have not obtained an S-rank score want to use their own strength to plunder resources recklessly everywhere. Reckless Husband, what's the result? Are they still dead? In the face of the existence of grade AOR above, they are indeed not opponents when fighting alone. However, you must know one thing, there are as many as tens of millions of new lords coming to the Dawn Forest. In order to prevent their own interests from being encroached on, there should not be too many people who will choose to unite. If one person can't beat it, then 10. If 10 people can't beat it, then 100. In the face of endless crowd tactics, even the winner of the SSSS rating has only one path to defeat. Mensin, the analysis is good. Mensin, in the face of crowd tactics, ordinary S-rank winners are really not enough to watch. Reckless husband, haha. I said that there are still smart people. Brother, what's your name, do you want to consider joining with me? Mensin, no alliance, but you can choose to join my force. Voldemort, how many people are there in the power of the boss? If there are too many people, take me. I have leaked the coordinates of my territory now. Mensin, how many people? Let me see. Mensin, there are more than 2,000 now, but there should be many people who are on the sidelines and may join at any time. Voldemort, FK. Reckless husband, brothers are awesome. It's amazing to gather so many people quietly. Mensin, generally speaking, it's mainly the people below who promote it well. Mensin, if you are interested in joining, feel free to contact Wangqiang to join my awesome alliance. Reckless man. Voldemort. Goblin is awesome. Mensin, by the way, that little fat man said something wrong before. Some people may not be able to survive tonight. Sure enough, it's all in the mind of a sea of tactics. After strolling around the chat channel, Suwu, who did not feel any pressure, stood up and moved his body. It was a good idea, but the wrong person was chosen. There is an old saying that goes well. Some people can get S grades because their strength can only get S grades. But Suwu will get the SSS grade because the upper limit of the Rookie Lord assessment is only SSS grade. Those people in the past were able to successfully make a comeback through crowd tactics because the efficiency of those S-rank scorers was too low, giving the little lords time to develop. With these lessons learned, even if he has a mythical servant, Suwu will not be careless about this kind of thing. Doing every step carefully can completely block all possibilities of killing the enemy. Your servant Night Elf killed one lord, and the coordinates of his territory are XXX, XXX, XXX. Your servant Night Elf successfully smashed the lord's heart, level 1, and obtained 1 territory point 3000 energy points and 1 resource compression package. Your attendant high-level water element kills a lord, and the coordinates of his territory are XXX, XXX, XXX. Your attendant high-level water element successfully smashed the lord's heart, level 1, and obtained 1 point of territory, 3000 points of energy, and 1 resource compression package. It's finally started. Looking at the constantly appearing account notification, Suwu nodded in satisfaction. According to this efficiency, tonight he will be able to gather energy points and upgrade all the troop buildings to level 3. At that time, the recruitment opportunity will be refreshed the next day, and he will also be able to obtain more troops from the level 3 arms buildings. After confirming that nothing was missed, Suwu closed the prompt panel and took out a card from the storage ring. Previously, due to the skill slot, he could only temporarily store this Lord skill card that was opened from the high-level porcelain jar. Now that the territory level has also been raised to level 2, it is time for him to extract the second Lord skill. Sacred Choice triggered successfully. Option 1, use the Lord skill card after 7 seconds, you can get the A-level Lord skill, the more you fight, the more courageous. Option 2, use the Lord skill card after 15 seconds, you can get the A-level Lord skill, all kinds of martial arts. Option 209, use the Lord skill card after 72 minutes to get the sss-level Lord skill, limiter. Today's update is over, brothers give some flowers and evaluation tickets. Chapter 41 Elena's Troubles. Fusion is panicking now. He has been in a state of fidgeting ever since he found out in the chat channel that he had been given the coordinates of the territory. The promised reinforcements will come soon. Thinking of what the guy called the reckless man in the chat channel said, Fusion said a little irritably, "It's been almost an hour, why hasn't it arrived yet?" "Don't worry. Not far away," a man with a hood sighed and replied in a hurry, "The boss can't teleport, of course it will take some time to get together. I'm mainly worried that his side has not yet gathered people, and my side is gone." "Don't worry, it won't." The hooded man waved his hand and said calmly, "Judging from the few victims I have learned so far, their territory is 70,000 to 80,000 meters away from this side. Even if that guy So Wu cleans up the uncooperative lords, he will start from that side first." "You're right." Fusion, who felt that what the other party said was justified, was relieved, and then he was a little worried. "Do you think we can win? I heard from the guys who sent the information before they were eliminated, and they were all Lord-level creatures who attacked their territory." "You are so timid." The hooded man rolled his eyes and explained helplessly, "Of course we can get the information you can get. But that guy So Wu is too careless." A steady voice came from afar. "Oh." The hooded man stood up and said with a smile, "Boss, you're finally here. To be honest, I'm quite flustered just staying here with this guy." "Humph, I didn't feel any panic from your tone." A 2-meter-tall, muscular man walked over, glanced at Fusion and said, "You're the guy called Voldemort, aren't you? You're so timid, you really blinded the start of your rare class. It's not you who leaked the coordinates of the territory, of course you don't panic." After grumbling in dissatisfaction, Fusion asked, "What do you mean by saying that So Wu was careless?" "It's simple." The strong man commanded the army of 300 people behind him to disperse around, and replied, "From the current information, that guy should be an offensive lineup assigned in the way of 5 Lord-level teams. Although I don't know where he got so many Lord-level attendants, if there are only 5, it's not difficult to deal with. Among the 300-strong army he has assembled so far, there are 30 rare-level attendants and 100 elite-level attendants. Coupled with the talents of the various lords who came along with the large army, the combat power that this 300-100-man army can exert, it is still certain to deal with the existence of 5 lords. The loss of 5 lord-level attendants will surely be a heavy blow to that guy." Click! Crushing the stone in his hand into pieces, a grim smile appeared on the strong man's face. "I want to see if he dares to broadcast it on the regional channel." Boom! Before the voice fell, a deafening sound came from the far distance. "FK! What's the situation? Brother! Someone attacked." "It's So Wu," Fusion said consciously. "Oh? Is that guy's troops moving so fast?" The unexpected situation made the strong man frown. In his expectation, So Wu's troops will arrive at least tomorrow morning. Who is the enemy? High-level water element or night elves? Neither. The hooded man who had been showing a cynical expression next to him looked into the distance with a dull expression. "There is only one strange woman." "Only one person? It seems that I think highly of that guy So Wu." The strong man turned around and sneered, "I chose such a risky, big tree for the sake of efficiency." The laughter stopped abruptly. Looking at the giant tree in the distance, his expression became as dull as the hooded man. "What's the situation?" Boom! "Do not know." The hooded man shook his head, seemingly unable to understand the situation. "I only saw a very beautiful figure passing by, and then..." Boom! 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 The tree flew over. Boom! A giant tree more than 10 meters high flew over like a javelin, collided with the hooded man with a series of corpses, and flew into the distance. "Can you see my figure in the state of Shinayu?" Elena's figure appeared on the spot, looking at the hooded man's fleshy mud. "It seems like a guy with good talent, it's a pity." If you choose to join Siwoo's power, with the talent of the other party, it is not difficult to mix up a world in the future. However, there is no regret medicine to buy in life. Holding the giant tree that had been pulled up at random as she passed by, Elena swept aside. Boom! An unexpected hit. Whether it was Fusion fleeing in the distance, or a strong man standing in the same place who couldn't understand what he was doing, all of them flew into the sky like ants at this moment. Congratulations on successfully killing Lord Zhao Hao, the coordinates of his territory will be automatically sent to Lord Siwoo. Congratulations on successfully killing Lord Su Xi, the coordinates of his territory will be automatically sent to Lord Siwoo. Congratulations on successfully killing Lord Fusion, the coordinates of his territory will be automatically sent to Lord Siwoo. Looks like it should be gone. After sensing the next 4 weeks and confirming that everyone was killed by herself, Elena raised her right hand holding the trunk and threw it at the heart of the Lord in the distance at will. Boom! Congratulations on successfully breaking the Lord's heart, level 1, you will receive 1 reward point 3000 energy points and 1 resource compression package. The 10th. Picking up the light ball that fell on the ground, Elena, who had killed the last target, paused and fell into contemplation. As she said, it was not difficult to complete Siwoo's task in under an hour. But, do you want to go back now? Looking at the moon in the sky, Elena sighed silently. Not long after she woke up, she couldn't understand what Kang Yu was competing with herself. But in this case, if you go back earlier than the other party, you will always feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 42 170,000 energy points. Facts have proved that Elena's worries are a little too much. When she delayed returning to the territory by 20 minutes, Kang Yu had even finished her dinner. Elena is so slow. Passing the barbecue that was left on purpose to the other party, Kang Yu complained, I did it in 10 minutes, but it took you more than an hour. Elena. Really or not, so fast? I didn't lie. Seemingly aware of Elena's doubts, Kang Yu, who returned to the state of Sanwu, explained, I created some clones to help. Separate. Yet. Kang Yu nodded. Ice clone is the replacement for ice butterfly. Although the combat power is a little worse, it is no big problem to bring the items back safely. Elena. Through the brain circuit of the mythical creature, she seemed to understand what the other party was saying. You shouldn't just stand at a distance and bomb the area where those coordinates are. Well, this is a surefire trick I just came up with. As expected of a surefire trick. She really couldn't learn this outrageous attack method without a weapon in hand. Elena lost. I lost. That's why I'm the strongest under Siwoo. Okay, Kang Yu is the most powerful. Elena did not refute. In fact, Kang Yu was right on this point. Not to mention that her current level is lower than Kang Yu's, even at the same level, she doesn't have much confidence in resisting the opponent's outbreak. Give. Seemingly got the answer she wanted, Kang Yu didn't ask any further questions. After handing the food she left in advance to the other party, her eyes flashed with anticipation. Elena, continue to tell your story. This may be a little later. Elena raised her hand, pointed to Siwoo, who was coming this way, and said, it seems that there will be a new mission. All right. Do not worry. Sitting down, Siwoo, who heard the conversation between the two, said, after a while, you can listen to the story as long as you want. Does Siwoo also have a story to tell? Kang Yu asked curiously. I may not be able to tell you about my own, but... Recalling the works he had seen in his previous life, Siwoo smiled and said, but I can tell you something else, such as the story of 7 gourd babies saving Grandpa. That sounds interesting. I'll tell you when I'm interested. Taking the light group from Elena's hand, Siwoo continued, but before that, you may have to be busy for a while. Just now, I got a large number of hostile Lord coordinates. It may take you more time to solve it. Just say it. Elena, who had heard Suwu's plan to sweep the Dawn Forest, said indifferently, I'm more afraid that your intelligence speed won't keep up with my clearing speed, rather than being busy. Kang Yu followed closely and said, me too. If you really think it doesn't take much time, then help collect the food. Food? Not for you. Glancing at Kang Yu, who seemed a little excited, Suwu interrupted, it's something you need to recruit new companions, and at least 10,000 monster corpses are needed. New companion. Kang Yu said with enthusiasm, leave it to me. Looks like another guy with a big appetite. Elena, who also understood what Suwu's companion was pointing at, teased, I don't know which of them eats more than Kang Yu. I don't eat much. Kang Yu defended. If it wasn't for curiosity, as a mythical creature, she didn't even need to eat. But, glancing at the dozens of corpses of monsters with only bones left not far away, Elena shrugged and said, maybe you are the only one who thinks so. After a short chat. After finishing the repair, Elena and Kang Yu soon set foot on the road of harvesting leeks again. Go back to the time house. Suwu opened the light ball that Elena brought back, and took out the reward obtained after breaking the Lord's heart. Resource Compression Pack, all the resources of the new Lord Fusion. After opening, you can get 1123 energy points and 103 units of wood. Resource Compression Pack, all the resources of the new Lord Zhao Hao. After opening, you can get 1616 energy points, 100 units of wood, and 100 units of stone. Resource Compression Pack, all the resources of the new Lord Su Xi. After opening, you can get 1425 points of energy, 140 units of wood, and 40 units of stone. Yes, much richer than the previous batch of poor people. Watching the number of energy points soaring to 17W, finishing all the harvests, Suwu showed a happy smile. Thanks to the efforts of Elena and Kang Yu, who were fully on fire, the speed of harvesting the leeks was much faster than he expected. It's almost possible to upgrade the rest of the troop buildings to level 3. However, he has one last thing to do before upgrading the troop buildings. Glancing at the countdown in the upper right corner, Suwu took out the Lord skill card and began to extract skills. Successful extraction, congratulations on obtaining the sss-level Lord skill, limiter. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 43 Breaking the Limiter. Limiter. Level, SSS level. Effect 1, Level Limiter, cancel the level limit of servants, and all servants can reach level 100. Effect 2, Qualification Limiter, after reaching level 100, all attendants can choose to break through the limit, increase their aptitude by 1 level, and reduce their level back to level 1. The qualification can break through the upper limit to the king level. Effect 3, Break the Limiter, permanently cancel the Lord's own limiter. So strong. After checking the effect introduction, Suwu couldn't help but sigh, as expected of a SSS level Lord skill. Unlike the more comprehensive space control, the effect of the limiter is simple. That is to break the limit and become stronger. With the cooperation of the level limit and the qualification limiter, all existences below the king level have obtained a promising evolutionary path. As long as there are enough power stones to support, Suwu can completely turn his Lord level army into a king level army. However, due to the presence of Elena and Kang Yu, the two gold-swallowing beasts, the completion date of this goal may be temporarily postponed. Thinking of this, Suwu turned his attention to the last effect. Break the limiter. The ability to see its powerful effect is different from the level limiter and the qualification limiter. At the moment when the limiter is drawn, Suwu can feel that the effect of breaking the limiter has taken effect. Although on the surface there is no apparent change. But Suwu can clearly feel that he is getting stronger. Whether it is physical or mental, it is slowly and continuously becoming stronger. These SSS level Lord skills are really exaggerated. Reminds me of the space control I got before. Suwu suddenly felt that he probably wouldn't even dare to do anything, as long as he had enough 9 sss-level Lord skills, he would be comparable to a mythical level fetish. However, to get the new Lord skill slot, you will need to level up the territory. Territory Upgrade Task. Condition 1, upgrade the Lord's Heart. Condition 2, have 5 level 3 arms buildings. Condition 3, the territory area is increased to 5000 x 5000. Condition 4, have 300 attendants. Condition 5, 100 reputation points. After the territory level is raised to level 2, the difficulty of the new territory upgrade task is obviously more than one step higher than before. But for the current Suwu, it is not difficult to fulfill these conditions. The main problem is actually the 300 lands needed to upgrade the Lord's Heart. Coming to the area where the troop buildings were placed, Suwu began to upgrade the remaining level 2 troop buildings. The water element altar is successfully upgraded, and 15,000 energy points are automatically deducted. The altar of the dead is successfully upgraded, and 15,000 energy points are automatically deducted. The altar of the dead is successfully upgraded, and 15,000 energy points are automatically deducted. All troop building upgrades are over. Suwu opened the recruiting interface and checked the options for divine choice. Is the most advanced recruiting option the Overlord level Water Elemental Priest and Reloaded Skeleton Knights? Faced with this unexpected situation, Suwu said greedily, "Unfortunately, I thought I could get 2 more special options for recruiting mythical servants. The recruitment is successful, congratulations on getting 180 Lord Quality Skeleton Knights. The recruitment is successful, congratulations on getting 20 Lord Quality High-Level Water Elements. The 17W energy point that I just started was swept away." Looking at the 200 Lord level servants in front of him, Suwu still followed the previous distribution method, letting the Skeleton Knights explore the map and the high-level water elements to attack the enemy Lord's territory. The next step is to wait for the recruitment quota to be refreshed. After finishing everything he could, Suwu, who was free again, lay on the bed, ready to take a short rest. Too capable. Apart from waiting for the result, his lord seems to have nothing to do. And at the same time that Suwu began to fish and sleep, the lords who chose to be hostile to Suwu are now caught in a dire situation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arrow cut through the night sky and landed precisely on the head of the orc who was on alert. Chi chi chi. Blood flowers bloom. In just an instant, the 10-member elite team in charge of escorting was wiped out. "Do not kill me." Hearing the ding-dong sound in his ear, the lord who reacted immediately raised the white flag that he had made a long time ago and surrendered. "I am not an enemy. I am willing to join." Sigh. Unnecessary. After killing the lord who tried to surrender, the night elves walked past the opponent's body indifferently and started to attack the lord's heart. Lord said that those who did not declare their allegiance immediately are all enemies that can be attacked. Congratulations on successfully breaking the Lord's Heart, Level 1, you will receive 1 reward point 3000 energy points and 1 resource compression package. Chapter 44, Flame Dragon Wallace. Regional Channel. Shadow, brothers, there is a big problem. Shadow, I found Suwu crazy. The territory he is attacking now is not just those who resist him. Tentacle monster. What do you mean? Shadow, meaning, as long as he's not from the Awesome Alliance, he will treat him as an enemy when he sees it. N.F.K. Isn't it? Arthas, it's fake, right? That guy Suwu doesn't look like a fool, isn't it equivalent to pushing potential friendly forces to the enemy's side? Shadow, but the problem is true. Several of my friends near Suwu's territory have lost contact for no reason. Shadow, if you don't believe me, you can ask me to sign a contract to prove it's true or false. Lore, no need to sign a contract, I have a neutral friend who sent me news before he died, and it was Suwu who did it. Arthas, I'm stupid, if this is true, isn't Siwu really crazy? Yan Xiao, if he were a normal person, how could he say such arrogant words as conquering the Dawn Forest within a week? Yan Xiao, if we want to survive, the best thing we can do is to unite together. You can also become a light, isn't the best way to join the Niobe League and follow the Siwu boss? Yan Xiao, if you want to be a dog, go and be a dog. Anyway, I, Yan Xiao, will never be submissive to others. Yan Xiao, today, I will set up an anti-Siwu alliance here. Yan Xiao, everyone who is doing it, if you don't like Siwu, you can choose to join the anti-Siwu alliance. Yan Xiao, the only purpose of our alliance is to defeat Siwu, and there are no other requirements. The resource compression package is successfully opened, and 1320 energy points 100 units of wood, and 100 units of stone are obtained. The resource compression package is successfully opened, and 916 energy points 200 units of wood, and 100 units of stone are obtained. It's really overestimating the coping strategies of these people. After withdrawing from the regional channel, Siwu, who was full of energy, said helplessly, "Does this take me as those losers in the past, thinking that building an alliance is enough?" But this was also what he expected. No one would have thought that he could have two mythical servants. This kind of existence that can subvert the result by oneself is beyond the comprehension of everyone. Before Kang Yu and Elena were really exposed, those who resisted him would not disappear at all. However, this is what I want. If everyone chooses to obey, doesn't he lose the seedlings that can be harvested? 100 people can provide 42W energy points, not bad. After sorting out the new batch of energy points, Siwu nodded in satisfaction. It seems that while the energy points are being harvested tomorrow, Kang Yu or Elena can be assigned a person to clear the monster's lair. At this speed, he could form an army of 10,000 people composed of Lord-level creatures, and it didn't take much time at all. The recruitment quota is refreshed. The time just came to 0 o'clock. Coming to the area where the troop buildings were placed, Siwu opened the recruitment page and started today's recruitment. Sacred choice triggered successfully. Option 1. At the same time, deep in the Dawn Forest, a giant dragon-scale armor exuding frenzied aura was shattered, and its body was penetrated by huge chains. The dragon's blood, which was as hot as magma, continued to flow out of the wound, dripping on the ground, burning pits. "Do you know what you are doing?" Feeling the change in its body, it angrily stared at the lich in front of it and said, "Once I completely lose my mind. This piece of..." "Don't worry, I know the consequences better than you." The lich holding a black crystal came over and laughed at the dragon. "As the owner of this area of the Dawn Forest, once you lose your mind, the defensive light barrier that has been shrouded in the Dawn Forest for a long time will be closed. After sensing this good opportunity, the forces in the rest of the region will definitely choose to besiege the Dawn Forest area and divide up the resources of this land. I'm right, Yanlong Wallace. Is this your purpose?" The erect pupils stared at the lich in front of him. Yanlong said angrily, "Alan, I misread you. Back then, I remembered that you were the orphan of the Moore family, and I let go of you who turned into a lich. I didn't expect you to be so crazy. In order to avenge the Foxio Empire, you chose to let the entire Dawn Forest fall into the flames of war. So, you are still too naive." The lich Alan shook his head, looked at Wallace like a fool and said, "When I came here with my pursuers, you only knew that I was an orphan of the Moore family. But before you choose to help me, have you considered how the Muir family was exterminated?" Ironically looking at the suddenly stunned dragon, Alan laughed wildly as if he had seen some satisfactory picture. "That's right. The one who killed the Muir clan was none other than me. It was me, the last survivor of the Muir clan. You idiot actually listened to what I said, thinking that the Empire was afraid of the growth of the Moore family and chose to exterminate the family. Vengeance? How could my target do something that a fool would do?" Stuffing the black crystal into the dragon's body, the lich Alan explained his purpose. The most important thing is to get enough souls and let me break the limit of the middle level 3 creatures. Chapter 45, The War Angels of the Foxio Empire, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. The sun rose, and the dawn forest was bathed in sunlight again. West of the Foxio Empire. With the emergence of transparent ripples, 2 figures, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared in place. 1,000 meters in front is the capital of the Foxio Empire. After confirming the location, Su Wu turned his head to face Kang Yu next to him and said, "Remember to control your breath and don't scare other people." Yet, Kang Yu blinked, and immediately began to restrain her breath. "By the way, use these energy stones first." Seemingly thinking of something, Su Wu touched the storage ring and pulled out all the power stones inside. After everyone's efforts last night, his total energy points now have reached 80W. After experiencing the results of the servant's efficient harvesting of leaks, Su Wu is no longer stingy with the use of energy points. No matter what, this place is also the capital of the Foxio Empire. Asking Kang Yu to accept all the power stones, Su Wu explained, "Kang Yu, as a mythical being, you may be noticed by some strange detection tools or special existences. In order to prevent accidents, let's improve our strength first." Is Su Wu worried about that Birdman? Birdman? Hearing Kang Yu's words, Su Wu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "What Birdman?" "That's the one." Kang Yu pointed in the direction of the capital of the Foxio Empire, and explained, "That Birdman with a pair of wings on his back and a light on his body. Even if you say that, I can't see it." With his enhanced strength, all Su Wu could see was the buildings of the Foxio Empire that were clearer than yesterday. However, since Kang Yu said so, it is obviously not for no reason. However, before Su Wu could think about what kind of creature Kang Yu was talking about, the other party's voice came from beside him again. "Looks like this." Kang Yu pointed to the model she made with ice and said, "Except for the lack of the layer of light on the body surface, it has been completely restored." Angel. Looking at this classic image, Su Wu instantly understood what the Birdman in Kang Yu's mouth was referring to. There are 6 pairs of wings, excluding some special circumstances, it should be a king-quality war angel. "Kang Yu, can you perceive the strength of the opponent?" "Yes." Kang Yu, who seemed to ignore the shielding barrier, nodded and replied, "The strength is not too strong, about half of Elena's half in Shinayu state." "That's not too low." In the state of Shinayu, Elena's physique and spirit are as high as tens of thousands of points. Able to reach a quarter of her, that is to say, the total attribute is at least more than 5,000 points. This is already the limit of most king-level creatures. "Don't worry, Su Wu." Throwing away the energy stone that had been emptied in her hand, Kang Yu said to herself, "He can't beat me." Your mythical attendant Kang Yu successfully absorbed 80W energy points and raised his level to level 20. Your mythical attendant Kang Yu unlocks new skills: Cold Aurora, Twilight Snow, Thousand Mountains, 9 Dragons, Mysterious Ice. Quiet and Cold Aurora converge the ice elements to form a beam that freezes everything and shoots out. Twilight Snow, Thousand Mountains create thousands of icebergs in an instant to resist the enemy's attack. 9 Dragons Xianbing create 9 giant dragons that gather a lot of ice elements, block the enemy's actions and launch attacks. Kang Yu. Grade, Myth. Level, Level 20. Occupation, Elemental Warrior. Physique, 2600. Spirit, 4600. Talent, Queen of Ice, SSS. The effect of ice spells is increased by 100 times, the consumption is reduced by 90%, the prerequisites for casting spells are cancelled, and spells can be activated instantly. Loyalty, 100, Absolute Loyalty. Skills, Ice Princess Rose, Ice Polar Aperture, Equipment Generation, Ice Wings, Ice Reflector, Cold Aurora, Twilight Snow, Thousand Mountains, Zhulong Xianbing. Facts have proved that Kang Yu did not brag. Only at level 20, her total stats are already as high as 7,200 points. For ordinary king level creatures, this panel is already a mountain that cannot be reached at full level. Only the 10W energy point has been upgraded from level 1 to level 6, and the 80W energy point has been upgraded from level 6 to level 20. Closing the properties panel gave Suwu a headache. It takes too many energy points to upgrade the level of mythical servants. This is before level 40. If the knowledge Suwu has learned is correct, once the attendance level exceeds 40 and 70, the consumption of energy points will be further increased. At this rate, Suwu feels that even if he spends tens of millions of energy points, he may not be able to raise Kang Yu to the full level. And this is just one moon. Still too poor. Looking at Suwu, who was suddenly expressing feelings of life, Kang Yu tilted her head in confusion. Suwu, what's wrong? It's nothing, I'm just considering whether to speed up the capture of the Dawn Forest. Only after becoming the master of the Dawn Forest can he gain the authority to freely control the defensive light barrier. At that time, Suwu with sufficient combat power will be able to walk out of the Dawn Forest and harvest the resources of the surrounding area. Click. It seems that he heard Suwu's thoughts. Just the moment he had this thought, a crisp sound came from the sky. World announcement: the owner of the Dawn Forest area, Yanlong Valraz, has been confirmed dead, and the defensive light barrier in the Dawn Forest area will be closed after 48 hours. World announcement: the owner of the Dawn Forest area, Yanlong Valraz, has been confirmed dead, and the defensive light barrier in the Dawn Forest area will be closed after 48 hours. World announcement: the owner of the Dawn Forest area, Yanlong Valraz, has been confirmed dead, and the defensive light barrier in the Dawn Forest area will be closed after 48 hours. Suwu. And such a good thing? Today, I will update 5 chapters, about 9,000 words, and it will be on the shelves soon. The author has planned the plot in the past 2 days, and strives for more updates after it is on the shelves. Chapter 46 Blacksmith Girl Alicia. Hearing the sudden world announcement, Suwu was really surprised. The death of the Lord of the area the day after the Lord came, is already an event that can be written into textbooks. Generally speaking, the regional masters are the strongest beings in the current region, or the ones that are not controversial. In the past 100 years of Blue Star's history, except for an accident in which an epic creature became the master of the area, the masters of the area were generally full-level king-level creatures. Just like just now. After hearing Kang Yu's information, Suwu even thought that the war angel who stayed in the Foxio Empire was the owner of this area. But now it seems that he must have guessed wrong. Including the murderer who killed Yanlong Valraz, there should be 3 existences in this area who have reached the limit of king-level creatures. As expected of a world inhabited by 2 mythical creatures, it is indeed quite different from an ordinary world. Let's go, Kang Yu. After returning to his senses, Suwu took the lead and walked towards the Foxio Empire not far away. Since the defensive light barrier of the Dawn Forest will be closed in advance, he is also ready to change his plan. If you are facing the Buddha Xiao Empire, you have a good chance of winning. They can't beat me. Even after hearing Suwu's sudden burst of news, Kang Yu still said in a flat tone, including that angel, I only need 1 move to freeze the other party in the city. Very good, as expected of Kang Yu. In terms of strength, he has never been disappointed. The corner of Suwu's mouth showed a smile and said, if you say that, I have confidence in my heart. Unlike the excited Suwu. After hearing the world announcement, the lords in the Dawn Forest area were already in a mess at this moment. Regional Channel. FK? Why did the lord of the region die? I want to know too. It's over. As soon as the defensive light barrier disappears, can the lords of other worlds attack us at will? It depends on the situation, right? Maybe the regional masters in several nearby areas will choose to maintain the existence of the defensive light barrier and not let them come out casually. Yan Xiao, upstairs, what you think is too simple. Yan Xiao, the strength of the Area Lord will be blessed by the territory, which is why the Area Lord is stronger than ordinary king-level creatures. Yan Xiao, now that there is an accident in our Dawn Forest, the regional masters of the surrounding areas will not miss this good opportunity. Yan Xiao, if there is no accident, when the defensive light barrier in the Morning Forest area disappears, the defensive light barrier in the surrounding area will also be cancelled at the same time. As long as the master of the area does not die, the opening and cancellation of the defensive light barrier is just a matter of thought. In the face of the big fat Dawn Forest, the rest of the area masters will not only not restrict the entry and exit of their subordinates, but I am afraid they will take the initiative to organize them to launch an attack. This is the biggest crisis they are about to face. Yan Xiao, at that time, I am afraid that we will have to face the enemies from all sides condensed into a group in the form of a loose sand. Yan Xiao, in order to prevent the annihilation of the entire army, the benefits are all taken by people from other worlds. I hope that Siwu's side will stop its aggressive actions and join us to fight the enemy. Young Master Yan Xiao said it well. That's right. In the face of this unheard-of predicament, I think we can only win by working together. What about the people from the Niobe League? I don't believe that there is no one who watches regional channels, right? Oh. Those guys who can only brag, I'm afraid they've been scared and don't know what to say. Siwu, who was on his way, naturally didn't see the chat in the regional channel. After bringing King Yu into the city smoothly, he came to the blacksmith shop that he couldn't enter yesterday. Welcome! Aware that a customer came in, a red-haired woman wearing a white scarf walked out from the depths of the store. Her facial features are exquisite, and her eyes glow like black pearls. Despite wearing a commoner, there is still an energetic vibe against the healthy wheat-colored skin. Bang! Throwing the hammer in her hand on the table next to her, Alicia walked over carelessly and said, "It's been a long time since I've been here. Do you need any help? Look at this." Siwu took out the white jade sword and asked, "Is there any way?" "What?" Before the words were finished, a surprised voice came from the girl's mouth. The source is almost exhausted, and the sword spirit has also entered a deep sleep. What did this do to make such a powerful artifact become like this? It's too much. This kind of usage is just a waste of time. You have to ask the original owner how it became like this. Facing the excited girl, Siwu handed over the white jade sword and asked, "Do you have any way to fix it?" "Repair." Looking at Siwu suspiciously, Alicia, who was originally emotional, froze. "Why do you think I have a fix? Shouldn't Master Azel be asked about this?" Chapter 47, The Way to Repair the White Jade Sword. The Master Azer in Alicia's mouth is none other than the 6th Order blacksmith of the Foxio Empire. "I'm just a lucky little blacksmith who created 5th Order equipment. How could there be a way to repair the artifact?" Handing the white jade sword back, Alicia scratched her hair and said, "Guest, you really think too highly of me. I can't do things like repairing artifacts." "I don't think highly of you." Siwu still believes in the sacred choice that has never been wrong. Moreover, he can also see that the other party is not so simple. There is no way for a 6th Order blacksmith to see the problem with the white jade sword as soon as I took it out. Looking at Alicia, who was looking left and right, Siwu said, "You can mention the reward. As long as the white jade sword can be repaired, I will be able to help you even if you are the owner of the area. It's not about pay." Sighing heavily, Alicia replied, "There are many complicated reasons on my side. If the news of the restoration of the artifact is spread, it is likely to be found by some nasty guys in the future." "Enemy?" "Yeah." Alicia nodded, spreading her hands in an exaggerated gesture. "It's still the kind of enemy whose strength is beyond your imagination. The God of Light or the Lord of the Abyss." Alicia. Looking at Siwu standing in front of her, she suddenly fell silent when she wanted to say something. "This guest. There's no problem with your brain, right? How can anyone take the main god level powerhouse as an example? It's like when you're secretly playing with your phone under your desk in the evening, you find someone standing at the back door staring at you. Just when you feel relieved that the other person is not the head teacher, the person next to you tells you that it is the principal. It's just outrageous. FG open the door to outrageous home. It doesn't seem to be a main god level enemy. Su Wu, who got the answer from Alicia's expression, said with satisfaction, then don't worry, as long as the enemy doesn't come to the door immediately, even a superior god can solve it. No, the superior gods are already outrageous. Alicia waved her hand and replied helplessly, guessed, your guess is too exaggerated. If the enemy really had that level, I would have already died. How can I still live to this day? Then you can rest assured. Su Wu said to himself, if the enemy's level is lowered a little bit, I might have enough strength to deal with it in a few days. Even if you say that, I don't really feel. It seems that Su Wu has no intention of leaving. There is no good way to make Acelia pick up the hammer beside her, and she said helplessly, then I will help you. If you really want someone to ask you who fixed it, don't put me reveal it. Can it be fixed now? Su Wu hesitated. Although he believed that Acelia had a way to repair it, but looking at the other party's meaning, it seemed to be very relaxed. If you really want to say it, you can't. But I have a way to add a devouring effect to her. Acelia pointed to the white jade sword and said, go back and feed her more high-quality long swords, and it will be repaired by yourself. Then please. Don't worry. Pushing back the white jade sword that Su Wu handed over again, Acelia said, the price of repairing the artifact is very expensive. What do you want? It's nothing. Touching the hammer that was still on the front desk, Acelia's eyes flashed with nostalgia. My enemy is not in this world, so even if I want you to do anything, I can't do it. However, I have a benefactor in this world. He's not in a very good position now, it's more accurate to say he's pushed to a limit. If you are really as powerful as you boast, go and help realize his last wish. Where is the person you said? In an alley to the south. Acelia raised her hand and pointed in a direction, his name is Walter. You can find out the exact location by just asking around on the street. Walter. Su Wu, who felt that the name was a little familiar, thought for a while and opened the option of divine choice. Option 3, lead Kang Yu to the strange old man Walter to obtain the only skill Eye of Truth. Sure enough, he said that he seemed to have heard the name somewhere. You know, he will bring Kang Yu here today, in addition to playing a protective role. The main reason is this option. Could it be a strange old man? It's him. Acelia nodded and looked at Su Wu curiously. Do you know Grandpa Walter? I don't know, but I've heard of it. Well, although I don't know how much you understand, but you can just go and find him with this hammer. Passing the hammer in her hand to Su Wu, Acelia explained, after you find him, show him this and he will understand what it means. Congratulations on getting the special equipment Acelia's Blacksmith's Hammer. Acelia's Blacksmith's Hammer. Grade, Special. Characteristic 1, Blacksmith Master, increases the probability of success by 100% when crafting equipment below Tier 4. Characteristic 2, Growth, the effect of this hammer will change with Acelia's strength. Characteristic 3, Exclusive, only in the hands of the bound Acelia can this hammer exert its real effect. Remarks, the original body is just an ordinary hammer bought from the street by an old man, and it has been transformed into a special equipment that can be evolved through the transformation of Acelia. Relevant factors are detected. Unlock the task Blood Tragedy. Blood Tragedy. Task Level, Regional Task. Quest Introduction, please go to the strange old Walter and fulfill his last wish. Quest Reward, Acelia's Help, the only skill True Eye. Chapter 48 The Eye of Truth. Dream World. Sky City Area. Is that flame dragon actually dead? An angel with 10 pairs of wings on his back stood on the edge of the city in the sky, looking down. Although I don't know who the murderer is. But since the opponent killed the Yanlong, he did not choose to take over as the master of the area to maintain the defensive light barrier. Obviously, he did not have any good intentions. Maybe this is an opportunity. Feeling the power that was nearly exhausted in his body, the legendary holy angel made a decision: the time I can spend is running out. Instead of being consumed by that guy, it's better to give it a last-ditch effort to break through the blockade of this world and get in touch with my lord again. As long as there are not too many problems with the backhand placed in the Dawn Forest, even if it is in the current state against the masters of all areas, it is not impossible. Thick soil and barren areas. Tisk, what a hassle! A sleeping tiger exuding a fierce aura stood up and looked dissatisfied in the direction of the Dawn Forest. It's clear that as long as it drags on for a while, that annoying angel will lose all his power. I said that Valrath was unreliable back then. I really don't understand why he should be the lord of this important location in the Dawn Forest. Desperate ruin area. Is it finally successful? On a throne of dry bones. A skeleton king wearing a crown and heavy armor raised his head and looked at the Dawn Forest in the distance. I didn't expect it would take so long to find a suitable candidate. Fortunately, the other party did not live up to his expectations. Next, he was left to wait. It's enough to wait for the holy angel who has run out of oil lamps and the regional masters who are also in the way. It's here. In front of an alley in the Foxio Empire. Following the instructions of passers-by, Su Wu, who successfully found the destination, took the lead and walked in. I saw in the alley, a ragged, white-haired old man was lying there. Sensing that someone was approaching, he woke up from his nap and opened his eyes to look at Su Wu. A new face I haven't seen before. After taking a look at Su Wu and Kang Yu's clothes, Walter pouted and said, "You guys came here to visit after hearing some strange rumors." "Of course not, I'm not that boring yet." Taking out the hammer that Alicia gave, Su Wu handed it to the old man Walter and said, "I received a request from someone to help you fulfill your last wish." As a result, Hammer glanced at it twice, and Walter frowned and said, "It's really that little girl's thing, didn't I tell you to leave me alone? It's better to go back and complain to the other party in person about this kind of thing." After proving his identity, Su Wu asked, "What is the so-called last wish? Let's talk about it. Are you sure you want to help? I'm not responsible for dying. Say your wish." Interesting. After finding that Su Wu was still unmoved after hearing that he might be dead, Walter laughed at himself. Also, since it's the person recommended by that little girl, it can't be an ordinary person. He raised his head, his eyes glowing like a galaxy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same moment, a large number of ice vines appeared out of thin air and bound to Walter. "Kang Yu." Su Wu looked behind him suspiciously. Kang Yu, who was eating fruit slowly, is now looking at Walter indifferently. "He's looking at our information. Su Wu said yesterday that the existence of her intelligence without authorization is the enemy. If you can, catch him back, if you can't catch him, kill him." It turned out to be a mythical creature. On the other side, Walter, who was restrained by the ice vine, looked at Su Wu and the two without a trace of fear in his eyes. For him, death has long been a trivial matter. Compared with that, the sudden miracle in front of him made him even more excited. "It is indeed my offense to investigate intelligence without authorization." After recovering from the shock, Walter apologized, "If you are dissatisfied with this matter, old man, I am willing to exchange this life for. I'm not that narrow-minded yet." Taking Alicia's hammer back, Su Wu stretched out his finger and clicked on his own eyes, asking, "Is that the real eye just now?" To be able to see through the identity of Kang Yu, after thinking about it, there is only this unique skill that appears repeatedly in the reward prompt. The only skill, as the name implies, is to look at the entire void, and it is also a unique skill. The effect of this type of skill is powerful, and it belongs to the top level in every aspect of the same type of skill. SSS-level talents such as Suwu's Sacred Choice and Kang Yu's Ice Queen can actually be regarded as unique skills in disguise. Before they die, no second wielder with the same type of talent will appear, even if they search the entire void. However, it is different from the SSS-level talent. Only skills can be inherited. Excluding some special means, as long as the holder of the unique skill is willing, he can pass on the unique skill to anyone. Join my territory to serve me, while passing on this unique skill to me. Suwu replied, as long as you are willing, not only will I not care about your offense just now, but I will fulfill your wish in the shortest possible time. Walter smiled bitterly, no one should know about the inheritance of the true eye on me. Compared with the conditions that Suwu opened, he was actually more willing to hand over his skills to the other party as a reward, and then die to eliminate the gap between the two. Then what's your answer? Suwu looked down at Walter and said, Acelia paid me in advance, so whether you choose to agree or not, I will help you fulfill your wish. Of course, there are differences. For example, to give you the ability to fulfill your wishes with your own hands. Chapter 49, Territorial Coordinates Exposed. Suwu would choose to forgive each other by recruiting Walter, of course not with a good temper. His real purpose was actually to recruit Alicia. Although the time he had been in contact with the other party was very short, he couldn't ignore the anomalies shown by the other party. Recognize the artifact at a glance and be sure to repair it, make revenge with the existence outside the world, and at the same time can transform an ordinary blacksmith's hammer into an exclusive equipment that can grow. There are various indications that the blacksmith level of the other party is definitely not low. And this kind of high-end logistics personnel is the most scarce in Suwu's territory. If there was Walter, Alicia's benefactor, it would not be difficult for him to recruit him afterwards. This is also the main reason why Suwu made this decision. The other side. After a brief hesitation, Walter finally decided to accept Suwu's request. Congratulations on your successful recruitment of Walter as a territory resident. I don't dare to think too much about fulfilling my wish with my own hands. Walter got up from the ground and replied respectfully, if possible, I hope you can smash Alan's soul box in front of me. Soul box? Yes. Walter nodded. My full name is Walter Moore, the current head of the Moore family and the last survivor. As for Alan in my mouth. Walter paused for a moment, and said with gnashing eyes, he is my son, and he is also the murderer who destroyed the Moore family. In order to obtain a longer lifespan and stronger power, he killed everyone in the Moore family with his own hands, and converted himself into a lich through the blood sacrifice method obtained through unknown means. Over the years, I have exhausted all my wealth and entrusted various powerhouses to go to the depths of the Dawn Forest to find him, but they all came back. Now you are my last hope. I have no other request. I only hope that you can smash his soul box in front of me and let me get out of my inner demon. I've probably figured it out. After listening to Walter's words, Suwu glanced at another task on the taskbar and asked, are there many lich in Dawn Forest? According to the information I got, there should be only Alan as a lich. Seemingly not expecting Suwu to ask this question, Walter hesitated, Lord, have you met that guy before? I haven't encountered it head-on, but I have come into contact with some strange creatures he made. After confirming the conjecture in his heart, Suwu did not say more, it happened that I got the coordinates of the lich you mentioned not long ago. If you are lucky, you should be able to solve it today. Key information is detected, and the task Scarlet Tragedy is updated. Blood Tragedy. Task Level, Regional Task. Task Introduction, break the soul box of Lich Alan in front of Walter. Quest Reward, Acelia's help, True Eye, paid in advance. Lord, please come with me. After explaining the main situation, Walter, who had already made a decision, no longer procrastinated. He stood up and said to Su Wu in front of him, "The inheritance of the Eye of Reality needs some arrangements and cannot be carried out immediately. Lead the way." At the same time, a seemingly harmless bird hovered over Su Wu's territory. It constantly looked at the situation in the territory below, trying to write down all the distribution of the buildings in the territory. Whoosh! Just as it was about to go deeper, a small, flawless hand suddenly stretched out from the side and pinched the little bird with a hidden breath. Spirit of investigation. After looking at the bird, Elena, who appeared in mid-air, turned her eyes to the east and said, "You lords are not very strong, but you have quite a lot of strange talents." FK. What the hell? In the woods 20,000 meters east of Su Wu's territory, a man in a black cloak ran into the distance. Recalling the hand that suddenly appeared in the field of vision, Zhao Shi felt a cold air rise from behind. He stopped the spirit of investigation at an altitude of thousands of meters, but he was discovered. What is even more terrifying is that after the other party found out, he also set his eyes on his direction. "I'm careless, it seems that I can't just swagger in and break in just because I have an A-level reconnaissance talent in the future." After escaping for a distance, Zhao Shi, who found that no one was catching up behind him, breathed a sigh of relief and found a hidden corner to sit down. "But this time I made a lot of money." Recalling that he had just seen the territory surrounded by stone walls, a smile appeared on Zhao Shi's face. Building a stone wall means that the territory level has reached level 2. If you can raise the territory level to level 2 the next day, only Su Wu can do it. Thinking of this, he immediately opened the chat channel and sent out what he had just discovered. According to the contract signed before, as long as this task can be completed, all the resources he will need in the future until the third level territory will be borne by the other party. The third level territory is also a small lord. As long as I work hard, raise the territory level to level 5 or level 6 before the Lord of the World appears. As long as he doesn't die, he basically won't encounter any problems in terms of survival in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Shi couldn't help smirking. It's a pity that his daydream has not been finished, and it came to an abrupt end. Bang! An arrow suddenly flew from afar and landed on Zhao Shi, who was hiding in the corner. "Looking at your expression, the news should have spread." Standing next to the body of Zhao Shi, who was already dead, Elena, who was completely spotless, said with relief, "At last there is a reliable guy." Those guys who came to investigate before, although their talents are interesting, they can't even pass the level of the spiders on the periphery, let alone the inside of Su Wu's territory. In this case, Su Wu's mission is completed. The other side. Standing in a magic circle, Su Wu also successfully obtained the inheritance of the true eye from Walter. Congratulations on obtaining the only skill Eye of Truth. Chapter 50, Macefield Scarlet, Seeking Flowers, Evaluation Tickets, Monthly Tickets. Eye of Truth. Level, Unique. Effect 1, See through all the delusions. Effect 2, Obtain information about the target. Are you getting information on the target? Having obtained the unique skill, Su Wu naturally wanted to try the difference between the true eye and the ordinary appraisal. After activating the Eye of Truth, Kang Yu's information was fed back in the next second. Kang Yu. Lord, Su Wu. Race, Ice Elf. Grade, Myth. Level, Level 20. Occupation, Elemental Warrior. Physique, 2600. Spirit, 4600. Talent, Queen of Ice, SSS. The effect of ice spells is increased by 100 times, the consumption is reduced by 90%, the prerequisites for casting spells are cancelled, and spells can be activated instantly. Loyalty, 100, Absolute Loyalty. Skills, Ice Princess Rose, Ice Polar Aperture, Equipment Generation, Ice Wings, Ice Reflector, Cold Aurora, Twilight Snow Thousand Mountains, Zhulong Xian Bing. Note 1, Ice elves that break common sense have exceptional combat power even among mythical creatures. Please approach them with caution. Note 2, in order to be able to descend through the altar of water element at level 1, most of his origins are sealed, and some origins will be retrieved when the level reaches level 40, 70, and 100. Note 3, I trust Suwu very much. It is different from ordinary identification and information seen through the information of territory members. There are many more remarks on the information obtained by True Eye. Whether it is character, contact method, or the threat level of the other party, etc., all are marked out. As expected of the only skill, this effect is really terrifying. Nodding with satisfaction, Suwu turned his gaze to Walter who was beside him. Walter Moore. Lord, Suwu. Remark 1, originally a subordinate of Macefield Scarlet, he chose to pledge allegiance to Lord Suwu for revenge. Remark 2, it has some connection with Yanlong Wallace. Glancing at Walter's remarks, Suwu focused on the first item. Who is Macefield? I don't know exactly who it is. Walter, who knew that he couldn't hide this kind of thing in front of the real Eye, replied truthfully, but it includes the huge wealth that the Muir family had before the collapse, the contact information with the owner of this area, Yanlong Valraz, and what you have obtained. Including the inheritance of the True Eye, it was all told to me by the other party through an unknown contact method. What about the purpose? Cooperate with the Flame Dragon Wallace to